Chapter 651. 3 days later. The third Hokage looked very ugly. For a moment, he smoked so hard that his lips were smoking. Danzo was also very gloomy. Damn it, the three great nations of thunder, water, and earth actually declared war on us at the same time. His crutches were creaking and seemed to be about to break. Fortunately, this was intelligence from spies, otherwise they would definitely be caught off guard. It is estimated that they will attack the borderline in 4 days at most. The Anbu, Hitaki Sakumo, said in a deep voice, "Let me go to the battlefield of the Wind Country. If I am there, I can contain the Wind Country and free up many people. As long as he is alive, Cho will definitely keep a close eye on him and will no longer be interested in other people. He can even use the hatred of the other party to defeat the hidden sand village." The third Hokage did not answer. He smoked a cigarette with a very solemn face. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he frowned and looked at the window. There was a trident kunao hanging there, which Minato had asked him to leave there after he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, there were suddenly 2 people next to it. One had long black hair, and the other had yellow hair. "Why are you back, Orochimaru?" Yes, the people who came were Orochimaru and Minato who sent him back. At this moment, Minato's face was very pale. He took only 10 minutes to flash back from the borderline with teacher Orochimaru. Ichiraku was riding a big bird and was still behind. Because they had just received the news that the remaining 3 major countries had declared war on Konoha. Orochimaru walked into the office through the window. He chuckled and said, "I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry." He then continued, "I have planned to let Minato and Kushina go to the battlefield of the Hidden Rock Village, Mirai and Rika go to the battlefield of the Land of Thunder, and Ichiraku and I go to the battlefield of the Land of Water. Let Hong Hong go to the battlefield of the Land of Wind to assist Rope Tree in defense. Tsunade will stay in the rear to treat the seriously injured, and Jiraiya will be responsible for the logistics of the Land of Wind and the Land of Thunder. Lord Sakumo will stay in the rear of the rock and water battlefields to allocate materials. Teacher, you should also take care of the logistics of the Land of Wind." He hurried back this time to tell his teachers about his combat ideas, so that the 2 of them would not have different ideas and opinions, which would lead to confusion in the transfer of personnel. Danzo heard this and his face condensed. "You want to let these young people lead the way alone?" "No, I don't agree, it's too risky." He admitted that these people were indeed very strong, but they were only a few years old, and how much life experience did they have? It was too risky to let them guard the gate of Konoha, and he would never agree. Orochimaru ignored his direct superior. He looked at the 3rd generation with a very serious expression. "Teacher, I believe in them." The 3rd generation stopped smoking, he rested his hands on his chin, closed his eyes and meditated. Thanks to Orochimaru's technology, their Konoha has a lot of capital, and if they want to maintain the 4-line war, they can persist for a year or 2. And the distribution plan mentioned by Orochimaru is indeed feasible. In the future, they are the future of Konoha. Just as he thought at the beginning, let them hone more on the battlefield, so he let them graduate early. Now it's time for them to learn to be independent. What's more, Orochimaru's arrangement also let Jiraiya and Sakumo back them up. This is a good plan. The only thing to consider is the ordinary ninjas. There are only about 15,000 ninjas in Konoha. 30% of them are needed to maintain the basic operation of Konoha and cannot be mobilized at all. So if there are 4 fronts, each place can only get 2,500 people evenly distributed. These people also have to count the ninjas on the border. It is too difficult to fight a big country with more than 2,500 people. So, he looked at Orochimaru, hesitated for a while, and said, "This time I will use my retirement as an excuse to let those families send their ninjas to various battlefields. It is estimated that there will be about 3,500 people in each battlefield." When Orochimaru heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Enough. In the battle of ninjas, personal strength is very important. In the future, they will be very strong, enough to make up for the lack of numbers. Moreover, they are the defending side, and have the geographical advantage." Danzo saw that the 2 ignored him, and his nose was crooked with anger. "Did you 2 listen to me? I said I disagree with this matter. Uchiha Mirai is still young. Yes, I don't deny that they are all strong and mature, but they will face an attack from a big ninja village, and the ninjas leading the team are definitely strong men who have been famous for a long time. All kinds of strategies are absolutely easy to grasp, and these young people are very easy to fall into the trap. As he said, he made an analogy, for example, Senju no ways, that fool can only confront head-on, if he is stubborn, he can be easily calculated to death. Orochimaru glanced at him, and was not angry at all for his analogy with Noways. Because he knew that Noways was a brainless person, so he chuckled and said, so I let Hong Hong go over. She has a high IQ and good strength. When she matches Noways, she can make up for Noways' lack of IQ. Besides, there is Kato Dan there. He was promoted to the position of border defense captain by you. If you don't trust Noways, you have to trust him. Danzo was choked. Oh, yes, Kato Dan is still there. How could he forget about this person? Seeing his old friend speechless, the third generation smiled, then looked at Minato who was silently recovering his chakra, and encouraged him, Minato, the direction of the rock ninja is left to you. As he said that, he felt a little unsafe, so he raised his hand and summoned a special scroll. Minato hurriedly stopped refining chakra, and he solemnly and earnestly assured, please rest assured, third generation, please rest assured, Elder Danzo, the people are here, the position is here. Kushina and I will definitely defend our territory. He agreed with the teacher's arrangement very much. And he also wanted to prove himself very much. Then he looked at the scroll in the third generation's hand curiously. The third generation took the scroll, stood up and came to Minato's side. He said seriously, this time our Konoha is fighting on 4 fronts, and we will be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. According to my understanding of Onoki, he will definitely send the tailed beasts to the battlefield. You must have seen the strength of Lao Ziai and Han. After these years of training, they can definitely exert more power of the tailed beasts than during World War II. This scroll is the key to Kushina's body. You can do it when necessary. Danzo's face twisted into a knot when he heard this. But he also knew that Konoha had to send the tailed beasts to fight. Otherwise, with only 3,000 people and 2 young men, they could not stop the attack of the rock ninja. Because according to the intelligence, Onoki has been implementing a birth control plan. The latest intelligence shows that they have more than 25,000 ninjas in their staff, which is more than 10,000 more than Konoha. With 3,000 people, they can resist the attack of more than 10,000 people. This is really. So if the 9 tails helps, they can relax a little. Hearing this, Minato's face became solemn. He solemnly took the scroll with both hands and replied in a deep voice, yes, Lord Sandai. After the third generation explained, he looked at Orochimaru. The Wind Country will probably send the one-tailed beast to participate in the war, but I am not worried, because there is rope trees wood release, which is a natural counter to the tailed beast. The 8 tails of the Land of Lightning is said to be a perfect Jinchuriki, but the future is Uchiha, and the Sharingan should be able to easily control the tailed beasts, so I am not too worried. He didn't know yet that illusions would hardly work on perfect Jinchuriki. Because ordinary Jinchuriki can use methods such as disrupting the flow of chakra, or using the power of the tailed beasts to make themselves in pain to remove the intrusion of illusions. And the perfect Jinchuriki is equivalent to multiple personalities, which can assist each other and break illusions. The Land of Water will definitely send the 7 ninja swordsmen to participate in the war. The 4th Mizukage Yagura is said to be a perfect Jinchuriki. You have no way to restrain him, and I am a little worried about you. Why don't I go to your side? Just in case, to have a bottom line. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and said, don't worry, I also have a way to deal with the tailed beasts. Just relying on this body and the double Megatama Sharingan. Yes, under his strong mental power, this body was finally activated by him Sharingan. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to open the eyes of this body. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that the father of this body, that is, the future, his talent was really strong. No wonder he said that he was not interested in Sharingan, but he was able to open his eyes at a young age. And it was a double Megatama level when it was opened. Hearing this, the third generation was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Orochimaru had been mysterious recently, and he didn't let his teacher know about his research. But he wouldn't brag or talk big. Since he said he had a way, he believed Orochimaru. Okay, the Land of Water will be left to you and Ichiraku. Yet. Orochimaru nodded and left with Minato. He had to go back and pack his things. And the body he had hidden. This time he might need to use the body to exert 100% of his combat power. After all, this body was born not long ago and has strong limitations. Chapter 652. In the future, they started from the border of the Wind Country battlefield, and then Orochimaru followed Minato back. At this moment, the two rushed to the northeast. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have gotten a flying ninja beast. At this moment, the future was a little envious of Minato's giant bird. But unfortunately, Minato needed to go to the direction of Iwagakure. The two were on different roads. If they followed back to the village and then ran from the village to the border of the Thunder Country, it would take a detour and waste a lot of time for them. Ling Hua looked at the future with a smile. You want everything. Don't worry, with our speed, we can definitely reach the border before the Thunder Country attacks Konoha. If the information is correct. Hearing this, the future smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that the Raikage and his son will reach the border first. The speed of the father and son is very fast. Just a little slower than Minato. Ling Hua had heard about the secret ninjutsu of the Raikage, lightning chakra mode. But she had never seen it. After hearing Mirai's serious words, she also felt heavy-hearted. After that, the two of them said nothing more, but hurried on their way. Soon, time passed unknowingly, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They had been traveling for a whole morning. Just when they were eating, a slug suddenly appeared beside them. Mirai knew this slug, it was the communication slug of the wet bone forest. And using the latest technology of Myaboku Mountain, the communication slug can be directly transmitted to another summoner. There is no need to return to the Holy Land first, then contact through the contract, and then let the magician summon the communication slug. Rika-chan, Kushina-chan asked me to ask you if you need Xiaoshui's help. Xiao Shui is the name of the giant bird, which was given by Kushina. Hearing this, Mirai's eyes lit up. Have Minato and the others arrived at the Rock Ninja battlefield? The communication slug looked at the future and replied softly, yes, they just arrived. They are currently coordinating the defense line and sending spies to find out which small country the Rock Ninja has entered. Hearing this, the future's face lit up. Yes, of course we want it. Now they are still 2 days away from the land of fields. After all, they were just at the border of the river country, which is equivalent to crossing the entire fire country, and it will take a long time. The communication slug hurriedly spit out a one-time summoning scroll. This is the scroll to summon Xiao Shui. The future naturally knows this scroll. During World War II, they were given one each by their teacher. It allows them to borrow the chakra in the scroll to summon large summoned beasts to fight. This scroll is a modified version of that scroll, which allows them to summon other people's exclusive summoned beasts. After the future and the two finished their meal, they immediately started summoning. Summoning technique. Come out, Xiao Shui. The next moment, a huge cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Instantly, a huge eagle appeared. After the future and the others landed on the back of the giant eagle, it immediately flapped its wings and took off directly. Flew rapidly towards the direction of the land of lightning. On the border of the battlefield of the land of earth, Kushina was accompanying Minato, and Minato's face was very pale at this moment. He ran back and forth twice and almost fainted. Fortunately, he had more chakra, otherwise, I'm afraid he would have fainted long ago. On the way here, he rested on the back of the bird, so now he was just pale, but it didn't matter. Kushina looked a little dazed, and then said to Minato, the future and the others have already boarded Xiao Shui, and are now heading north rapidly. Hearing this, Minato smiled. It's good to be able to help them. As he said this, he relaxed a lot. Actually, I really want to compete with the lightning chakra mode of the land of lightning to see who is faster, but here we need you and me more. Kushina heard this, she supported Minato, smiled slightly, and said, then let's end the battle as soon as possible, faster than them in the future, and then go to help. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but scratch her nose affectionately. He joked, war is just playing house, how can it be so easy to defeat the opponent? And what they are about to face is the largest number of rock ninja. In addition to Onoki, the flying unit, the blasting unit, and the two-tailed beasts. To be honest, he felt extremely difficult. I just hope that the people in the village can send more useful people over. It's a bit difficult for them to deal with the rock village with only 2 high-end combat forces. Kushina was treated like this by him, and she blushed and dodged. Water after Men finished speaking, he couldn't help but look towards the northeast with worry. I heard that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki. I wonder if they can handle it in the future. He heard from the future that a perfect Jinchuriki can avoid many illusions and can call on the chakra of the tailed beasts without losing their minds, which is very tricky. Kushina didn't say anything else, but closed her eyes and sank into her heart. In the sealed space, the big fox rested its paws on the huge fireball, like a lazy big orange, sleeping soundly. And there were no nails on it. But there were a lot more chains. Kuroma, maybe I need your help later. Kushina stood in front of the Nine Tails and shouted loudly. The Nine Tails was originally sleeping soundly, but it frowned immediately after being disturbed by Kushina. The next second, all its ears were folded down, as if it didn't want to listen to her. Seeing this, Kushina shrugged. She knew that Kurama had heard it, so she stopped arguing with it and left the place in her mind. She looked at the outside world again, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Hee. Perfect Jinkraki. It's hard. I hope Minato won't be scared by me when the time comes. With the giant eagle Xiao Shui as a means of transportation, the future and the others quickly arrived at the border. The guards on the city wall quickly let them in. However, the captain of the guards still felt that they should check it carefully, because they had just received the information sent by Konoha village a few hours ago. The future and the others arrived right after, which was a bit too fast. After the future and Linghua showed the Sharingan and Bun, two blood limits that could not be faked, the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. So he smiled and arranged for them to rest. A border defense captain originally thought that the village would send strong ninjas to support, but he didn't expect that it would be two teenagers, and his brows frowned immediately. Captain Jamu, why would the village send two of them to support, will they? Although he didn't finish his words, the meaning was very clear. He didn't trust these two people. Because next, they will face a big ninja village, and it is the second-ranked ninja village attack. Could it be that the village can no longer send other strong people to support? Hearing this, Captain Jamu smiled and patted his shoulder. He noticed that the other captains had the same expression. This is no wonder. Who made these two people look so young? No one would think that they can be strong enough to fight against the masters of a village. So he smiled and comforted, don't worry, these two people are not ordinary people, they are the direct disciples of Orochimaru and Tsunade. You don't think that these two big men's disciples are here to gild themselves? As he said, he looked in the direction of the village, and his eyes relaxed a lot. Although Uchiha and his friends were very low-key in the village, he was fortunate to have seen their training. That was one afternoon 2.5 years ago. He had witnessed the battle between Uchiha and Namikaze Minato with his own eyes. He was shocked at the time. That kind of strength, let alone weak, even if he faced one of them, he would only end up defeated. He still remembered that the third generation had told him that the future of Konoha would depend on them. The reason why Mirai didn't know him was mainly because he was in the office at that time, watching through the crystal ball of the third generation. He was the absolute confidant of the third generation, so the third generation did not avoid him at all. Otherwise, he would not be in charge of an important border defense task. Just wait and see, their strength will definitely make you all shut up. As he said this, he retracted his emotional thoughts, and then said to the captain seriously, next, everyone should actively prepare for the battle. Afterwards, there will be family ninjas sent by the village to support, so don't worry, we will still be the winners in this battle. Yes. Hearing this, the captains all nodded seriously and responded. Captain Jamu naturally saw that several people still looked unhappy, so he warned, there is one more thing, Uchiha and others are our high-end combat support, I don't allow anyone to provoke them without authorization, otherwise they will be punished by military law. He didn't want to have disagreements in the team he was guarding. What if these narrow-minded people were defeated by Uchiha and had resentment in their hearts, which led to his bloody behavior of selling out his country, then he would really vomit blood and die. Yes. Several captains looked at each other, and they also I really want to test the strength of these two people in private. As a result, they were discovered by Captain Jamu. They couldn't help but put away their little thoughts. For Jamu, they respect and recognize it from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 653. In the tent. Walai and Linghua couldn't help but curl up their lips slightly. They all had their perception abilities turned on, so they naturally knew what Captain Jamu and the others had said after they left. As expected of a captain who can guard a place, he knows the thoughts of his subordinates very well. Linghua said with emotion. Walai was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the captain knew his strength very well. Could it be that the third generation had told him about his own things? Otherwise, how could he say that? But it's useless to think about these things now. Since the captain is a smart person, he will be much more relaxed. So he began to look around. The room assigned to them was not bad. It covered an area of 40 square meters and had 2 beds. In the middle of the bed was a long table that was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, where things could be placed. At the door was a stand with 2 towels, 2 wash basins, and 2 sets of toiletries on it. There were wardrobes on both sides of the end of the bed, and storage boxes under the bed. There was also a set of bedding on the bed. You can move in directly. Seeing these arrangements, Walai was very satisfied. This kind of arrangement is definitely in the configuration of a luxury standard room on the border of the war. So he directly invited Captain Jamu to come for dinner. Captain Jamu obviously wanted to talk to Walai and the others and test them. So he readily agreed. After he arranged the things in his hands, he walked towards Walai's room. Originally, he wanted to arrange 2 houses, but he saw the intimacy between Uchiha Walai and Hyega Linghua twice in a row, and he had a plan in his mind. Decided to let them live together, so that one house can be vacated for the next support. And it can also do Uchiha Walai a favor. After all, he is young, he understands. When he came to Walai's room, he was stunned. Because as soon as he entered the door, he smelled an extremely fragrant scent. And he missed it very much. He was too familiar with the taste of this kind of food. When he returned to the village to report, he had only tasted it at the home of the 3rd generation. He was amazed at that time and felt that only the gods in the sky could taste this kind of food. He never expected that he could smell this kind of delicious food here. That's right, Walai took out ramen made by Ichiraku and some delicacies purchased from other stores. Seeing the arrival of Captain Jamu, Walai hurriedly stood up to greet him and said, "Captain is here, come in and sit down." The captain was not polite. He walked to the opposite side of Walai in 3 or 2 steps and took out a chair to sit down. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to carry this kind of food. It smells so good. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When the 3rd generation valued me and gave me this kind of food, I couldn't sleep for 3 days after I came back." Walai smiled when he heard it. "I still have a lot of this kind of food here. If the captain wants to eat it, you can come to me at any time." Hearing this, the captain's eyes lit up. He said hurriedly, "Then I won't be polite." If it was a normal matter, he might refuse, but the food was an exception. However, he looked at the future and the others inconspicuously, and felt that the many things he said should be sealed in the seal scroll. So the food on the table looked extremely delicious and fresh, as if it had just come out of the pot. "I'm starting." The future was eating food. In the land of Tien, less than 20 kilometers away from the border of Konoha, there were 2 people moving fast. They were surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning, which made their hair look like they were blown up. The speed was even inhuman. The people who came were Thera Ikage and his son. They planned to set off first, relying on the advantage of speed, to break the city wall defense before the support of Konoha arrived, so as to facilitate the next battle. Because their people had just intercepted and killed a Konoha spy not long ago, but unfortunately he passed the information back. So they had to race against time with Konoha's support ninjas. This time they joined the battle with the intention of defeating Konoha. Soon, the 8-kilometer distance passed in the blink of an eye. Along the way, they had avoided many Konoha spies and traps. Thanks to the many trees here, the line of sight was blocked, so they could effectively avoid Konoha's ninjas. However, after 10 kilometers, the 2 quickly gathered their chakras and began to hide behind the tree trunks. Quietly restore chakra. They just ran with sparks and lightning. They had already consumed too much energy. There is another thing, that is, after 10 kilometers there are more patrolling ninjas in Konoha. Once they move, they will be easily detected. At that time, they will have to force their way in. So they have to recover their normal strength first. Linghua, who was watching the future and the others eating with a smile, suddenly changed her expression and turned her head to look in the direction of Tian Ziguo. Since coming here, she and the future have opened their passive abilities. And they also actively release their perception. However, in order to avoid consumption, they use it alternately every 10 minutes, that is, the future uses it once, 10 minutes later, Linghua senses it once, and 10 minutes later, the future senses it again. This method allows them to take in all the abnormalities within a 10-kilometer range. 20 minutes is enough for them to recover from the previous consumption. That's right, after so many years, the range of the chakra perception technique of the future and Linghua has expanded to 11 or 12 kilometers. I don't know if Linghua is naturally good at perception, or the ability of Bian is blessed. Linghua's perception distance is 1 kilometer more than the future's master. Reached 12 kilometers. Although it is not as far as her Bian distance, this distance is also quite terrifying. What's wrong? Walai asked. Her abnormality was naturally noticed by Walai and Jimu, who were talking excitedly. 2 uninvited guests have arrived. As she said that, she turned back to look at Captain Jimu and said seriously, I feel that they have very strong lightning chakra in their bodies. It should be the people from the Laiyan village who have arrived. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Jimu team changed. Exclaimed, how can it be so fast? According to the results of their discussion in the morning, it would take at least 3 days for the Laiyan village to gather its forces and then rush here, and the fastest time is 2 days. How come they arrived tonight after receiving the secret report yesterday? Walai also put down his chopsticks and tapped the ground with one hand. The next moment, all the information within a radius of 11 kilometers flooded into his mind. Of course, his main task is to sense the direction of Tianziguo. Soon his face changed and became a little solemn. From the reaction of chakra, it should be the 2 who have mastered the lightning chakra mode. Ju Mu's face turned ugly when he heard this. Lightning chakra mode? As far as I know, this should be a ninjutsu that only people of the Reikage family can learn. I heard that they are very fast. If they come here, it is possible. Future put away his fingers and said, it is faster, but it is still a lot worse than Minato. Captain, while they are rushing here and recovering their chakra, we will directly surround them. Ju Mu calmed down after the shock just now. After hearing Future's proposal, he thought about it for a while and agreed immediately. Okay, I will go and gather a team of 200 people now. Yet. As soon as Future agreed, Captain Ju Mu ran out quickly. He did not turn on the alarm, because the noise was so loud that it would easily disturb the 2 big men 10 kilometers away. They need to quietly surround these 2 big shots. So he needs to gather people who are good at sealing techniques, use barriers directly to trap them, and then there are special ninjas who are good at poisons and other things that cannot be resisted. Soon, only 5 minutes later, a team of 200 people gathered. Under the leadership of the 2 of them, they moved towards the 2 people 10 kilometers away. Jimu on the city wall saw their backs disappearing in the dense forest 5 kilometers away, and narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect them to be perception ninjas. He was not surprised that the white-eyed girl had perception skills, but he was surprised that Uchiha also had perception skills. It's really the waves behind the Yangtze River, and each wave is better than the last. Captain, do you trust them so much? A small captain asked puzzledly, and at the same time he looked at the team that disappeared in the dense forest, his face a little solemn. What if there is a trap there? Hearing this, Captain Jimu looked at several of his own perception ninjas and said, so it depends on you. You must always be alert to your surroundings and beware of fraud. If they are surrounded or trapped, we need to rescue them immediately. He did not follow them because Walai asked him to stay in the city just in case. Several perception ninjas immediately nodded and said, yes. Although they did not have such a strong perception ability, they could still sense the battle fluctuations 10 kilometers away. Then, Jimu summoned another 1,000 people to support Walai and them. Chapter 654. After the people around him quietly formed an encirclement, Wei took Linghua and walked slowly towards the 500-meter range. They just approached 300 meters. A middle-aged strong man in the encirclement opened his eyes. The surprise in his eyes flashed. I was discovered. He stood up and walked out from behind the tree. His action also made another young strong man open his eyes. It seems that there are powerful people in Konoha. Wei and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect that the 2 people would be so vigilant. Although they were covered by 300 meters of trees, they could still see the appearance of the 2 people at this time. It was obvious that they were facing their side. In other words, they discovered themselves and others. So the 2 of them no longer hesitated and were too lazy to be quiet. They quickly rushed towards the 2 people. The Reikage and the others did not stay where they were. They also stood up and rushed towards Wei and the others. Since they were discovered, let's go in. The distance of 300 meters seemed far, but with both sides running towards each other, they bumped into each other in just 10 seconds. Seeing that it was actually 2 young men leading the team, the face of the 3rd Reikage was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the one who intercepted him would be such a young man. But why do they look so familiar? Mirai naturally saw the 2 of them, and he said to the people following behind him in a deep voice, "Don't get close, they are the father and son of the Raikage of the Land of Lightning, you can't deal with them." After saying that, he directly changed the mad sword into the iron teeth. At the same time, he opened the Sharingan. The ninja on the opposite side was the shadow of a village, and his strength was absolutely terrifying, and his defense was so strong that Naruto's S-level ninjutsu could not break much of his defense. The number of people was useless in front of them. The ninja team leader following behind him heard that it was really the Raikage, and his face became much more solemn, and he was very obedient and did not step forward. Instead, he sounded a sky-high alarm on the spot. He wanted to inform Captain Jamo that they had indeed encountered the Raikage. Let them be mentally prepared. At the same time, he also told the other people who were surrounding them to prepare to set up a barrier. This time they had to be trapped here, and if possible, it would be best to leave them here. Although the possibility was very low, infinitely close to zero. But let's try it, just in case it works. Future didn't know what the people behind him thought. At this time, he and Ling Hua had already collided with the Raikage and his father and son. Both of them used their fists to hit Future and their attacks. Bang! In an instant, a wave of air burst out from their collision. The surrounding treetops rustled. It also rolled up a lot of dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground. The people who were surrounding them were also shocked, and their faces became very solemn. So strong. This was the thought in many people's minds, but more of them were shocked by their own people. Those two people who looked underage could actually withstand the heavy punches of the other two. You know, that was the third Raikage, the third who was called the strongest Raikage of all time by their Cloud Village. The young man next to him was his son, the next Raikage. But the two were stopped. This. I recognized you, kid. The third Raikage also looked at the black long straight sword that was as good as his with a knife with a look of surprise. Konoha Village, Uchiha's genius, Orochimaru's disciple, Uchiha Mirai, is good at swordsmanship and has a sword that can change its shape. It is said to be called Tessaigan, which can instantly perform a sharp wind-style cutting technique. Mirai was not surprised that he could recognize him and know most of his information. After all, he didn't hide these two tricks. It was reasonable that he would be known by his countrymen. Third Raikage, you brought your son here, aren't you afraid that you can't go back? Hearing this, the third Raikage couldn't help but sneer. You can't stop us, father and son. As he said this, he looked at the beautiful girl with white eyes who blocked his son's punch, and he was even more surprised. In addition to the wood-release kid, Konoha actually has two other kids with such strong strength. It was indeed a wise choice to send troops to Konoha. Otherwise, if these people grow up, their village will be in trouble. At this time, the strength of the two sides' fight had disappeared, causing each to fall to the ground. The third-generation Raikage looked at the golden boy and jade girl in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a love for talent in his heart. He invited, how about it? Do you want to come to my village? As long as you are willing to come, I will definitely offer you the position of elder. Future couldn't help laughing. He raised a 1.5-meter-long chopping with one hand, the knife pointed at the third Raikage from a distance, mocking, with your strength, you are not qualified to win me over. The third Raikage was not angry yet, but the young man next to him was angry first. He said angrily, arrogant. His father was the Kage of a village after all, and his status was no worse than the third Hokage, but he was pointed at by a stinky boy and said he was unworthy. He was about to teach this ignorant boy a lesson, but his body was stopped by his father. He warned, don't fall for the other party's provocation, he did it on purpose. After living for so many years, the third Raikage has eaten much more food than Walai, and naturally knows the boy's thoughts, behavior, and purpose. Walai saw this and curled his lips. Sure enough, he is an old fox, and those who can become Kage have many minds. He turned to look at Ling Hua and asked, how is it? Are you sure? Ling Hua smiled and nodded. She had opened her eyes and turned on the white eyes. Although there is still one last fetal movement, it is enough to deal with him. Ling Hua never brags. Since she said she was sure, Walai believed it. Ling Hua looked at Walai instead. The smile on her face turned serious and said, what about you, are you sure? When Walai heard this, he casually made a knife flower and smiled, don't worry, I have prepared a lot of backup plans over the years. Walai was obviously very confident, and he had the capital to be confident, just relying on the iron teeth in his hand. But just in case, he still spoke about the other party's ability. The man you are fighting is the son of the third Raikage. He inherited the name of AI and is good at lightning chakra mode, and has developed a powerful ninjutsu from it. Lightning abuse level can be used to attack with a hand knife without making a seal, heavy flow burst to attack with an elbow, right thunder fury thunder axe to chop down with a high leg. There is also thunder plow hot knife that rushes towards the enemy quickly and attacks the enemy with the arm. And he wanted to say something else, but the two people's faces had become very ugly. They didn't expect that the Uchiha in front of them had investigated their intelligence so clearly. Especially the moves, the names he mentioned were not wrong to a single word. The problem is, how did he know this? You have to know that those who have seen AI's attack should have died. But they knew that they couldn't let him continue. So the third Raikage rushed over directly. Boy, you know too much. It seems that you can't be spared. Intelligence is the foundation of a ninja. As long as you know the intelligence of the opponent, it is easy to be killed by others. As he said, he rushed towards the future at a rapid speed, and his right hand stretched out 3 fingers, and a sharp thunder attribute chakra covered them. In the future's Sharingan, it can be clearly seen that there is a sharp blade spike on his hand. He immediately picked up the Tessaigan and chopped it over. He continued, they can also use a combination technique, that is, both use thunder plow hot knife at the same time, one in front and one behind, aiming at the target's neck and other vulnerable parts, and use the principle similar to scissors to instantly cut off the enemy's body. AI's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that he had almost been stripped of his underwear when he just appeared. Especially the top secret moves that he and his brother practiced. How did this person know? Could it be that there are undercovers around them? But now is not the time to think about this, they must be killed. Otherwise, once his information is leaked, he will be the one who suffers. He immediately activated the lightning chakra mode and rushed towards the future with sparks and lightning. He had to deal with this guy first, otherwise he would feel uneasy. Since you know my moves, let's see if you can defend against it. Thunder plow hot knife. But when he was about to rush over, suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Nanny. This surprised him. You know that he is in a rapid state, how did she know his attack route? And she could quickly block in front of him. If you want to go over, ask me first. Ling Hua said, and immediately put on the soft fist move. The next moment, a huge azure sphere suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked his attack. Soft fist returned to heaven. AI's face was very ugly, he immediately increased his strength and changed his arm to an elbow strike. Heavy flow. Break it for me. Chapter 655. Mirai used the drag the sword tactic to chop the opponent's sharp lightning chakra blade. However, with the sharpness of Tessaigan, it could only chop into the lightning blade 3 inches before it could no longer hold on. The Raikage's face also became serious. If he could stop himself with the sword before, it was because he did not use the lightning chakra mode, but simply used pure physical strength. So this time he attacked, but activated the first stage of the lightning chakra mode, but the kid still blocked it. What on earth did he eat to grow up? How could he be so perverted? You are a good kid, but you are very narrow-minded, said the third Raikage, and he also reacted at this time. The reason why he revealed his son's moves was probably because he had told him some information about him before. But the problem is that he didn't tell the kid's moves and names. Although he didn't know the names of the moves. But this kid, on the other hand, didn't want to suffer any loss, and directly pulled out his son's underwear. What a petty man! Mirai was immediately unhappy. He retorted, what nonsense, how can I be petty? He immediately glared at the third Raikage. He threw an illusion at him. But it had little effect, the opponent's manic lightning chakra was a good filter. It made the Raikage ignore his illusion. At this moment, Mirai had to sigh at the power of Madara-sama, who actually knocked down the fourth Raikage with just a wooden clone. He couldn't even make them dazed for a moment. However, he used a set of techniques to directly split the attack of the third Raikage. At the moment of splitting, he also followed the momentum of the sword and split a wind blade. Wind wound. The third Raikage's face changed. He knew this move, but he didn't expect that the wind attribute of this move was so sharp. It can definitely tear through the defense of his lightning chakra armor of a certain mode. After all, wind can defeat lightning. He immediately turned over and avoided the attack without thinking. The future did not pursue the victory, but looked to the side. Ling Hua relied on the defense of Return to Heaven to block AI's elbow attack. At this moment, the two of them moved closer, and Ling Hua launched the 8 trigrams 128 palms like a storm against his body. However, through the feedback of the Sharingan, the future can see that this move has little effect. Ling Hua's clicks were mostly blocked by the opponent's lightning chakra armor on the surface of the opponent's body. So he prepared to swing the knife to chop AI first. In this way, with the combined strength of the two, they can easily face the attack of the third-generation Raikage. The third-generation Raikage naturally saw the future's plan, and he immediately rushed to the future with a thunderbolt. With both hands, he hugged the future and wanted to give him a heavy blow. At the same time, he shouted, "Here comes the duck neck." This is a cruel move to hold the enemy and smash him hard. In general, the enemy is made head down, and if hit by this blow, the enemy's neck, spine, etc. can be smashed. Very brutal. For this move, the future is very familiar, because Sasuke was almost knocked down by this move. At that time, he opened the Manjiki. If he hadn't used the skeleton in time, I'm afraid he would have died. But even if he used the skeleton, he was hit so hard that he vomited blood. The future doesn't think that his small body can withstand the attack of the muscular man of the third Raikage. He immediately performed the instant body technique without thinking. In recent years, he often fought with Minato, and naturally copied his instant body technique. At the moment when the third Raikage was about to hug him, he disappeared from his original position. The third Raikage saw Mirai escape, and he grinned, "You can escape." After that, he used Thunder Flash again and chased after Mirai. Flash is a move that can increase one's movement speed. Mirai used the ninjutsu type, using the power of wind to make himself move quickly. But compared with the third Raikage, whose whole body was full of sparks and lightning, it seemed to be a little bit worse. And in terms of details, it was completely inferior to the third Raikage. He had just left the flash mode, and the third Raikage teleported behind him. He performed the bear hug again. Thunder Bomb. Mirai's face darkened, and the super insight of the Sharingan naturally allowed him to see the third Raikage's actions. This was deliberately trying to kill himself with this move. And the distance between the two was too close, and the blade of Tessaigan was too long, making it difficult to swing in a small space. But this doesn't mean there's no way to avoid it in the future. He directly putting down the knife temporarily, he spread his hands, and 2 balls suddenly appeared in his hands. Then he aimed at the bear hug of the third Raikage and blasted with one hand. Raise Nan. This is an A-level ninjutsu, which is quite powerful, and has an extreme rotation force, which can remove the fist and foot attacks of many physical masters. This is the important reason why Naruto can defeat the enemy with one move in the original work. Naturally, the bear hug of the third Raikage had just started, and before it was closed, it was blocked by the palm of the future. In terms of strength, the future is not the opponent of the third Raikage. Even if 10 of him were added together, they could not beat him at all. But it is still possible for the future to stay away from him. So with the help of the resistance of the Raise Nan and his attack, the future successfully pulled away from him. The third Raikage did not chase him. He gave up the close combat, but grabbed the Tessaigan in the air with a big hand. He had heard of this weapon and had seen it just now. It was very powerful, comparable to the 6 Paths Noble Phantasms. So he was quite envious. As he got the Tessaigan, he waved it casually twice, and his face became a little doubtful. Strange. This knife is quite heavy, but judging from the strength you showed just now, you shouldn't be able to wave it so easily. As he said that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the future up and down, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Judging from your physical fitness and muscle lines, you don't have strong physical strength. He then shifted his sights to the Tessaigan in his hand, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his mind. In that case, it should be your knife that allows you to wave it easily, right? The future fell to the ground. He looked at the third Raikage and glanced around. A barrier had been raised within a range of 800 meters around them. Obviously, the 200 people had completed their tasks. He laughed and said, "Haha. You eat more salt than I drink water. I'm not surprised to see this." Looking at the relaxed look of the future, he was not panicked at all because the sword was taken away. The third Raikage was alert. "I'm curious. The swords you are proud of are all in my hands. What can you use to fight me?" The future chuckled and then reached out to pick up a dead branch on the ground. This was what he chopped off during the battle just now. Of course, he still has a ninja sword in his body, but it doesn't matter to him whether he uses a sword or a branch. All Tessaigan needs is a sword-shaped carrier. As a swordsman, I am no longer bound by swords and weapons. As he said this, he waved his hand casually. A fierce momentum suddenly emerged from the wooden stick in his hand, and even with his wave, the dead branch on the ground pointed by the wooden stick was directly broken into two sections by the fierce sword energy. In my hands, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all be knives. The third Rakich's eyes widened. He looked at Uchiha Mirai in surprise, and then looked at the ordinary but extraordinary wooden stick in his hand. Finally, he looked at the dry branch on the ground that was split into two by the sharp weapon. He was shocked. Although he didn't know what Mirai was talking about, he felt it was powerful. You are such a freak. He said this from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes were fixed on the wooden stick in Mirai's hand. He seemed to have an illusion in his heart, that is, Uchiha Mirai did not throw away his knife. The knife in his hand was just an ordinary machete. The knife was still in his hand. Mirai smiled lightly, but he felt very comfortable in his heart. Hiss. It's so cool to pretend for a while. If he had a shock system, he would probably hear the system's constant prompts now. For example, ding. You succeeded in showing off. Shocked the third Rakichi. Gained 1000 shock points. Unfortunately, his son has long gone. Alas. Chapter 656. The third Rakichi's face suddenly changed. He looked at the Tessaigan in his hand. At this moment, it was actually dissipating, and soon it changed from a long-haired majestic machete to a somewhat delicate ninja sword. And he could clearly sense that the power originally contained in it had disappeared. This strange scene made the third Rakichi's brain twitch briefly. What happened? Why did this knife disappear? Could it be that this knife needs chakra to activate? Thinking of this, he was about to transfer chakra to activate the machete mode. The future would not give him a chance to try, and directly held the wooden sword with force and swung it at him. Wind wound. In an instant, 3 sharp wind cracks slashed towards the third Rakichi again. Along the way, all the trees and weeds that blocked the way were split in half by this move. Such a huge momentum naturally attracted the attention of the third Rakichi. He dodged without thinking. As mentioned in the previous article, this move of the future can tear his first stage lightning armor. Although he is confident that his body can defend against this move, he will at least break a layer of skin. Once a ninja is injured, it will become very dangerous. So if it can be avoided, no fool will stand and let others hit him. When the future swung wind wound, the Sharingan captured the third Rakichi's actions and naturally knew his thoughts. And the direction he wanted to avoid. Almost when the third Rakichi moved, he also moved. At the same time, a sword intent was attached to the wooden sword by him. He smashed it down heavily at the third Rakichi. Drag the sword. Since it was made of wood, there were no sparks on the ground. However, the aura carried by the wooden sword made the third Rakichi look gloomy. At this moment, he somewhat understood what the future said just now, what it meant that grass, wood, bamboo, and stone could all be swords. In his eyes, the wooden stick that was chopped towards him suddenly turned into a cold and sharp sword. He had never seen such a realm before. Even those people who called themselves samurai, he had never seen it before. He was really a monster. Then he would be even more desperate to keep him. However, with the sword in his hand, he subconsciously swung the sword towards the future. In his opinion, although the wooden stick in the future's hand had the breath of a sword, it was still a wooden stick in essence. Compared with a real sword, the hardness was much worse, and he would definitely be chopped off by him. But a scene that made him dumbfounded happened. The thumb-thick wooden stick in the future's hand was unusually strong, and the sword in his hand did not chop it off. There was not even a trace of mark. This is unscientific. Degree. When Mirai saw him actually using a wild sword to fight him, he immediately laughed. I have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to using a sword. As he said that, he immediately swung the wooden sword in his hand and slashed at the third Rakichi. The third Rakichi's eyes twitched. He seemed to have lost his mind. He was obviously good at ninjutsu, why did he want to compete with him in swordsmanship? Mirai watched the other party clumsily use a sword to deal with his attack, and he smiled even more brightly. Too stupid, too outdoor. Your sword-holding posture is wrong. The moves are also wrong, you only know how to defend. That's not how you use a sword. Hurry up! Hurry up! Faster! Every time Mirai attacked, he would shout. It was as if the third Rakichi was a primary school student dancing with a sword in his eyes, with mistakes everywhere and loopholes. The third generation Reikage felt very frustrated. He was not an expert in using a knife, and he was being beaten back by the man in front of him. For some reason, once he held the knife, he felt uncomfortable all over. Every time he blocked, he would subconsciously use the weapon in his hand instead of his fist. So that this man of more than 300 pounds was like embroidering, very clumsy. Naturally, the knife in his hand was rejected by him from the bottom of his heart. Once a person has a gap in his heart with the weapon in his hand, he will subconsciously relax the handle of the knife. Future was very keen to notice this. Without saying a word, he launched a fancy attack and directly picked up the mad knife from the third generation Reikage's hand. At the same time, he swung Wind Wound again to force him back. As he raised his hand, he caught the mad knife smoothly. He held the mad knife and pointed it at the Reikage again. After the third Reikage avoided the Wind Wound, he saw the Future holding the mad sword. His face darkened for a moment. But he felt relieved in his heart tone. The fight just now was really too frustrating. He was obviously stronger than Wei Lai, but he was suppressed by him. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed that the other party knew it. He returned empty-handed and had to deal with his attacks in a hurry. How to describe that feeling? It was like putting a layer of shackles on himself. However, with the sword in his hand, the shackles in his heart completely dissipated. The confidence in the past returned. At this moment, he had already realized something. The other boy was obviously a sword, and he had practiced to the pinnacle. So when fighting with swords, he was no match for him at all. But fighting is not just about swords, his fists are very hard. Boy, I admit that your swordsmanship is the best I've ever seen. In time, you will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the ninja world, but unfortunately, please die here this time. As he spoke, the electric sparks on his body suddenly doubled, and two of his fingers were bent directly. The smile on the Future's face disappeared, and the complacency just now was replaced by solemnity. 2 fingers. Is it hell thrust 2 hands? This is your strongest spear. As he spoke, he had already shown the Tessaigan mode again. The third Reikage's face darkened again. This kid was right again. How much does he know? So what? Anyway, please die. As he spoke, he stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shatter due to the recoil force. He was about to stab in front of the Future. The second state of lightning chakra mode, plus 2 fingers of hell stab, this time it's dangerous. The Sharingan in his eyes was spinning rapidly. He tried his best to capture the trace of the third Reikage. But although he said it was dangerous, there was not much fear on his face. He raised Tessaigan directly and chopped it down again. Seeing the Future's move, the third Reikage laughed. Wind does restrain thunder, but in my second stage lightning chakra mode, your wind can only tickle me. As he spoke, the distance between him and the Future was less than 30 meters. The Future laughed. Didn't your teacher teach you that the most taboo among ninjas is to stab in a straight line? Hey! The third Reikage's face changed slightly. He was a little confused about what Uchiha Mirai was saying. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Because the machete no longer flowed with the breath of wind, but a feeling he had never felt before. And in an instant, the machete changed into another look. It was no longer a smooth ordinary blade, but a more row of diamond swords, and extremely shiny. Dazzling. But in the sun, it looked extremely murderous. At this moment, the third Reikage was only 10 meters away from Mirai. The corner of Mirai's mouth tilted and he shouted. Vajra spear break. After the words fell, his knife had already bloomed with a brilliance brighter than the sun, and in an instant, the third Reikage's vision was affected. On the other side, Ai, who was entangled with Ling Hua, felt a strong sense of crisis from the light at this moment. Father, danger! He shouted loudly, and at the same time wanted to abandon Ling Hua and attack the Future. But how could Ling Hua let him do what he wanted? He hit his back with another empty palm, forcing the opponent to turn around and take her attack. In fact, without his son's reminder, the third Kazekage had already sensed the terrifying murderous intent of this attack. Without thinking, he activated the third stage of lightning chakra mode. That is the strongest defense enhancement stage of this technique. At the same time, he had to tap his feet on the ground, forcing himself to change direction. But the Future is already after swinging his knife. Countless sharp white lights appeared in front of the Future, like a torrent pouring down, densely shooting towards the third generation of Reikage. Between the two of them, there was only 10 meters between them, and the sharp white light rushed to the third generation of Reikage in the blink of an eye. In an instant, sharp tearing sounds resounded in the field. The air seemed to be pierced, revealing spots of traces. In the direction of the third generation of Reikage, countless smoke was produced. In the blink of an eye, it covered the vision of everyone present in the future. Father! AI screamed. He immediately rushed towards the future regardless of anything. Thunder plow hot knife. He wanted to save Zhao from Wei, so that the future had to give up creating this weird attack move. But his figure was stopped by Linghua again. Later veins popped out at the corners of the eyes, and a cold word came out of her pretty lips. You always ignore me, you really think I won't be angry, right? She immediately activated part of the power of the reincarnation eye, and at the same time, 2 balls appeared in her hands. It was the same as the Raise Nan, but the color was different, much darker. Seeking truth Raise Nan. AI's face changed drastically, he quickly avoided his original position and dodged to another place. His intuition told him that he couldn't take this move head-on, or he would die. Chapter 657. Seeking the Way Rasengan. This is a kind of Rasengan-shaped spherical attack created by Linghua through the power of Rinnegan and the ability of Yin-Yang escape. Except for herself, anyone who touches it will definitely die. But the premise is to hit the right person. AI activated the third stage of Lightning Chakram mode at this moment, and escaped from Linghua's attack range in the blink of an eye. Let Linghua's ball hit the tree directly. In an instant, the place where the tree was hit turned into ashes. Without the support of the trunk, the tree began to collapse slowly. However, before it fell to the ground, it had already turned into dust and dissipated. No sound was made. Mirai glanced at this side, his eyes were full of surprise. Is this Seeking the Way Jade? Seeking the Way Jade is the standard of the 6 paths level. Generally, people who have entered this realm can automatically master this technique. It can transform into any attacking weapon, and it can also defend against all attacks. It can also invalidate the spell, which is quite tricky. Even ordinary people can't even touch it. Once they touch it, they will turn into ashes like the big tree just now. Another thing is that it can produce a violent explosion. Very dangerous. Linghua turned around and looked at AI, whose headscarf had been blown off by her hair, and countless hairs were blown out, and then looked at Walai. The coldness on her face instantly dissipated and turned into a sweet smile. Almost, but it's not that thing. I can't use that trick yet. But it's almost, because she can use some of the characteristics. Walai nodded, indicating that she knew. He stood up and looked into the smoke, his expression became a little solemn. What a strong defense, you actually blocked all my tricks. Hearing Walai's words, AI's face was happy, and he hurriedly looked into the smoke. Could it be that my father is fine? Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing a figure inside who was holding his hands forward and trying to protect his body. Linghua had been keeping her bian open, so she could naturally see what the third generation did in the smoke. Awesome, he actually gathered all the lightning armor in his body in front of his hands and turned it into a hard and thick shield, so he blocked the attack from Mirai head-on. At this time, the third generation Reikige's eyes flashed with fear. If he hadn't had an idea just now and transferred all the lightning armor in front of him, he would have been pierced through like the trees beside him. Uchiha Mirai, are you really still a human? The third generation Reikage looked at Uchiha Mirai and asked with an extremely solemn expression. Only he could have such a strong attack power. If it was his son, he would definitely die. AI also saw his father's feet at this moment. There were scattered spikes of white light that flashed in his eyes just now. Only then did he see clearly what it was. Stone. The third Reikage corrected, no, not an ordinary stone, but the hardest stone in the ninja world, diamond. The tough material, coupled with the extremely strong impact speed and sharp spikes, this is a move comparable to his one hand. Mirai looked at the third Reikage and couldn't help but admire. It seems that I have to spend some time to kill you. Listening to Uchiha Mirai's words, the third Reikage and AI didn't say anything. Because this kid didn't brag. Just based on his move Vajra spear break just now, the father and son were completely speechless. This man really has the strength to kill them. The latter looked around and couldn't help shouting. Father! The third Reikage naturally heard the meaning of his son's words. So after thinking about it, he nodded at him. There are 2 monsters guarding here, and it is difficult for the 2 of them to achieve results alone. So, use that move. The 2 raised their arms together, and they were aiming at Mirai. At the same time, violent electric sparks appeared on the body of the third Raikage again. Especially on his arms, even without special eyes, you can clearly see countless jumping electric sparks. Lightning release, absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. After hearing this, Mirai's face changed. This is the special skill of the Abi combination, and many people will be beheaded by this move. At this moment, they are aiming at him, obviously wanting to kill him. And they are very fast, it is too late to use the instant body technique. Immediately prepare to use another ability of Tessaigan. But at this time, Rika has already flashed in front of him, and a large amount of chakra is released from her body. Return to heaven. Instantly, a hemisphere completely enveloped the two. After hitting the protective shield and being blocked for a short time, the Raikage and his son gave up the attack and immediately broke out to the north. This made the faces of the two people in the Kaiten protective shield change, and Linghua even dispersed the protective shield. The two immediately chased in the direction where the Raikage and his men left. At the same time, Mirai shouted loudly, "Stop them, they want to break out to the north." The people who created the barrier immediately looked solemn when they heard it. They couldn't see the battle just now clearly because there were trees blocking them, but they all felt that it seemed that their people had the upper hand. Otherwise, the man named Uchiha would not have shouted to stop them. Everyone, increase the chakra input immediately. Especially the people in the north. We must not let them run away. Yes. As the captain gave the order, the color of the barrier in the north instantly turned much darker. It looked very thick and strong. In addition, Mirai also noticed that the colors of the barriers in the east, south, and north directions became much lighter. Obviously, the people in those directions had all sent their chakras to the north. I'll see how you can escape this time. Future couldn't help but laugh. As long as the barrier blocks them, they can catch up with them, use Vajra spear break again, and completely capture the two. Then there will be no threat to the land of lightning. The third Raikage and his son naturally noticed this, but they couldn't stop and had to rush out. Otherwise it would be dangerous. Uchiha future is okay, but the girl named Hyagarika, both father and son can feel palpitations. Because you don't know what terrifying moves she will take out in the next second. The move that directly annihilated the tree just now made them feel terrible. They must go back and make a long-term plan. So the father and son looked at each other and immediately understood each other. At the same time, they raised their hands on the left and right, and the lightning armor on their bodies became more intense. As a result, their speed increased several times. Woluoziu Sole Lire Deo. When they finished shouting their names, the lightning chakra instantly boiled. The next second, their fists smashed into the barrier together. The powerful lightning chakra burst out directly from their fists. All of them bombarded the barrier. Crack! Bang! Don't even think about stopping it for a second. In just a blink of an eye, the seemingly solid black barrier was instantly shattered. As a result, the Raikage and his son went through the barrier and quickly disappeared here. 3 seconds later, they barely reached the edge of the barrier. At this moment, the few people who were knocked away to maintain the barrier all fell to the ground. Now they all let out a tragic wail. Some were directly shocked to death. And when they arrived here, they stopped. In their perception, the two fathers and sons had already run 800 meters away. They couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Tisk. Mirai was cut all over, and said unhappily, "You run pretty fast. If only Minato was here." Rika didn't say anything, but quickly cast 2 shadow clones to help her rescue the wounded. If she had been a step slower, these people might have died. Seeing this, Mirai dispersed Tessaigan and put away the mad knife. He also hurried to help Linghua. Started to rescue those who were injured by the barrier. People who set up barriers in other directions also suffered varying degrees of injuries, but none of them were serious, especially the barrier maker in the south. Their injuries were relatively light. The captain of the barrier was in the south. When they arrived here, their faces changed again and again. Although he passed through the barrier and felt the tragedy here, he didn't expect it to be this tragic. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the shadow of a village, and he is so terrible. The barrier cast by the 200 people was easily broken by others. The recoil force even killed their people. It's so terrifying. After saying that, he blew a firework to lift the alarm with a grim expression. This time, all the efforts were in vain. Not only did they not catch the person, but they also let him run away. Even if the other party was the Raikage and his son. Alas! This made Jemu, who had just assembled the team, change his face slightly. The person ran away? Chapter 658. The battle at the border of Tianquo was soon reported back to the village. 5 hours had passed when the third generation received this information. When he saw that Mirai and Rika not only blocked the attack of the Raikage father and son, but also drove them away. The third generation couldn't stop smiling. Hee. Look at it, this is a victory report. Mirai and the others did a good job, they actually defeated the Raikage father and son. Hearing this, Yudit and Koharu and Maitaman, who had not appeared for a long time, took the victory report scroll and read it in astonishment. The more they read, the more shocked they were. The more they read, the more outrageous it felt. 2 teenagers of 15 or 16 actually defeated and drove away the cage of a ninja village, and the heir of the cage. Why does this feel like reading a serious novel written by Jiraiya? This is too outrageous, it makes people read novels without thinking. Danzo even cried out in astonishment. Could it be false information? Hearing this, the originally smiling Sanday's face suddenly darkened. He glanced at Danzo and snorted coldly, "Do you think Jemu would deceive me?" Jemu is the person in charge of the border defense of the northern fortress. He has been helped by Sanday since he was a child and has been a member of the guard team beside Sanday. They naturally know this person's character and know that he is a steady person and will never cheat. Besides, there is no point in him doing this. So after being snorted by Sanday, Danzo and the others didn't say anything. If it was a victory report written by Jemu, it means that this matter is most likely true. But this is too outrageous. The 16-year-old Xiaonian actually defeated the 40-year-old middle-aged shadow-level strongman who has been famous for a long time. What happened in this world? How did it become so unrecognizable that even they could hardly recognize it? However, the faces of the 2 consultants looked much better. They even laughed along with the third generation. Not bad, not bad. If they really defeat the third generation Raikage and his son, then our northern border will not be a concern. Yes, we have all seen the Uchiha future, and they are very mature. With Jemu's arrangement, they are not likely to fall into the enemy's conspiracy. In this way, the pressure on our Konoha will be much less. But as the 2 talked, their faces became not so good again. Tankainan Koharu looked at the third generation and said seriously, "But third generation, there is something you must be vigilant about. Uchiha cannot have a Hokage, otherwise Konoha will face a great crisis of collapse." Hearing this, the third generation's face froze, and the smile on his face was completely restrained. There was some indescribable and inexplicable complexity in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Chun. He waved his hand and asked several people to go out directly. Only then did one person get up and go to the window, looking at the figure below, and finally he looked in the direction of Uchiha, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Teacher, are Uchiha really that evil? At least not all of them are evil. For example, Uchiha Mirai. For example, Kagami and the outstanding ninja schoolboy, Uchiha Shisui. The former has a will that is even stronger than the will of fire, and can stab himself twice for Minato. The latter has perfectly inherited Kagami's thoughts and has a firm will of fire that even he admires. If these 2 people were to be Hokage, he would have no objection at all." The battle report of the future was received by Konoha first, followed by spies from other villages. When the third generation Tsuchikage received this information, he was completely stunned. How is this possible? Those 2 monsters whose bodies are comparable to the tailed beasts were actually defeated by 2 young men of 15 or 16 years old. They were beaten away by others. Are you kidding me? The purpose is to make him, the Tsuchikage, laugh to death so that they can withdraw the troops from the hidden rock village. During World War II, he had fought against the third Raikage himself, but he was completely helpless, especially because of his lightning-like speed, which made him completely invincible. The electric sparks all over his body could make him ignore the damage of A-level ninjutsu. For such a monster, he could only think of one way, that is to exhaust him to death. Use up all his chakra, and then, no matter how strong he is just a paper tiger. But such a powerful person actually fled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He immediately said to Huang Tu, "Let our spies investigate this matter carefully. Is it possible that Konoha deliberately falsified this matter in order to bluff us and make us retreat?" An Uegakuer beside him heard this and immediately nodded in agreement, and quickly left here. To be honest, he was also frightened by this information. But soon, he reacted like the third Tsuchikage, "This is impossible. How could anyone defeat those 2 monsters? At most, it would be a tie. For example, the cages of each village. This may be because the third Raikage brought AI to the Tien Kingdom fortress in advance, took a careful look, and saw the defense of the city wall clearly, and then took AI back. And Konoha seized this point and quickly and wantonly spread the false information that they defeated the Raikage. Not to mention, he believed in his guess. Just when he was about to say his thoughts, an urgent report suddenly came from outside the door. Report. Lord Tsuchikage, there is a yellow-haired man with a red-haired man outside. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What the hell? Someone is attacking us. How many people? Have you found out which side they are from? Everyone in the tent was shocked. 2. Look at their forehead guards, they are obviously from Konoha. They have killed more than 50 of our people in an instant. Lord Maji asked me to ask Lord Sandai Tsuchikage to take action. They can't stop that man. The messenger said anxiously. This time, no one else had to ask, because they all vaguely heard the fierce fighting outside the door. And the sound was getting louder and louder, and the battle was getting closer and closer. Everyone in the tent looked at each other, their expressions were weird and inexplicable. What happened today? There was a false intelligence that said that a 16 or 17-year-old boy from Konoha defeated the monster father and son of Raikage and his son. Now it is said that 2 non-mainstream people from Konoha broke into their Iwagaku marching base. This. Could it be that they are still dreaming? Onoki didn't say much, he floated towards the outside with a serious face. Because the shouting and killing sounds were already very obvious at this time, and he also heard that they were all the fearful shouts of their rock ninjas before they died. Perhaps the messenger was right, there were really 2 Konoha monsters coming. Soon, he flew out of the tent, and then saw a scene that shocked him. About a kilometer in front of their tent, there were dense red figures gathered there. They were all their rock ninjas, and in the middle of them were 2 young men. One yellow-haired, the other red-haired. Every move and every style of the red-haired man carried great power, which could easily change the terrain, which made him think of the battle between the Senjua princess and Tsunade during World War II. The man's strange power was too strong, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Even though he swooped down from a high place and was equipped with aggravated rock technique and rock fist technique, he was still smashed to pieces by the super-strong woman with one punch. He even felt that if it was just a matter of strength, no one could beat the super-strong woman, including that monster Raikage. As for the other yellow-haired man, he couldn't see the man's appearance at all, because he was too fast. He could teleport to 3 or 4 places in almost the blink of an eye. In addition to the red, there was only the super-fast yellow in the field. Are there really 2 Konoha ninjas coming? You know, they are still on the border between rock and grass, and have not yet entered the grass country. How dare the other party come here and block them? But now is not the time to think about these things. Because in just a few seconds, 4 or 5 rock ninjas died. They were all killed instantly by the yellow-haired man without any resistance. He must stop it. But since he dared to come, then don't go back, just stay here. So he clapped his hands. While flying over there, he shouted, "Dust release, original world separation technique." The other rock ninjas instinctively dodged and retreated immediately after hearing the words from the sky. They gave up the open space. Because a big move was about to appear if they stayed here, they would be courting death. Of course, there were also a few who were ready to die and rushed directly to Minato and the others, wanting to drag them to die together under the big move of the Tsuchikage. Seeing this, Minato would never let them have their way, and immediately disappeared from the spot with a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already beside Kushina. Without saying a word, he dragged Kushina to perform the Flying Thunder God transfer again. Chapter 659. Minato's blockade was over soon. There were more than 100 bodies under his and Kushina's feet. The blood dyed the ground red, making it look even more red. Minato dodged and avoided the third Tsuchikage's ultimate attack again, which made the latter look very ugly. Minato saw that he had done almost enough, so he didn't stay any longer. He dodged to Kushina's side the next second, pushed away Lao Ziai and the others with one palm, and took her out of the siege of Lao Ziai and Han. When they appeared again, they were on a rocky cliff 100 meters away. Minato smiled brightly and said loudly, "You can't beat our Konoha at all. This time we came here to persuade you that peace is the most precious thing in everything, and don't think you can break into our Konoha." After that, he spread out the scroll. This is a Trident Kunao summoning and recycling storage scroll, a gift from Kushina to herself. As he injected chakra, he activated the summoning technique. The kunao that were originally scattered around the rock ninja all turned into clouds of smoke and disappeared. Minato counted them a few times, and his face suddenly became a little exciting. 57 kunao disappeared. As he swept his eyes, he found that some kunao were only half broken. Its cut surface was very neat, but it was not cut by weapons, but was hit by Ono's dust release and turned into molecules and disappeared. The summoning technique on some kunao was damaged and could not be recovered. Seeing this scene, Minato narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, he was able to achieve such a brilliant record, relying on the surprise of Flying Thunder God. But it is obvious that after this battle, his technique has been exposed. But don't panic, he has other backups. And keep these kunao, they may be of great use in the future. Onoki naturally understood the meaning of the yellow-haired man's words. Minato Namikaze, you killed so many of us rock ninjas, and you still want to leave safely. Obviously, the other party wanted to leave. This made Onoki very angry. He came and left as he pleased, and he didn't think they were in this place. Are you dreaming? You can leave if you want, but leave your life. As he said, he rushed towards Minato. But the latter just smiled slightly, and disappeared with Kushina, leaving them empty-handed. The next second, Minato Namikaze's smile came from the sky. I really come and go as I please, and you can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud eagle cry spread from the clouds to the top of the entire rock ninja. This made many people's faces look extremely ugly. Flying summoned beast. No wonder they were able to get close to here, no wonder they had the confidence to break into the rock ninja with just 2 people. But this is too much. At least Onoki said that he couldn't swallow this breath. He immediately shouted, Flying ninja troops, chase them, no matter what, we can't let them go today. As he said, he immediately flew up first. Yes. Seeing this, Minato chuckled, patted Xiao Shui on the back, and said, let's go. Xiao Shui itself is a bird, plus a huge body, it flapped its wings violently, and its speed increased rapidly. At the same time, the airflow generated by its flight directly hit the rock ninja flying troops behind, causing them to stagger involuntarily. It also stopped their forward momentum a lot. Only Onoki was better, at least he didn't retreat. Seeing that the giant bird was about to disappear, Onoki was so angry that he opened his mouth and spit. Earth-style, iron cannonball technique. The next second, the saliva he spit out immediately turned into stone and shot towards the giant bird at a high speed. However, the speed of these stones was fast, but not much faster, and they soon fell to the ground. It had no effect at all. The IWA ninja behind him and Onoki were so angry that their faces were very ugly. Damn non-mainstream boy. It was really like entering an empty land, coming and going as he pleased. Damn it. Minato and Kushina, who had already flown 3 kilometers away, naturally heard the roar behind them, and they both couldn't help laughing. I'm afraid that Tsuchikage is so angry this time. Kushina laughed. Don't say it, this time is really exciting. The 2 of them went deep into the enemy's territory alone, and they were able to retreat unscathed. As she said that, she looked at Minato and asked with a smile, you have already planted the mark, right? This time they came here, in addition to hitting the morale of the rock ninja, Minato also wanted to plant the Flying Thunder God mark on these high-level people. In this way, they can control their actions anytime and anywhere. It will be convenient for their next battle. They are not afraid of the rock ninja's sneak attack. Minato nodded and smiled, it has been planted, Lao Ziai, Han, a few strong-looking jonin, and a few captains of the brigade. It's a pity that it was not planted on Onoki, so we can't track him. Hearing Minato say this, Kushina couldn't help but reach out and hug his arm, smiling and comforting, it's already very good. Onoki is the Tsuchikage and the commander of the rock ninja. He is very likely to attract our attention from the front and will hardly be used as a surprise soldier. After hearing Kushina's comfort, Minato couldn't help but smile. That's right. As they talked, the 2 couldn't help but shift the topic to their future. Because they also knew their future battle situation, which was specially passed to them by their little sister Linghua through the communication slug. It was also because the village knew about this first, Minato was concerned about safety, and Kushina didn't want to lose to her sisters, so they launched this surprise attack. On the border of the Wind Country battlefield, Nawaka smiled very brightly, and after he watched Sand Village attack again, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Because when the other 4 major countries announced that they would join the war against Konoha, the teacher lifted the restrictions on him and let him play to his heart's content. At this moment, watching the sand village attack again, Noeki immediately jumped onto the wall and said to Kato Dan beside him, "Uncle Dan, you know me, my brain is not very good, I'll leave the command to you, I'll deal with Cho and the others." Kato Dan almost became Noeki's brother-in-law, and he naturally investigated Noeki's personality at the beginning. Naturally he knew that he had brains, but not much. But his strength was as strong as a monster. "Well, but you have to be careful. That person named Yekeng has mastered a kind of burning escape ninjutsu that can evaporate water instantly. Chiyo's puppets are very strong. If you can't deal with them alone, you must retreat. With the defense of the city wall, they can't beat us." Hearing this, Rope Tree couldn't help but chuckle. He said, "Don't worry, uncle. After this battle, people won't call me Little Senju anymore." As he said that, he jumped off the city wall and rushed towards the sand ninja. Along the way, he went straight to Cho and Yekeng. For the small shrimps he met, he punched them away. "Old Lady Cho, beautiful Yekeng, I, Konoha Senju, am here to meet you." From a distance, Cho and the other 2 village beauties heard Rope Tree's excited shout. The 2 turned their heads and saw that the person who mastered wood release in the intelligence had already rushed towards them. "Be careful, he knows wood release," Cho warned. As she said that, she took out the Kinmatsu 10 people. Konoha's wood release, anyone who knows this technique will not underestimate this move. Because it is the famous ninjutsu of that man. "Okay." Yekeng responded and prepared all his moves. That is, the oversteam killing fireball that can instantly burn water. When Rope Tree stepped into the sand ninja position, he immediately formed seals with both hands. At the same time, he shouted, "Konoha ninja, retreat immediately." After greeting his own people, Rope Tree had already formed seals with both hands, and he suddenly shouted, "Would release Tree World Advent." The Konoha ninjas who were entangled with the sand ninja around didn't care too much when they heard it, and planned to retreat after fighting with the opponent for a few moves. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the word "would release." And it was a familiar move heard in textbooks and daily life. All of them retreated without thinking. This is the technique that the first generation of Mu used to conquer the world. Moreover, the technique does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Once within its range, it will attack as an enemy. It can be said that no one is more familiar with the wood release technique than the Konoha ninja. Even if they return all the knowledge in the textbook to the teacher, they will not remember this matter. Instead, they will remember it deeply. With the loud shout of the Rope Tree, all his magnificent chakra was injected into the earth. In the next second, countless lands began to boil. There were countless thick tree roots underground, growing and twisting rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, within a radius of 400 or 500 meters, the ground was full of tree roots surging. The sand ninja above could not stand steadily at all. There were more than a dozen unlucky guys who were entangled and crushed by the tree roots underground before they could jump away. Exploded into blood flowers. 2 seconds later, all the tree roots underground grew green trees. Seedlings. 5 seconds later, the seedlings immediately turned into towering trees. In just a few seconds, the trees here seemed to have experienced hundreds of years. Chapter 660. The Sand Ninja came with great momentum. The Sand Ninja fled in defeat. There was no doubt that the Sand Ninja lost this battle. Just when Rope Tree used the large-scale wood release technique. Especially he also used the 50-meter-high wooden man technique. Without the help of large creatures, Yekeng and Cho were crushed. Whether it was Yekeng's Scorch Release or Chiyo's 10 super-strong puppets, none of them could cause effective damage to Rope Tree. Especially Yekeng's Scorch Release. Its power is indeed unstoppable against humans, but if it faces Rope Tree's wooden man, it would be a bit powerless. Because Rope Tree's wooden man contains a lot of water in his body, which has a restraining effect on fire release. Even her oversteaming killing cannot burn all the water in the wooden man in an instant. And the huge root system under his feet can continuously absorb water for replenishment. As for Chiyo's puppet, it had no effect at all. It can be said that the techniques of these 2 people are indeed unsolvable for humans. Whether it is the Scorch Release that instantly burns the source of life water, or the Kinmatsu 10 people that fights 10 against 1, they are all existences that can kill people in seconds. But they encountered a huge wooden man that was 50 meters tall. Its punches and kicks can produce great power. This is equivalent to rope tree extending the attack range to more than 50 meters away. He can only hit people, not be hit by others. Quite shameless. As for those ordinary sand ninjas, they are even more miserable. Because rope tree's tree world advent has expanded to a range of 1 kilometer in diameter. The reason for this is that his trees contain a large number of first-generation wood cells. That's right, Orochimaru has transplanted the cells of the first-generation wood into rope tree's body, allowing him to easily display the power of wood release comparable to the first-generation wood. So once these trees touch people, they will turn into terrifying gluttons, swallowing up all the chakra of those people instantly and turning it into their own nutrients. Make themselves grow wildly. Facing such a rope tree, if they don't retreat and insist on fighting headlong, it's simply a suicidal act. Rope tree was about to chase, but was stopped by the soul behind him. Rope tree, don't chase, we'll quit while we're ahead. Rope tree was stunned, he looked at the soul behind him, and asked in confusion, why, Uncle Duan? Hearing rope tree's question, Kato Duan smiled bitterly and said, we don't have enough people, and I'm very sure that Ebizo must have prepared some traps, waiting for you to get in. Hearing the word trap, rope tree couldn't help but think of the time during World War II when he was almost killed by the detonating talisman. The idea of chasing was immediately extinguished in his heart. However, he still muttered somewhat unhappily, alas, it's really a bargain for them. But Kato Dan laughed. Let's go home, someone is coming, you definitely want to see her. As for Naoki's feelings, he, the former brother-in-law, knows very well. And it was because the support came, so he immediately stopped Naoki and told him not to be impulsive. Naoki was stunned for a moment, looked at Uncle Duan with some doubts, and asked curiously, who I want to see? Who? My sister. If it's my sister, then it's indeed someone I want to see, but Uncle Duan should want to see my sister more than I do. Kato Dan waved to the wall behind him and said, hey, look who that is. Naoki was stunned, then narrowed his eyes and looked towards the border wall. There were many people standing there. Judging from their clothes, half of them were civilian ninjas, and some were family ninjas. Is this a support force? According to a rough calculation, there were at least 1,000 people. Then he looked again, and soon he saw a beautiful girl like an orchid in the crowd. She stood beside Uncle Duan, looking at him with a smile. She had long hair, tied into a simple ponytail behind her head, and her figure was even more curvy, especially her big brother, her long legs. Her size was breathtaking, and her length was mouth-watering. Her temperament was even more outstanding, like a hot spring in winter, warm and refreshing. Uncle Kato Duan, who was looking at him with her, was ignored by him gorgeously. Hong hong. For a moment, his breathing was stunned, and his eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, were now wide open, and his eyes revealed a sense of surprise. His neck, ears, and cheeks all became extremely rosy. Kato Duan's soul smiled and said, well, I said she is the person you want to see, right? Yet. Shang Shu nodded frantically. At this moment, he didn't care about Zhou of Wind Country or anything like that. At this moment, his heart was all on that person. Without saying anything, he used light and heavy rock technique and flew quickly towards the city wall. Hong hong. Uchiha Hong looked at Shang Shu rushing towards her, and she hurried forward a few steps to greet him. A smile like the warm sun in winter appeared on the corner of her mouth. Shang Shu-kun. Shang Shu hugged Uchiha Hong and hugged her into his arms. The whole person was shaking with excitement. After hugging for a long time and smelling the pleasant body fragrance of Hong Hong, Shang Shu calmed down a lot. He asked curiously, why are you here? Didn't the teacher say that since he is a wood-release ninja here, there is no need for Uchiha to deal with the tailed beasts? He will take the Uchiha clan to the seaside to intercept the people of the land of water. He thought Hong Hong would not come. As he said this, he looked around curiously. But he found that there was only Hong Hong, the only Uchiha here. Hong Hong looked at Naoki with a smile on her face, her eyes full of love. Don't worry, I was sent by the village to assist you, so that you won't be impulsive and fall into the enemy's conspiracy. Naoki's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the village's arrangement against him at all, and because of this incident, Hong Hong came to his side. This is really great. Hee. Hong Hong. I will listen to you. Everyone says he is stupid and not smart enough, but he doesn't think so at all, at least he thinks his IQ is pretty good. However, if it is in front of Hong Hong, he is willing to restrain his IQ and show that he is not smart enough in front of her. Come on, Hong Hong, I will take you to my residence. The room I live in is very big and the bed is very comfortable. As he said, he took Hong Hong's hand with a silly smile and walked towards the residence. This made Kato Dan, who was standing aside and pretending to be a transparent person, couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, this is youth." No no no. At this time, a voice similar to his came from his ears. The latter continued, "This is not youth, but love." Kato Dan glanced at the illusory spirit, shrugged and said indifferently, "The meaning is the same." As he said, he retracted his sight. Looking in the direction of Sunagakur, "Do you think that person named Yekeng wore his clothes backwards?" The spirit's expression gradually became weird after hearing this. "My body, don't tell me that you have thoughts about that person that you shouldn't have." Hearing this, Kato Duan glared at the spirit, "You and I are one, how can you tell that I am interested in her?" Hearing this, the spirit breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the body had developed a good impression of that person. But speaking of it, this girl's body is really soft, her skin is really white, especially her delicate and beautiful back. It's a pity not to use the cupping. Now that you mention it, it's true. I have to tell her next time that she must wear her clothes properly. Kato Duan turned and left. Listening to the spirit's words, he remembered the hot temper of the beautiful woman, and couldn't help curling his lips and said, "If you want me to tell you, I dare not tell her about this in person." He could imagine now that if he said this to her face, she would definitely get mad. She would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. If the spirit went, he wouldn't be afraid, because he could completely ignore the other party's scorch release. The spirit immediately agreed to Kato Dan's words. "I'll go if I want to." As he said that, he caught up with Kato Dan and quickly merged into his body. That's right, after all these years of training, he was finally able to do two things at once, and could perform spiritual transformation technique while controlling his body's actions. But he didn't know if there was a problem. If he dominated the body, the spirit would become very talkative. If he dominated the spirit, the body would become weird. It didn't look like him at all. But there was no harm, so he didn't care much about it. It just happened to be one more person to talk to. Chapter 661. 3 days had passed since Walai beat the Rakage and his son away. At this moment, the two of them saw the vast plain in front of the border. In order to expand the field of vision and prevent the enemy from approaching the city wall, Walai and Jamu decided to cut down all the trees and dense forests 5 kilometers away. They advanced 5 kilometers directly. In other words, within a range of 10 kilometers in front of the city wall, the field of vision was extremely wide, and the enemy's traces could be seen at a glance. In the farther place, they also set up many traps. Among them, the trigger type was the most. Once someone touched and activated the trap, it didn't matter whether they died or not, but their position would definitely be exposed. This served as an early warning for the border guards on the city. Walai looked ahead at this moment, with a smile on his lips, and Ling Hua stood beside him. Whenever someone passed by them, they would look at them with extremely admiring eyes. They all heard about the battle from the remaining 190 people. It was Uchiha Mirai and Hyagaraika who defeated the third Rakage and his son. Now they are here, like a magic needle that holds up the sky. The originally panicked heart has also calmed down a lot. At first, Mirai enjoyed this kind of sight and felt his whole bones numb. But after a long time, he got used to this feeling. Now he can even ignore it. "Mirai, I tell you, I must be the first one among the four of us to end the battle." In his hand, a communication snake transmitted the voice of Rope Tree. This communication snake is the latest research product of Orochimaru teacher. Because it uses the spiritual Holy Land as a transit station, it can ignore the distance of the ninja world and realize real-time communication over ultra-long distances. Later, Orochimaru teacher passed this technology to Minato and Rika, so that their respective spiritual Holy Lands also adopted this technology. For example, Ling Hua has a fist-sized slug on her shoulder at the moment. She is talking to Kushina now. Mirai is talking to Nawaki, while Minato is talking to Ichiraku. This is equivalent to 4 border lines, they are all talking together, and everyone can hear what they say through their communication beasts. "Don't come on!" Mirai retorted directly. "I am the first one among the 4 of us to end the battle." As he said that, he couldn't help but curl his nose and snorted, "I guess you all heard that Ling Hua and I drove away the Rakage and his son." Listening to the words coming from the communication slug, Minato couldn't help but say, I heard it. As he said that, he couldn't help but want to compare with something. Then he continued, Nana and I went straight into the Uegakure camp and evacuated calmly in front of the 3rd Tsuchikage. And they left their coordinates. All their actions at this moment are within my perception. So I am the one who is most likely to end the battle. As he said this, he couldn't help but raise his lips, because I am the fastest man among us. After hearing what Minato said, Mirai and Nawaki were immediately unhappy. No, it's me, I am the strongest. Impossible, my wood release is the strongest, and I must be the one who ends the battle the fastest. Don't argue with me. At this moment, Ichiraku's voice came from the communication frog. He did not become the heir of Miyaboku Mountain, but because of Jiraiya, he could also summon some small frogs to assist in the battle. The communication frog is one of them. He was naturally also in the chat network, listening to the debate between Mirai, Minato, and Nawaki, and he couldn't help but argue with them. I'm telling you, I have Orochimaru on my side. And in the future, your parents are also on my side, as are the entire Uchiha clan, plus the Hyuga clan. It can be said that I have people from the 2 great clans in Konoha village on my side, and I can definitely end the battle easily. Hearing this, the future and the others were immediately unhappy. You're victorious. It's our side that should end the war the most. Just as the future was about to say something and express his own opinion, he didn't expect that brilliant fireworks suddenly burst out in a dense forest in the east. Whoosh bang! The sound was very loud and explosive, and the light was obviously abnormal. So much so that all the friends in the chat network heard this sound through the communication beast. For a moment, it was silent. Future looked in that direction, with a slight smile on his face. What was supposed to come has finally come. His words made the friends immediately determine who was responsible for the direction that was abnormal. The future is you the alarm from over there? Rope Tree asked hurriedly. Yet. Mirai simply responded. Rika then added, the wreckage is coming straight to us with about 7,000 people. At this moment, she had already opened her bin and looked carefully at the northeast direction. 7,000 people. Minato's solemn voice came. If I guessed correctly, there were only about 3,500 people defending each of their 4 directions. This is almost doubled. But Mirai smiled easily and said, don't worry, it's just dough. For more novels, 137,710, join, https://discord.gg/skstastk, bled. I was worried that they would not go to the direction of TNZ country, but to Tangzi country or Iron country. So much so that Jimmu sent more than 30 teams to search for the traces of the enemies of the Thunder country to the 3 small countries. Now that they are attacking him with the belief that where they fall, they stand up, he is relieved. Mirai, if you can't win, please defend, I will soon end the battle and come to help you. Minato's serious voice came in the communication. But Mirai refused directly. No, Minato, Linghua and I are not that fragile. Besides, you have to face the most talents on your side. I estimate that the Rock Ninja has sent at least more than 10,000 people this time. You have 3,000 against 10,000, which is the most difficult. Linghua also said, yes, your direction is the most difficult of our 4 directions, and they must have sent out 2-tailed beasts. Don't forget that there were a few of them who posed a difficult opponent to us at the beginning. For example, Torin Ashok, such as Yue Yugui. You must be careful. Listening to the worried voices of the little sisters coming from the communication slug, Kushina seemed very relaxed. Don't worry, Hwawa, Minato and I are the strongest combination, you should worry about yourself. Hung Hong's voice came from the communication of Nwei's. She said worriedly, brother, Xiaoling, you must be careful. She didn't want to talk at first, but when she heard that there were enemies from the 7,000 Thunder village, she couldn't help but panic. The future, who had been smiling all the time, froze in place when he heard the words of his sister from the communication snake. The eyes even opened the Sharingan directly. It seems that he and Nwei's are the only ones who use the communication snake to communicate. So the sister is. The next second, he exclaimed, fuck, sister, why are you at Nwei's? Hong Hong explained, teacher Orochimaru is worried about Rope Tree, so he arranged for me to come and assist him. After hearing this, Mirai felt terrible. Damn. Why is my sister on the battlefield? Is she too dangerous? Will Madara attack her? He wanted to flash to Rope Tree right now, but he knew it was unrealistic. But fortunately, Rope Tree was with his sister. Although this guy is not very smart, his strength is really great. He said to Rope Tree in a serious tone that he had never used before, "Brother, I'm asking you to take care of my sister. Don't let her lose a hair." Hearing the worried and serious tone of the future in the communication snake, Shang Shu rarely sang against him. He slapped his chest heavily, and the muffled sound could be heard clearly by the future through the communication snake. It also revealed an extremely firm belief. "Don't worry, your sister is the woman I have chosen for this life. Unless I die, no one can hurt Hong Hong." Listening to Shang Shu's assurance, the future exhaled heavily. "Hey! Please, senior brother." As he said, he looked at the fireworks that had dissipated, and the whole person looked very solemn. "Don't worry, Hong Hong is safe. But you, don't be distracted by this matter." Hearing this, the future closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. The red in his eyes has returned to black. He replied, "Don't worry, I'm very rational." As he said that, he took back the communication snake and stopped talking. "Let's go, Ling Hua, let's go meet the Raikage and the others." Ling Hua stepped forward, stood beside her, and whispered, "Okay." She glanced at Walai, knowing that he was still affected by the incident with Sister Hong Hong. However, before leaving, she deliberately set up a barrier on Walai's mad sword. Except for Walai and the 6 of them, anyone who touched the mad sword would be hurt by the barrier. This avoided the situation where Walai's sword was snatched away by the Raikage like in the last battle. Chapter 662. The third Raikage was holding a person in his hand. His expression did not change much, but the people around him looked very ugly. Their secret operation was exposed because a teammate stepped on a trap carelessly. Not only those teammates, but also the people rescued by the Raikage looked very ugly and pale. And a strong sense of self-blame. He lowered his head guiltily and said, "I'm sorry, I was careless. I am willing to accept any punishment." Hearing this, the third Raikage smiled. "Omega, Omega." He gently put down the Cloud Ninja and comforted him, "It's not your fault. My father and I have fought with them and know how difficult Konoha is. And they have cleared a plane. Our idea of a sneak attack is not realistic at all. Let's just expose it." Listening to the words of the Raikage comforting himself, the Cloud Ninja was deeply moved. Lord Raikage. He hated himself for not being a woman, otherwise he could repay his kindness with his body. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but resonate in their hearts. The third Raikage is such a good man. Standing next to AI, there was another dark-skinned man. He had the same muscles and the same clothes as AI. But he was wearing sunglasses and looked younger than AI. When he saw this scene, he was immediately moved and was about to speak and sing a rap to cheer him up. But AI, who was familiar with him, immediately covered his mouth. He knew his brother's character too well. If he dared to speak, the touching atmosphere would immediately change. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the southwest direction. Not only him, many people noticed something. The smile on the third Raikage's face froze. He shouted in a deep voice, "Here they come." As soon as the words fell, a dense crowd of people immediately appeared on the tree trunk not far from them. The leaders were 2 men with long black hair, one handsome and the other beautiful. But no one appreciated their appearance. Because people with some intelligence could guess that these 2 people were the 2 who defeated their shadows. Although this matter was a little difficult to understand, it was a fact, because it was admitted by the father and son of the Thunder Shadow. So they were all extremely vigilant. But although they all knew that the person who defeated the father and son of the Thunder Shadow was very young. But this was a little too young. The AI brothers were more than twice as old as them. Future didn't care about what these people thought. He looked at the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow and couldn't help laughing, "I didn't expect that you dared to run here after escaping last time. Thunder Shadow, you are too arrogant." The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow didn't speak. From the last battle, he saw that this guy was very good at talking. It was easy to get angry if you talked to him. Anyway, he couldn't win the argument. Rather than having a conversation before the battle that could easily damage the morale of his own side, it was better to just start fighting. The sooner the fight was over, the sooner the rest. So he only replied with one word, and the battle started. Fight. Upon hearing his words, all the Cloud Hidden clan rushed over with their weapons in hand, howling. Mirai was stunned. He didn't expect the Raikage to be so straightforward. He didn't even say the usual pre-battle trash talk, and just started fighting. Without saying anything, he and Ling Hua quickly formed seals with their hands. Spiritual summoning technique. The next moment, 2 large clouds of smoke burst out directly. The majestic white smoke directly covered the entire dense forest, making everyone unable to see anything. For a moment, the momentum of the cloud-hidden clan who rushed forward was reduced a lot. The corner of the Future's mouth raised. He said to the giant snake under his feet, "Ziobai, this is your first battle, don't be lame." The one under his feet was not the blue-green snake, nor the red zinnia snake, but the white lady snake that had a contractual bond with him. Now her body has grown to the level of a giant beast. But if you look closely, it is thinner than Zinnia and Wan Shi, and looks a little thin and delicate. But the length is the same. A queen-like voice came out of the white snake's mouth, and it sounded very queen. It's the kind of white skin, beautiful face, long legs, thin waist, big chest and gluteus maximus. In short, just listening to the voice will make people can't help but imagine. And even if it is a snake, it will feel more exciting in the eyes of some perverts. Don't worry, leave it to me. Beside them, are Ling Hua and Slug. Ling Hua's tone was very concise. She said, "Mr. Slug, your mission is make sure that each of our people has a slug so that they can be treated and assisted later." "Okay, Master Ling Hua." The voice was even more powerful, and you could tell it was at least 36D. It was one level higher than the white snake just now. After giving the order, Mirai and Ling Hua rushed directly towards the Raikage and his son. At this time, one of the other party was already singing a tongue-twisting rap. With a knife in each hand, he rushed towards Mirai first. "Baga Yalu Kumu Yalu. You are about to face Master Kumagaku or Kirabi, oh, yet." As he spoke, azure electric sparks appeared on his body, which increased his speed in an instant. Don't look at him as weird, but his combat IQ is not weak, and he also has a firm belief. He had heard from his brother before that the Future and the others were very strong. Even the Raikage and his son almost lost the battle, although they did not use their full strength. But who knows if the other two did not use their full strength. So he took out 80% of his strength as soon as he made a move. The remaining 20% was reserved for dealing with emergencies. Future looked at him, and then looked at the Raikage and his son who led the charge on the other side, and his face became solemn. He said to Ling Hua, "It seems that the two of us must involve these three. These 3 people are very tricky, and each of them can crush their ordinary ninjas." Yet, Ling Hua nodded. As he said that, Future took the lead in launching an attack. His mad sword directly changed into Tessaigan, and at the same time, the blade also glowed like a diamond. Vajra spear break. As he swung his sword, countless sharp diamonds as thick as goblets and as long as 30 centimeters shot towards Killer Bee like bullets. The third Raikage, who had already suffered a great loss from this move, changed his face and hurriedly reminded Killer Bee, "Be careful, this move of his has a strong penetrating power, and my lightning armor almost failed to stop it." Hearing this, Killer Bee shut up, and his expression became extremely solemn. So this move is the move that made the Raikage lose. It's really tricky. Thinking of it, he hurriedly pulled out the remaining 5 sharp ninja swords behind him. In an instant, all the joints of his body were clamped by them. Arayama Heron cutting sword. After shouting Zhao Shi's name, he exerted force on one foot and rushed towards the Future. Even his body was spinning at high speed. It made him look like a hedgehog. Although he and Vajra spear had not collided yet, the Future had predicted that his move should be broken by the opponent. He immediately rushed towards AI with Tessaigan. Just now, he and Ling Hua decided that he would deal with the AB combination, and Ling Hua would deal with the third generation of Raikage. The people they brought followed Ziobai to fight against more than 7,000 Kumagakuer ninjas. To deal with AI, the Future raised his hand and issued a wind wound. At this moment, Killer Bee had collided with Vajra spear. Sure enough, as predicted by the Future, his move was completely deflected by the opponent's strange swordsmanship. As a result, no diamond hit him. The Raikage and his son also saw this scene, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Killer Bee actually found a way to crack it. They were relieved. AI quickly avoided the Future's wind wound with a speed that surpassed the third generation Raikage, making his move completely ineffective. Then he raised his fist and punched the Future. But the latter caught it with the Sharingan and blocked it with the Tessaigan. He looked at AI and couldn't help but admire Killer Bee. "He is your younger brother, Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. His talent is better than yours. Hearing the praise from the future, AI couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Of course, my second brother is unparalleled in the world. After saying this, he looked at Uchiha Mirai behind the broad blade of Tessaigan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This time our army is approaching, you have no hope at all. And my speed is far faster than my father's. As he said this, his body flashed and disappeared in front of Mirai. But Mirai was not panicked at all. He turned around slowly but actually quickly and chopped directly into the air. A magical scene happened. AI's body appeared under his blade. The latter looked at the knife that was chopped towards him with a look of astonishment, and he instinctively blocked it with his fist. How is it possible? How did he know that I would appear from this direction? Could it be, was it just luck? I guessed it. Mirai raised his mouth and said with a smile, you are indeed fast, but compared to Minato, you are still much slower. I can at least catch a little of your speed, but I can't see his trace at all. As he said that, he snorted again, wind wound. Swish! As he pulled down Tessaigan, a wind crack was struck at AI at 0 distance. The latter had no time to dodge and was hit by the golden streak. He flew backwards far away. Chapter 663. After seeing his beloved brother being struck and flying, Kiribi felt very bad. Big brother. He quickly gave up the idea of attacking the Konoha ninja and rushed towards the future instead. At the same time, his posture was dancing strangely again, and he was approaching the future. The wind attribute attack of the future made Kiribi feel difficult, and the lightning armor of his brother and his brothers would be restrained by the wind chakra. He had no way of judging whether this move would kill his brother. But he had to stop this man, lest big brother AI be hunted to death by him. The Raikage on the side looked at his son worriedly. He could barely take on this wind attribute cutting technique, but that must be activated in the 3rd stage of the lightning chakra mode. I don't know if my son has activated it, and whether he can withstand this move. It's really unlucky for my son that the opponent actually predicted the direction and route of the attack. So he was hit by this move. Lord 3rd Raikage, please respect me when you fight me, otherwise you won't know how you lost. Ling Hua's voice suddenly appeared, and the next second Raikage was panicked to find that the beautiful girl in front of him was holding a dark-colored ball in her hand. He had seen this ball before, and his son almost fell on it last time. Without saying a word, he immediately activated the 3rd stage of thunder release and quickly opened up his position and distance. Once this kind of ball is touched, it is certain death. The unlucky tree last time was a good demonstration for them. Ling Hua's move missed directly, but she didn't care. She immediately used a small trick to make her speed burst out. Instantly increased the speed of the straight sprint, and in the blink of an eye, he used the soft fist move again towards the 3rd Raikage. However, because of the black ball in her hand, the 3rd Raikage did not dare to take it head-on and could only passively dodge. At this time, AI, who was struck by wind wound, swung out and directly tore the wind crack. There were small bloodstains on his body. Obviously, the previous move directly tore his lightning release armor, but fortunately, this move did not have much power left. So he only suffered some superficial injuries. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the future again. While using Sharingan to capture Killer Bee's high-speed attack route, the future paid attention to AI. After finding that he was fine, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, his skin was thick and his flesh was strong. This move was enough to flatten the hill, but he didn't hurt him much. This was still the attribute restraint advantage of Wind Cray. You idiot, you are stupid. Oh. My eldest brother is unparalleled in the world then. You Konoha, stupid. Oh yeah. Seeing that his eldest brother was fine, Killer Bee returned to his usual personality. At the same time, he swung the blade in his hand faster. Seeing this, Future sneered. You are very strong, but only to a limited extent. As he said this, he glared. In an instant, an illusion was thrown out by him without any warning. Kiribi had not learned the lightning chakra mode. Although his chakra was also violent, it was far inferior to that of the Raikage and his son. He was in a trance for a moment, and Future jumped back without saying a word, seizing the opportunity to use Vajra spear break again. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the space between the two of them was penetrated and torn apart by this move. Kiribi was only 4 or 5 meters away from Future, and he had no time to dodge. What's more, he was hit by Future's illusion. His mind froze for a moment. Seeing that the diamond spear stone was about to pierce Kirabi, a flash of lightning rushed directly towards Bai. At the critical moment, he was pinned to the ground, allowing him to avoid the future killing move. In the mental space, someone hit him hard on the back of his head, which made him come back to his senses from his trance. Why are you in a daze? Facing Uchiha, you dare to look into his eyes. You are really hopeless. A rough voice pulled Kirabi back from the illusion. Behind him, there was a bull-headed octopus. As soon as the latter came to his senses, he heard the diamonds piercing through his head, which frightened his scalp and made his face look very ugly. There was also a strong fear. He had already dealt with this move, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Don't think that he easily broke this move just now. He relied on 7 knives and high-speed rotation to barely push away the piercing attacks of these diamonds one by one. If he chooses to resist, he will be pierced by these diamonds immediately. And then, dead. The future Sharingan has a super strong ability to capture. After he swung the knife, he naturally saw this attack, which was dodged by the opponent. He immediately followed the trend of the knife swinging just now and chopped it down again. Wind wound. Now his physical fitness can support him to use this move as a normal attack. The two people lying on the ground have come back to their senses at this moment. When they heard the sound of the wind crack tearing in their ears, they kicked each other at the same time without saying a word. However, they both used clever strength to make each other retreat away without hurting each other. Whoosh! The next moment they just brushed the ground and retreated. The original position was directly bombarded by 3 golden streaks. A tearing illusion passed in front of the two people on the ground, frightening them. Without saying a word, they immediately turned over and stood up. At the same time, they also understood one thing, that they must use combined attack skills and attack together to quickly defeat this guy. So the moment they stood up, the two of them quickly wrapped up the future. The future naturally saw their actions, and his face suddenly sank. The combination of Abby from the Land of Thunder can more than double the danger of the battle. Not to mention 2 against 1, the moves of the two can make their danger level about 2 to 3 times higher than that of a single person. But fortunately, he is not fighting alone. Just when the future was trying to break through the encirclement first, a gust of wind and fierce palm came directly and instantly, blasting the not very fast Kirabi away in one fell swoop. The latter never thought of being attacked by surprise, and his attention was all on the future. However, the power of this move was not very strong, and he was just blown away from the future, and he could not use the combination combat skills with his elder brother. Bye! AI screamed. He subconsciously looked at Killer B. The latter hurriedly shouted, "I'm fine, big brother, pay attention." Hearing this, AI didn't think twice and started to move away from his original position at lightning speed. In an instant, he flashed to Killer B's side and helped him up from the ground. A machete suddenly appeared at his original position. Future naturally guessed that this move might not work, so he used the machete to test it directly. If it hits, just like before, make another move at 0 distance. If it doesn't hit, it can save a lot of chakra. He looked at the empty ground and sighed in his heart. Although he had fought with Minato for a long time and knew how to deal with fast ninjas, he couldn't speed up. This was a flaw. If Minato was here, he would probably be very relaxed. Because that guy is really too fast. The Raikage and his son are also speed-type ninjas. With Minato's speed, he can definitely catch up with them easily. Only then did the Abbey brothers have a chance to see who launched the attack and made them fail. The palm strike just now was made by Linghua when she had time. It should be said that sometimes the no-mark ninjutsu is so shameless. It saves the complicated process of making seals, and a single move can achieve a good attack power. Unfortunately, Killer B is really thick-skinned. Linghua's attack was ineffective. The two looked around again. The 7,000 cloud ninjas they brought with them were very passive at this moment. Because the opponent not only had a big snake, but also had a slug to enhance the assistance. They could ignore the ordinary blade injuries. The most puzzling thing is that these slugs also acted as communication liaisons, commanded by a person in the distance. Deliver the order quickly and accurately to every Konoha ninja. Let every Konoha ninja play their role well. Even form effective cooperation with the people around them to fight against the cloud ninjas in a splitting manner. In other words, with 7,000 people against 3,000 people, they actually showed signs of defeat. Once the cloud ninjas want to gather their forces, they will be intercepted, blocked, and dispersed by the big snake, and they will not be able to form an effective counterattack. Moreover, the big snake can also use 5 kinds of attribute escape techniques, either fire bombs, thunder bombs, earth bombs, water bombs, and wind bombs, which is too tricky. On one side are the Konoha ninjas who advance and retreat in moderation and fight in a tacit manner, and on the other side are the scattered cloud ninjas. How to fight this? If this goes on, they will definitely lose. But it's better for them to fight together. He has a good idea in his mind. Ai Li-ma whispered, I will buy time, you find an opportunity to completely transform into a tailed beast, and then use tailed beast ball, blasting towards Konoha's people. Okay. Killer Bee also knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't say his favorite rap. Chapter 664. The AB team's communication voice was very low, and it was too noisy here, so Mirai couldn't hear it at all. However, he noticed that the opponent's fighting style had changed. AI was the main attacker, and Killer Bee was harassing from the side. Not to mention, this fighting style made it a bit troublesome for Mirai to deal with. Because he could only deal with it passively now. On the other side, the third Raikage looked at the little girl in front of him, and his expression was very solemn. Originally, I thought that Uchiha Mirai was difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect this little girl to be so tricky. When they came, they also learned from spies from other countries. The other 3 battlefields of Konoha were also not easy. Especially in the battlefield of the Wind Country, the Wood Release Ninja almost single-handedly repelled the attacks of Cho and Yekang. In the direction of the Rock Ninja, the yellow-haired and red-haired ninjas joined forces to break into the central tent and retreated intact. Even these people are not famous strong men, but new generation ninjas. Each of them is about 15 or 16 years old, and the oldest is only 19 years old. When did Konoha become so strong? Little girl, your Konoha will lose sooner or later, so why not join our Cloud Ninja now? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to join our village, I will try my best to satisfy you. Looking at this little girl, the 3rd generation Raikage couldn't help but think of poaching her. As long as she gave birth to blood in the Cloud Village, then their Cloud Ninja would have their own Bun clan. This is a blood limit with great detective power. As long as they have Bun, their Cloud Ninja will be greatly strengthened in terms of security. Hearing this, Ling Hua didn't say anything, but her movements became more fierce. Especially every punch and kick, they all carried great power. Anyway, the Raikage felt the effort. He didn't understand how this thin-armed and thin-legged person in front of him could have such great strength. He was not surprised that she could keep up with his speed, because she had the help of the Byakugan. She could capture his movement trajectory and attack intention. But it didn't make sense that she could keep up with his strength. That was ridiculous. There was a battle here in the future. There was also a battle at Orochimaru's place. The people of the Hidden Mist village had already driven large ships on the sea and attacked the coastline of Konoha. On the edge of the coastline, the people of Konoha had already built simple fortifications. At this moment, Orochimaru, the couple of Dazwang, Ichiraku and an elder of the Hyuga clan stood on the highest fortress, overlooking the coastline. They were the highest commanders and senior officials of the defense line here. You'll put down the communication frog in his hand. He glanced at Dazwang and his wife. Seeing their worried faces, he smiled and comforted them, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, they will be very strong in the future. I saw them perform a combined attack skill with my own eyes and split the sea. Maybe, they will be the first among us to end the battle. This is not a comforting word, because he did see the combined attack skills they practiced in the future. To be honest, he was almost scared to death at the time. The power is really strong. Alas, I also know that my sons are very strong. Miyako smiled bitterly. But I can't help but worry. As she said, she sighed again. Beside her was Dazwang, who gently held her hand and looked at the mist ninja on the coastline. Let's finish the fight soon so that we can go and help them. The 3 elders of the main family looked at them and said to Orochimaru, I'll go down and command our tribe to fight first. Then I'll trouble the 3rd elder. I'll take care of the other ninja leader. Orochimaru licked his lips and stared at the ninjas rushing towards him on the sea in front of him, and replied. Yes. The 3rd elder said, and jumped off the defense line. Since only Hayashi and 3 elders were left in the main family, they all rearranged their qualifications and titles for the convenience of management. The remaining 3 elders were called De, Er, and San. Seeing this, Ichiraku on the side also saluted to Orochimaru and the other 2, and went to the front line of the battlefield. Only Orochimaru and Dazwang were left in the field. After the outsiders were gone, the smile on Orochimaru's face was much less. He looked at Dazwang and his wife and asked in a low voice, "You should have opened the Mangekyo." Hearing this, Dazwang and his wife were about to make a move, but they froze in place. They all had similar confusion on their faces. No, how did this get exposed again? How did Orochimaru know this? Did his son tell him? That's not right, the son should not know that they have opened the kaleidoscope. Mieko couldn't help but look at Dazwang, and sent her astonishment through the telegram. Zhuang, I feel that there is a traitor among us. Dazwang hurriedly used the telegram to explain. It's really not me this time, I didn't. Seeing their expressions, Orochimaru knew that he had guessed right. It's really not you. It's really not me. Dazwang was in a bad mood. After sending the telegram, he thought carefully about these days to see if he had made any mistakes or exposed his feet. But no. Orochimaru explained directly, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. As he said that, he glanced at the coastline. Konoha and Kirigakure ninjas had already fought, but the strong men on both sides did not make a move. Then he turned his head to look at Dazwang and his wife. The next moment, he showed his Sharingan in the shocked eyes of the two. That's right, he is still wearing the Uchiha body. When Dazwang and his wife saw the beast pupils in Orochimaru's eyes turned into the Uchiha Sharingan style, they were all stunned. What the hell? Lord Orochimaru, how come you have our Uchiha Sharingan? Where did he get his eyes? Did his son give them to him? No, if they are not mistaken, Orochimaru can open and close his eyes. Only people of the Uchiha bloodline can do this. In other words, Orochimaru is actually called Uchihamaru. Uchiha Orochimaru? Orochimaru smiled. He knew that people would be shocked when they learned that he showed his Sharingan. So he replied, it's not what you think. This is a body I cultivated through the cells of my future body and my own cells. So I can use the blood limit of your Uchiha clan. The reason why I said that you all opened the Mangekyo is because I found that it is quite simple for this body to open its eyes. You are the future parents, so you must have a higher talent. In addition, you have been out for 3 years without interruption, so I speculated that you may have further opened the Mangekyo. After saying that, he closed the Sharingan. He said this time because he might use the Sharingan in the next battle. After all, if he wants to implement the Gamara technique plan, he must raise the level of his eyes to the level of the Mangekyo. This will be exposed sooner or later. In order to prevent Dazwang and his wife from being framed by the enemy and becoming alienated from him, he planned to say it in advance. After closing his eyes, he continued, you know the flaws of the Mangekyo better than me. I can't transplant wood release cells to ordinary people without backlash. The wood release cells of Rope Tree are because he has a blood relationship with the first generation of Woodmaster, so the risk of backlash is very low. Mirai asked me to inject wood release cells into you to reduce the side effects of the Mangekyo. So what I want to say is that you must not use the Mangekyo in this battle. After saying that, he waited for Dazwang and his wife to digest it, and continued, and you also know the situation in the village. My teacher is in power now. Although he doesn't have much prejudice against you Uchiha, Shimura Danzo will not. Once he finds out that you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will definitely do something. So I hope you don't use the Mangekyo if you can. If you have to, please don't let the fourth person know about it. Orochimaru's words made Dazwang and his wife stunned. They soon understood what Orochimaru meant. First, it was for their health. After all, the power of the Mangekyo is strong, but it is also harmful. Second, it was for the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo inherited nothing from the second generation, but inherited a precaution against Uchiha. It was even to the point of hostility. We understand. Hearing Dazwang's promise, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, after I take power, you Uchiha won't have to be so difficult. In fact, he said this for another purpose, which was not to let Dazwang and his friend's trump card be exposed. At least not on this battlefield. Although Wei Lai had not told him, he could sense that someone was watching him in secret. Just now when Dazwang and his friends were worried about Wei Lai, he thought that they would most likely use the kaleidoscope to quickly end the battle and then go to Wei Lai. That's why he said this. Chapter 665. Back to the point. At this time, the Abbey team was getting better. And consciously led the future to the direction of the Konoha ninja, intending to use the tailed beast ball to end them in one go. Although the future noticed something strange, he didn't know the Abidium's plan. At this moment, he once again swung a move Vajra spear break and slashed at Killer Bee, who was attacking and harassing from the side. Turning to AI, he implemented a violent attack like a storm. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, the future still used swordsmanship, body skills, and other auxiliary methods to force him to deal with his attacks and prevent him from escaping. When Killer Bee saw the attacking diamond spikes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and without saying a word, he quickly retreated backwards. Soon he opened up a distance with the future and the others. At first glance, it seemed as if he was forced to retreat by the diamond. Seeing such a good opportunity, the future once again stepped up and launched a more fierce attack on AI. Wind wound. Walleye seized an opportunity and swung his sword again. This time AI did not rely on rapid dodging. He clenched his fists, and the hairs on his body stood up, and the lightning power around him became stronger. Thunder Ninja Yuxutuli Sword. This is a move to quickly collide with the enemy, knock the enemy away with a punch, and after the enemy is stiffened, it will speed up again, quickly catch up and dodge behind the enemy, and then give the enemy a heavy blow. Many times, he used this move to directly end the enemy. Every enemy attacked by his second stage had his kidneys shattered, and even if he could survive, he would only live in pain for the rest of his life. Of course, 99% of people died on the spot. Walleye was stunned for a moment when he did not expect the opponent to suddenly resist the wind wound and directly attack him. He thought the other party would dodge quickly like before, and he instinctively used the Sharingan to predict his next landing point. There's a problem. This thought immediately emerged in his mind. This guy's brain is as developed as his muscles. He is not a fool, otherwise he would not have become the Raikage. By the way, there was also a problem with Killer Bee being forced back by Vajra spear break before. In that situation just now, shouldn't he have used the blade to pick up his diamond like before? Then why did he retreat? But at this moment, there was no time for him to think more. Because AI had already rushed towards him quickly. The power of wind wound did cause him some damage, but not much. He instinctively raised his sword to resist. When AI saw the future's response, his eyebrows immediately raised. Very good, I paralyzed you like this. In addition to its extremely high destructive power and high strength increase on people, Thunder Release also has its own paralysis ability. Using Thunder Release to deal with the enemy, the operator has a natural control advantage. The reason why the future was able to resist AI's heavy punch was that his own Sharingan assisted him to avoid it, and the Tessaigan in his hand resisted all his attacks. That's why the future was not paralyzed. However, after fighting for so long, AI has seen through the future's attack posture. He has found a way to paralyze the future, that is, a higher speed. Boom! AI's fist is very heavy. Although the future defended against the opponent's fist, there is also the paralysis and destructive power given by thunder. But he was directly knocked out. The ground was plowed into two deep gullies by his feet flying backwards. And there was no big tree behind him to stop him from sliding. Seeing this, AI immediately activated the 3-stage Thunder Release Chakra mode. His speed increased again, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with Walleye, and punched him hard on the kidney. Although Walleye's body could not move, his eyes could catch AI's movements. Seeing that he was aiming at his own kidney, he was frightened and his face changed drastically on the spot. Normal people, especially normal men, who would be willing to have their kidneys attacked. He immediately activated his own burst mode. Chakra body activation mode. Open. In an instant, the chakra in his body was raised to boiling point by him. All cells were overclocked to produce chakra. In an instant, he felt his body getting stronger rapidly. Originally unable to stop his body, he just pushed the ground hard with both feet, and directly changed the direction of retreat. It jumped up. At the critical moment, he brushed AI's fist and avoided his second pursuit. Until he saw AI's surprised look when he turned back and looked at him, and quickly moving away from AI's back, Wei Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Oh my god! I was so scared. In that short moment just now, he almost thought he was going to die. Bye! Just when he was about to swing his knife to counterattack AI, a terrifying chakra suddenly burst out, and the terrifying air wave and coordinated sound wave swept around. He was in midair at this moment, and almost took the opponent's attack head-on. In addition to the shock wave, there were countless dead branches and leaves, sand and soil rolled up by the air wave. If he didn't pay attention, Wei Lai's left eye would be blinded by the sand. He hurriedly raised his hand to block his eyes, and with the remaining eye, he quickly looked at the place where the air wave burst. That is where the chakra burst. That is the direction where Kirabi retreated. At this moment, Wei Lai was surprised to see a giant beast about 50 meters tall, dark red in color, with a strange appearance. The head is a huge bull head, with curved horns, and the tip looks very sharp, but one of them is broken, as if it was neatly cut off by someone. The upper limbs and torso are human, with hands. The lower body is 8 huge octopus legs. It is covered with terrifying huge suction cups. At this moment, it has opened its mouth, and the air is emitting a large amount of chakra of 2 different colors. One is blue-green, and the other is dark red. One looks okay, but the other looks a bit scary, full of ominous breath. One more look will make people feel numb. As the huge bull-headed octopus monster opened its mouth, these chakra light balls immediately gathered in front of its mouth. The future can tell that the ratio has reached 2:8 with just one eye. This is... He shouted in astonishment. There was a rare solemnity in his tone. In the field, not only the future was shocked, but others were also extremely horrified. For example, the ordinary ninjas of Konoha were all frightened by this terrifying monster and could not move. Several unlucky guys were directly knocked to the ground by the air wave. Almost all of them were so scared that they could not even speak. Even Ling Hua, who was entangled with the 3rd generation of Reikage, was frightened by this monster and its huge amount of chakra. There were many more blue veins in the corners of her beautiful eyes. What is that? The 3rd generation of Reikage was also surprised by Killer Bee's behavior. However, when he noticed the position of Mirai and the people of Konoha behind him, he immediately saw what his son and his friends were thinking. Without saying anything, he also exploded instantly and blasted the distracted Ling Hua to Mirai. Hee. This battle. We won. The 3rd generation of Reikage chuckled. After that, he quickly withdrew and retreated. What Bai released was the big move of the tailed beast, which could flatten a mountain with one blow. No one could resist this move. Neither can he. Facing this move, humans can only escape. Ling Hua was whipped away by the Reikage, so she simply turned around and quickly caught the future. At this moment, as soon as the two fell to the ground, they heard Jamu's panicked shout. Run away, that's the power of the tailed beast. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. Although he had never seen the tailed beast ball, he already knew the horror of this technique from both intelligence and real perception. He didn't expect that Kumagakure would actually use this terrifying technique in the first battle. And doesn't that huge minotaur hate humans the most? How could it listen to the words of the Kumagakure and attack its own side? Ling Hua's face instantly became extremely solemn when she heard this. After being with the little sisters for so long, she also understood the horror of the tailed beast from many aspects. At this moment, Herbian was telling her the horror of the ball all the time. The ball in the mouth of the 8 tails had already solidified, and its diameter had reached a terrifying 5 meters. It contained a terrifying amount of chakra inside. The pressure alone had already collapsed the ground around the 8 tails, making it look about 10 meters shorter. Mirai, stand behind me. Ling Hua hurriedly protected Mirai. She knew that with the power of this terrifying ball, they had no way to escape. Because they could not escape the range of the explosion. So she planned to use the power of Reincarnation Eye to protect them. But her shoulder was suddenly held down by a big hand. The next second, Mirai's voice came to her ears. Don't worry, I'm very strong. As he said that, he looked at the retreating Reikage and his son. He didn't expect that the Abbey team was actually discussing this matter. Things. Fortunately, he had the means to prevent it. He immediately held Tessaigan with both hands. At the same time, he also burst out his own chakra storm. In an instant, a great momentum emerged around him. This momentum formed a powerful shock wave, spreading to the surroundings. It was only half as small as the one just exploded by the tailed beast. Perception, Sharingan both quickly activated, and soon captured the crack where his chakra and the 8-tailed Jayaki chakra collided. He followed the crack and raised Tessaigan. Tailed beast ball. Listening to Killer Bee's rap voice, Mirai also shouted out the name of the move without showing any weakness. 86 Ha. Chapter 666. The tailed beast ball carried a terrifying aura that made people's scalps numb, and rushed towards the future. Behind the future was the group of Konoha ninjas. Behind the ninjas was the city wall that took several years to build. Konoha relied on this city wall to block the attacks of the cloud ninjas again and again. At this moment, the attack of the eight-tailed Jayaki had the power to blow open the city wall and destroy the Konoha ninjas here. Everyone can imagine this scene. After this move, there will be no Konoha ninjas here. Just when the people of Konoha were panicked, shocked, terrified, and desperate, many of them suddenly heard the sound of wind in their ears. The sound was very intense, like standing on a high mountain cliff. The wind was blowing. It made people's scalps numb. I don't know why, the originally desperate heart started beating again at this moment. Many people subconsciously looked for the direction of the wind. Soon, they saw the future and the machete wrapped with wind in his hand. It was strange. The ball with dazzling light was rushing towards them, but they felt that time seemed to slow down. They even had time and mood to wonder what Uchiha Future would do. Will he split the terrifying tailed beast Jade with a knife? Or, standing behind Future, Ling Hua's eyes gradually turned azure blue, although the strong light produced by tailed beast Jade was so strong that it almost covered the sun's brilliance in the sky. But the azure blue brilliance in Ling Hua's eyes was still so obvious that even the blazing light of tailed beast Jade could not cover its brilliance. However, Ling Hua did not move. She looked at the back standing in front of her with burning eyes. His shoulders were so broad and his steps were so steady and powerful. His back was so strong and firm. It felt like he could ride a horse on it. For a moment, there was no more strong light in her eyes, no more tailed beast ball, or even the terrifying tailed beast. There was only Mirai, this man. She felt that her heart was tied to this man. Mirai. Looking at the white light coming, Mirai took a moment to look behind him and smiled at Ling Hua. Don't worry, I'm here and won't let anything happen to you. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the huge ball of light that was already close at hand. The Tessaigan in his hand was raised high by him. He aimed at the cracks caused by the collision of the two auras. All the massive chakra generated by the explosion technique in his body was injected into Tessaigan. After the continuation of Wind Wound, the second most powerful secret of Tessaigan was wielded by him for the first time. It appeared in the eyes of the world. I see. Mirai exhaled lightly. Since Tessaigan was unlocked to 30%, he has obtained a killer skill from it. Although he had never used it in public. But he had simulated the prerequisites for this move many times in his battles with Minato and the others. It was easy to find the absolute key point to penetrate the wind wound. That was the loophole he claimed in the future. This time was the same, he quickly found the loophole of the tailed beast ball. He aimed at this point, injected all the chakra in his body into it, and then swung out the strongest and largest wind wound whirlwind in history. In an instant, the golden streak of wind he swung was completely swallowed up by the giant ball of white light. This made the father and son who had retreated to the side of the eight tails couldn't help but smile. We won. Yes, it seems that our cloud village will be the first ninja village to penetrate Konoha. Behind them, a large number of cloud ninjas gathered one after another. The more desperate the people of Konoha were, the happier they were at this moment. No one knows the horror of the tailed beasts better than them. Although the tailed beasts have not rioted in the past 10 years, many of them will never forget that before Brui died, the tailed beasts broke free from the seal in the village for no reason and rioted. At that time, many of them were still children, so they had seen the horror of the tailed beasts with their own eyes. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bai's attack is still so strong. Yes, our cloud ninja is finally going to break into Konoha and become the strongest ninja village in the world. Great! We will win, ha ha ha. Brother, after we win this time, let's get married. Okay, big brother. Then congratulations to you. Thank you. Everyone come to the wedding wine then. Of course, next time. Wife, after this battle, let's take our son to Konoha for a trip. Okay. For a while, everyone in Kumagakure was in a mess, and many people were extremely excited. Even enjoying the future. But soon, someone found something wrong. Strange, why is the wind blowing? This person realized that he was a little unstable and felt that he would be blown away by a strong wind at any time. Maybe it was the attack of Master Bai that created the wind pressure. Don't talk, didn't you see Master Rakage asked us to retreat quickly? That's right, let's go quickly, the power of tailed beast ball is very terrifying, if we stay here, we will be easily affected. Go, go, go. In an instant, many people retreated violently again away from their original positions. Although they noticed something strange, they were not worried. They all thought that the wind was blown away by the tailed beast ball when the man just swung wind wound, so there was a strong wind. This is a normal phenomenon, there is nothing to worry about. Reikage and AI didn't think so. The two of them felt the strong wind blowing from their bodies, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts. But they couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Reikage. Brother AI. Oh. There is a problem with the enemy. We need to evacuate. Oh yeah. The strange tone of Killer Bee came from the huge-tailed beast. He also felt a tingling scalp and a little chill. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. So he urged the octopus legs to pull his brother and the others back. Protect them behind him. Reikage and his son, the two did not resist, and even followed the power of the octopus's legs very obediently, and retreated a few steps again. Although Bee did not fully exert the power of the 8 tails. Reikage said with a serious face, and Killer Bee's height and size at the moment were evidence. He had fought with the 8 tails Jihoki countless times and knew its exact size. The normal height of this guy is 60 meters, not the current 50 meters. So it can be seen that Bee still has some reservations. But the strength he exerted at this moment was absolutely outrageous. The two perverted monsters on the opposite side, no matter how strong they were, there was no reason for them to be able to resist the power of the tailed beast ball. This move is the signature skill of the tailed beasts. For thousands of years, they have relied on this move to make humans feel extreme fear and covet. AI did not answer anything because a change occurred. Dad, have you noticed that the tailed beast ball has stopped moving? As soon as these words came out, the Reikage's expression became extremely exciting. How is this possible? The other Kumagakure ninjas also noticed this. The smiles on their faces froze without knowing when. At this moment, under the powerful light of the tailed beast ball, the voice of Uchiha came. Do unto others as you would have done unto them. If you want to use the tailed beast ball against me, you'd better experience the horror of this move first. Bakuryu-ha. As this voice fell, everyone on the side of Rayan was shocked to find that the light ball of the tailed beast ball had changed. It seemed to be shrinking. Almost in the blink of an eye, the light ball, which had expanded to 10 meters, became only 8 meters in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. 7 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Until it finally dissipated. On the contrary, the wind became even more fierce. It was as if the tailed beast ball they had placed high hopes on was easily swallowed up by this wind and turned into its nutrients. Many cloud ninjas had to half kneel on the ground to reduce wind resistance in order to barely stay in place. The next moment, before everyone could speak in surprise and ask what happened, just a tornado quickly formed, connecting the sky and the earth, darkening the clear sky. When he stepped on the ground where he was directly torn by the tornado, leaving a hole several dozen meters deep. Then came the second, the third. Finally, 8 tornadoes formed. And these tornadoes, as if they had life and thoughts, quickly attacked them. And the color of the tornado also changed, no longer the breath of wind. Instead, it was full of terror and ominousness. Just like the breath of the tailed beast ball just now. Bai was the first to notice something was wrong, and he immediately shouted in fear. There is, my breath in this wind. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression instantly became horrified. Run! As he said that, the 8 tentacles danced quickly, making it rush towards the dark tornado. Chapter 667. The wind was very fast. 8 dark tornadoes quickly attacked the cloud ninjas. Those cloud ninjas had no time to dodge. These 8 tornadoes had already rushed in front of them. Before the two sides came into contact, many ninjas were swept up by a strong wind, forcing them to be pulled on themselves and rotated and torn apart. In an instant, countless screams resounded through the sky. The originally dark tornadoes had now turned scarlet, adding a bit of weirdness and terror to the ominous aura. The Reikage and his son were horrified. AI, use the combined attack skills, and never let these tornadoes kill us behind us. The Reikage stared with a pair of big eyes and shouted in great horror. Once the tornadoes enter behind them, no matter what, there will be as many cloud ninjas as there are. Yes, father. AI also had the same expression. Lightning release, Wu Luozo Soleil Li Hot Blade. The two men burst into brilliant blue lightning all over their bodies. They clenched their fists side by side and blasted towards the first tornado. Kirabi's body was too big, and he wanted to use a technique to block it, but it was too late. So he could only use his body and rush forward. He planned to use his huge body to break up these tornadoes. Soon, the attacks of the 3 people fell on the tornadoes. But they were shocked to find that their attacks were useless. The attack that could easily break through the barrier of 200 people in one breath did not have much effect on a tornado. The tornado was still spinning at a high speed, and there was even a spinning force that quickly dissolved the fist attack strength of the Raikage and his son. And because they were close, they were affected by the wind a little more. As the strength on their bodies gradually disappeared, their bodies became a little unstable. How is it possible? What kind of move is this? Raikage and his son cried out in shock. Their actions at this moment were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. They were very stupid and sent themselves to the tornado attack. Oh no! Raikage glanced at them and saw 3 tornadoes quickly surrounding them. They were almost like birds in a cage. They had nowhere to escape. Just one tornado made them unstable and their bodies almost flew up. If 4 tornadoes hit them at the same time, they would be torn to pieces by the powerful tearing force of these 4 tornadoes. Raikage turned around and grabbed his son Ai's hand without thinking. It spun at high speed on the spot. It was like a carousel. "Father, what are you going to do?" Ai shouted in astonishment. Raikage looked at his son's expression, and a trace of nostalgia and reluctance flashed across his face. "Ai, the village is in your hands." As he spoke, he felt that the speed of rotation had reached its maximum, so he aimed in a direction and then let go. Like throwing a shot put, he threw his son into the middle of 2 tornadoes. He wanted him to escape from this encirclement. No. Ai's eyes were bloodshot when he heard his father's words, and he shouted in fear. His father left all the hope of life to him. But he wanted to hold his father, but because of the force exerted by his father, he retreated rapidly. And he couldn't use the force at all when he was in mid-air. At this moment, a huge body passed Ai's side and rushed towards the direction of the Raikage. It didn't have time to throw the Raikage out. So he immediately opened his mouth and held the Raikage in his mouth. He did not think about breaking up these tornadoes, because he saw that the tornadoes became very strong because of the energy of the tailed beast ball. So it was unrealistic to break them up. At the same time, the 8 octopus tails wrapped themselves tightly. A deep shout came out. Tailed beast 8 volumes. It was just a move that belonged to the 8-tailed Jayaki. It created a tornado at super high speed and pulled everything within a few kilometers into the tornado. Tear them apart. The principle is the same as the tornado. This was inspired by Uchihamarai's words just now. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Since it was a tornado, he also used a tornado to fight against it. In an instant, a huge tornado appeared among the 4 tornadoes, and they would soon collide with each other. Seeing that the tornado in the middle had a higher speed and stronger power, it is definitely possible to absorb and fuse these 4 tornadoes, and finally eliminate the harm of this move. Ai also showed a surprised expression. Bye. He did not expect that he would save his father in the end. It was actually his younger brother. Having been keeping his Sharingan on to pay attention to the battlefield, Future naturally noticed this. Unlike Wind Wound, he could not control its direction after swinging that move. But Burst Flow Break was different. Future could feel that he could control the movements of the tornado through Tessaigan. You want to copy my technique? Wishful thinking. He immediately raised Tessaigan. A slight wind force was suddenly pulled up by him. This wind force was connected to the 8 tornadoes. I don't know if you have heard of the butterfly effect. A small butterfly just gently flapped its wings in one place, and it set off a huge wave of wind. Future's move only affected the 4 tornadoes through the connection of the wind. In the shocked, confused, and horrified eyes of the crowd, these 4 tornadoes actually raised their feet. That's right, they all raised their wind feet. The tornado pillar connecting the sky and earth turned into a sharp drill from the sky. What? How is this possible? Even though Kiribi was spinning at high speed, he could still see what was happening outside. The 4 tornadoes that were about to merge with him all raised their feet and grabbed him like human hands. The 4 sharp tornado drills pierced its body directly. As for the other 4, they were still connected to the sky and earth, flying, spinning, and tearing towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was like a giant holding a high-speed rotating pillar, wantonly fiddling with tiny ants and playing with their lives. Help! I don't want to die, who will save me? Brother, I won't marry you, let me go. No, we agreed to get married, we are one, let's die together. I regret it. I don't want to die. Help! For a while, countless screams and wails from the Cloud Ninja direction resounded from the ground to the sky. The originally dark sky, at this moment, seemed to be burned by fire and turned red. Is it beautiful? It was exchanged with blood. The field was filled with the stench of feces and the pungent smell of blood. But the screams of thousands of people were far inferior to the screams of the huge monster. Roar! Ah! In the huge tornado, there came the low and crazy cry of the eight-tailed cow ghost and the sharp cry of Kirby that belonged to humans. The sounds of the two mixed together, sounding extremely harsh and weird. Pain. It hurts so much. It was like being drilled by a high-speed rotating drill. The eight-tailed Ushiki had never felt that the wounds that were drilled through would be so painful. At this moment, it could no longer turn. The tentacle tails on its body had been squeezed apart by the tips of the 4 tornadoes. All of them acted on its waist. Especially the kidney area. It screamed in pain. After the future swung out the last blade that changed its trajectory, it could no longer bear the weakness of its body. It half knelt on the ground. The iron fang in his hand also turned into a little starlight and dissipated, revealing the shape of the mad sword. Seeing this, Ling Hua didn't care about the power of this move that shocked the future. She retracted the azure light in her eyes and ran to the future. She quickly cast a healing spell on him. At the same time, he shouted anxiously, "Mirai, are you okay?" With Ling Hua's help, Mirai felt much better. He smiled weakly at the latter. Slowly said, "I'm fine. This time, we Konoha won." The full-powered wind wound, plus the tailed beast ball released by the 8 tails with all its strength, the two added together to form explosion flow break. Mirai doesn't believe how many people on the opposite side can survive. Didn't you hear that the 8 tails Jihoki was also drilled by 4 tornadoes and made a heart-wrenching howl? Wind wound is used as an attack drill, and tailed beast ball provides energy and increases the strength of the tornado and the attack power. This is indeed a killer move that defeats the strong with the weak. Don't talk, you are very weak now, I will transfer some of my chakra to you. Ling Hua didn't care about the outcome of the battle at this moment. She just wanted Mirai to get better soon. Because at this moment, there is almost no chakra left in Future's body. If he dares to forcibly release a transformation technique, he will collapse and die instantly. Chapter 668. Kumigakure was defeated. It was defeated thoroughly. After leaving more than 1,000 corpses and a large number of body parts, some lucky people who stood farther away and escaped quickly led the 3 Raikage to evacuate. That's right, the 3 Raikage did not die under Bakuri Yuha. AI was better off. After being thrown out of the tornado, he saved dozens of Kumigakure in a short moment with his super high speed. Killer B was not so lucky. He was in the wind tornado transformed by Bakuri Yuha, and drilled through the body of the 8-tailed Ushiki. It even almost split the huge body of the Ushiki in two. The octopus legs and the bull-headed man were completely separated. But fortunately, the power of the 4 tornadoes was also exhausted. And the Ushiki, after all, is also the birth of chakra, so as long as the chakra is not exhausted, it will not die. But it is certain that he was seriously injured. After the 4 tornadoes were exhausted, the Ushiki could no longer maintain his body shape and disappeared directly. On the devastated land, only Killer B was left, who was seriously injured and unconscious. The 3rd Raikage, who was protected by him in his mouth, was not seriously injured. The moment he appeared in the outside world, he activated the 3rd state of lightning release, quickly picked up Killer B, and called the Cloud Ninja to retreat quickly. It was not until 100 kilometers later that they dared to station. The ninjas of Konoha wanted to chase, but they could not catch up with the Cloud Ninja who wanted to escape. Even the Raikage and his son stayed behind to cover the retreat. So after chasing for more than 10 kilometers, Jimmu saw that he really couldn't stay, so he led his troops back to the border fortress. In this battle, Konoha won with 3,000 people against 7,000 people. The number of casualties in Konoha was less than 200. Few died, but many were injured. This was all thanks to the assistance of the slug, and the battle ended early. For a while, the border of Konoha was full of laughter. Mirai was lying on the bed in the room, covering his head with one hand, feeling weak all over. How can I describe that feeling? It was as if my body was hollowed out. There was no strength in my whole body. My kidneys were taken away. Ling Hua came in with a basin of water. She looked at Uchiha Mirai and couldn't help laughing. I don't know what you are doing, how did you use up all your chakra? Fortunately, my master has taken good care of you and me over the years, otherwise, you can wait for me to help you deal with the aftermath. Mirai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He sighed, I overestimated myself a little bit. I didn't expect that rebounding the tailed beast ball would consume so much of my chakra that I almost couldn't come back. Don't show off next time. Leave everything to me. I can protect you. Yet. Mirai responded and said nothing more. He closed his eyes and recalled the battles of the past few days. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. He still overestimated himself a little bit. Although there are still a few trump cards that have not been used, the opponent is the Eight Tails, and it is not the Eight Tails in its prime. He felt so hard. How can he deal with Madara? The old man easily sealed the nine-tailed beasts into the golem in an instant. Although he has the blessing of the reincarnation eye, his strength is really strong. At least Mirai doesn't have this strength. And the most important thing about this battle is that he caught the opponent off guard. Who would have thought that he actually had the ability to rebound the tailed beast ball? Seeing this, Ling Hua stopped bothering Walai. She wrung out the towel and carefully helped Walai wipe his cheeks and the back of his hands, cleaning his body. But that hand gradually became a little dishonest. The Cloud Ninja battlefield was over, and the Mist Ninja battlefield had just begun. The 7 ninja swordsmen did not take action, and they were all still in the hidden mist village. Orochimaru and Dezhuang did not leave the field, but looked around carefully. The Ninja World War has always been a soldier against a soldier, and a general against a general. It is rare for a high-level ninja to attack a low-level ninja. This is an unwritten rule. Of course, there are some exceptions, that is, encounters. If it is an encounter, the strong will also take action. If the two sides are fighting head-on, it will not happen. On this battlefield, the most dazzling one is still Ichiraku. He is a member of the 6-member team of the future. Although compared with the future Rope Tree and others, Yul is only good at cooking. But this does not mean that he is weak. On the contrary, because of the future, Yul's strength is better than ordinary Tongran is many times stronger. For example, now, he was surrounded by 10 Mist Ninja hidden ninjas, but he was not panicked at all. Holding a kitchen knife, he easily beat the 10 people and made them flee. Just when he was about to kill a Mist Ninja hidden ninja with a knife, a thick water gun suddenly shot out from the side and directly knocked him out. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ichiraku instinctively used Rei's Nan to offset the impact of the water gun. Seeing that someone on the opposite side had formed a lightning seal, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when he was in contact with the water to attack him. Ichiraku's face sank, he snorted coldly, and immediately exerted force to shatter the water gun. Then he looked coldly at the 10 Mist Ninjas who rushed towards him quickly and planned to surround him again. He scattered the balls in his hand and shook off the water stains on his body. "Ha, you're still a little naive to play ninjutsu with me." As he said that, he took the lead in making a seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, there were 4 more people who looked exactly like him around him. It wasn't over yet, Ichiraku changed his hand seal again. He made a seal of earth escape himself. As for the other 4 people, they all made different techniques in their hands. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help licking his lips and said, "I didn't expect that the 3rd generation would even teach him this ninjutsu." Dezhuang, who was standing next to him, asked curiously, "What is this?" Orochimaru explained, "You know that my teacher is a rare ninja with all 5 attributes, right?" "Yes, I know a little." Orochimaru didn't look back at the people, he continued, "So the 3rd generation started to develop a technique with all 5 attributes, 5 escapes, big 5 continuous bullet technique. This is a technique that uses the 5 attributes of escape to attack the enemy together. Among the 5 attributes, there are not only mutually beneficial relationships, but also mutually restraining relationships, such as wind and fire can help each other. Water and earth can also help each other, and water and fire can also be combined to a certain extent. It becomes boiling water with extremely high temperature and strong adhesion. Add to that the strong heat preservation and adhesion of the earth attribute, as well as the paralysis and destructive power of thunder escape. This move can, to a certain extent, exert a power that is multiple times greater than 5. Many people have no way to resist this move except to escape." After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the faces of Dezhuang and his wife changed. This technique. If it is really what Lord Orochimaru said, then this technique is really an undefended, sure kill ninjutsu. Mieko swallowed her saliva and said in amazement. Dezhuang also looked at Yul in amazement. "If you use earth array wall to defend, it will be restrained by lightning escape and will be easily broken. If you use water escape to defend, it will be broken by the two attributes of thunder and earth. If you use fire escape to defend, it will be extinguished by water escape. It will even increase the power of 5 escapes. What a powerful technique! It is indeed worthy of the technique of the 3rd generation, and Yul is a guy who is worthy of being able to play with them in the future. Strength is awesome. Well, you are right, this is an ultimate ninjutsu that makes the enemy unable to defend. Facing it, the ninja can only dodge. Ordinary escape techniques cannot defend at all. Because as far as I know, when the 3rd generation performed this move, the Earth attribute Shadow Clone was standing on the ground. He not only needs to control the Earth Dragon Bullet, but also the Earth, so that the enemy cannot easily use escape techniques to hide underground in a short time. The 3 of them stood on a high place and commented. Ichiraku's 4 Shadow Clones and he had already completed the seal. And shouted at the same time, Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Escape Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind Escape Gale Wind Bullet Technique. Lightning Escape Thunder Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The 5 people used their own attribute ninjutsu in turn and attacked the Mist Ninja directly. Combined Ninjutsu Big 5 Ball Technique. The 10 Jonin saw the super large high temperature water vapor rock ball coming towards them with sparks and lightning, and their faces became quite exciting. Run away. Use water array wall to defend quickly. Defend against it, this technique contains the power of thunder and lightning, whoever defends will die, hurry up. Get out of the way. For a moment, the 10 Jonins were directly hit by the super large combination of ninjutsu while cursing. Instantly, countless flints with electric light exploded in the venue, and at the same time, a stream of scorching high temperature steam burst out instantly. The venue was instantly covered within the meantime, there were countless people screaming and wailing. But soon these wailing sounds disappeared, as if they had died. Not only that, the water vapor directly spread to a range of about 800 to 900 meters, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to rise by 7 to 8 degrees. Not to mention the core area. Chapter 669. After a large amount of water vapor evaporates instantly in nature, the field will fall into an extreme reversal, that is, it will quickly become cold. Even freeze. Especially in an environment with sufficient water such as the seaside. As Ichiraku's technique was released, a large number of cold ice cubes immediately condensed in the field. And the 10 Jonins have become ice sculptures. However, they look very miserable, their bodies are extremely red, like cooked shrimps. Many people's faces are full of fear and pain. The ice condensed from water vapor allows them to well preserve the painful expressions they had before they died. Ichiraku was shocked to see that his move was so powerful. To be honest, he really didn't know that his technique could freeze the air. However, although these 10 Jonins are all strong men from the Mist Ninja side, there are still many Mist Ninjas around. When they saw Ichiraku in a daze, they couldn't help but become active in their hearts. Several Mist Ninjas who had just finished dealing with their opponents looked at each other, and without saying anything, they rushed towards Ichiraku with their weapons in hand. If they could kill this man, they would become famous, so no one had the heart to give up such a good opportunity. And the most important thing is that with so many of them, the one who wins in the end must be themselves. I don't know where their confidence comes from. Although Ichiraku was surprised by his own technique, half of his mind was alert to the surroundings. When these Mist Ninjas rushed over, he immediately restrained the smile on his face, holding Akamoto 0.01, and killed them directly. His friends have achieved good results, and he doesn't want to be a slouch. The battlefield of the Land of Thunder. The Cloud Ninja Station. The Raikage father and son, the Dode, and a group of small high-level officials had complicated expressions, and there was still fear in their eyes. The future move directly defeated their spirits. Especially the Raikage father and son, they lost again. The first time, they had no intention of fighting, so they took the initiative to retreat. This time, they came with a large army, thinking that they were sure to win, but who knew that the man actually had such a terrifying rebound ninjutsu. He directly used the power of their tailed beasts for his own use and killed their cloud ninjas. Seeing that the atmosphere was silent, it was not a solution, so Dode took the initiative to stand up and said, "In this battle, we lost 1,317 people. 508 people were injured and disabled, and 19 people were lost. This battle, we lost completely." As he said, he looked at the silent people around him, and finally sighed, and fell back to his seat with a sad face. After a long time, the Raikage finally slowly asked, "What about Konoha?" How many casualties? No one answered, and Dode stood up again in desperation. I don't know. As he said, he couldn't help showing a bitter expression. But they each have a healing summoning beast, so I guess they may have suffered about 100 casualties. After hearing what Dode said, the people present fell into deep silence again. 100 people vs more than 1,000. This exaggerated ratio, they didn't expect that they would encounter it again. The problem is that in the first battle, the second generation Hokage used the army of the dead, plus the explosion of the detonating talisman, so it caused such a terrifying ratio. But why this time? Obviously the second generation has been dead for so long. They didn't attack Konoha in the second war, and the third war has just begun. How come there is such a terrifying casualty ratio again? Is Konoha really restraining them, Kumigakure? Every time they attack Konoha, there will be such a terrifying casualty ratio? Tell me, what should we do with Kumigakure? The Raikage finally asked this question, which made everyone present stunned, and then they all lowered their heads silently, not daring to speak. They really don't want to fight. Because there is no hope. Konoha is too scary. If they fight once, I don't know how many people will die. But now they have just started the war. If they announce their retreat now, the Cloud Ninja will never be able to raise their heads in the ninja world again. Why don't we wait and see? After a long time, Tsukade still suggested weakly. This made everyone present look at each other, and then nodded silently. This is the only way for now. Okay, let's wait and see. The strongest new generation of Konoha is on our side. The pressure faced by other ninja villages will be much smaller. As long as they can break into Konoha, we will be much more relaxed. He felt that Uchiha was so strong in the future, and he was definitely the strongest new generation of Konoha. The strongest was held back by himself, so other ninja villages would be much more relaxed. As long as Konoha was breached, he didn't believe it. Uchiha Mirai will still stand here, he must come back to help. So this meeting ended so hastily. After the Mist Ninja was defeated on the battlefield of Kirigakure, Ichiraku took out the communication frog with great interest and shared it with his friends. I have a big news to tell you, the Mist Ninja was defeated by us. Soon the communication frog was filled with the surprised voices of the friends. Fought back. Rope Tree's voice came from the communication frog. Because Mirai also took out his own communication snake, Rika took out the communication slug, Minato's communication baby, and Kushina's communication slug. This is equivalent to Rope Tree's voice being transmitted to Mirai through the snake, to Rika's slug, and then Kushina's slug received and played. Finally, it was transmitted to Ichiraku through Minato's communication frog. Yes, they have been repelled. Ichiraku stood on the coastline, watching the large ships going away, and couldn't help but smile. He looked at the sunset and couldn't help but say another sentence. The sunset has set, and today is over. After a while of compliments from Minato and others, they couldn't help but ask, Future, what about you? There are 2 battles today, almost at the same time. And they all know that Future is online, otherwise, Rope Tree can't hear Ichiraku's words at all. After 3 hours of rest, Future is much better. Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, We ended it 3 hours ago. Silence. The chat network was dead silent. Ichiraku, who was originally happy, couldn't laugh at this moment. He looked at the communication frog with a confused and stunned face. What the hell? It's over now. It ended 3 hours ago. It's a lie. The future is pretty awesome, but it shouldn't be this awesome. 10 seconds later, Minato, Noeki and Kushina finally reacted, and then they were filled with disbelief. All of them couldn't help but exclaimed, Are you done? The Cloud Village is just a tentative attack. Or did you just encounter a small force? Listening to the exclamation in the communication, the future had a smug smile on his face. If you don't use this kind of thing to show off, what fun is there to watch? So he pretended to be indifferent and said, No way. Didn't I tell you that it was the 7,000 Cloud Ninjas who attacked us? Not only that, they also dispatched the 8-tailed beast, and released the tailed beast ball. To be honest, that technique is so terrible, the pressure alone can directly collapse the earth. If I didn't have some tricks, maybe this time I'd really be in trouble. Silence. The chat network was dead silent. 7,000 people. The tailed beasts were dispatched. The tailed beasts also released the tailed beast ball. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. This. Is today April Fool's Day? The friends were all shocked. Ling Hua looked at the future with a smile, she knew that the future was showing off. This is very Uchiha. So the wife followed the husband and said, this is true, if the eight-tailed Jinchuriki on the opposite side had not released the tailed beast ball and wanted to take down our Konoha in one fell swoop, maybe we would still be fighting. Everyone has come back to their senses. Although the future's words are outrageous, they all understand the future and know that he will not tell lies. Besides, they will receive such things in a few days, so there is no point in panicking. So, curiosity grew, and he couldn't help but urge, what happened? Hurry up and tell me more. Yes, 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 how did you defeat Kumagakuer? Did you use any secret weapon? Faced with the extremely curious questions of his friends, Mirai smiled lightly, and did not want to keep them in suspense, and began to tell the story. It's like this. Gurgle, gurgle, diarrhea. Hey, 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 oh, oh. Just like that, I used Bakuri Yuha and returned the opponent's tailed beast ball to the opponent. This is the whole process of today's battle. Friends, underscore, underscore, underscore. They all had the same expression. Because apart from this expression, they really didn't know what other expressions could express their inner activities. In the end, everyone shouted in unison, very tacitly, you are awesome. After that, without giving Mirai time to speak, they all went offline together. Seeing the communication disconnected, Wei was stunned. He looked at Ling Hua in confusion and asked, are they hit? Well, maybe. Ling Hua pursed his lips and said so. Chapter 670. 670 Toad Boss, use oil. Inside Konoha village. The third generation held the victory report in his hand, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes squeezed out two big smile characters. Go, call Danzo, Xiaochun and Minion, I have good news to tell them. Hearing this, an errand ninja from the Anbu stood up, responded, and quickly disappeared. After waiting for 10 minutes, the three advisory elders appeared in the office almost at the same time. Originally, they thought something went wrong, but unexpectedly, as soon as they opened the door, they saw the third generation's face, the smile that couldn't be stopped. They couldn't help but look at each other. This doesn't seem to be what they thought. They thought that a battlefield had been breached somewhere. You're here. The third generation greeted them cheerfully, then looked at everyone and continued, here are 2 reports of victory, take a look. Hearing this, Danzo took the initiative to step forward and spread the reports on the table to read. Yudin Koharu and the others also came forward to take a look, and soon their faces became excited. What the hell? Injured more than 1,000 enemies, and lost 100 of our own. Is this not false information? Could it be that Jamo and the others passed on false information without authorization? That being said, Yudin Koharu and the others knew how untenable their words were. First, the intelligence scroll had a special sealing technique that only the border defense captain could perform. There was also a special scroll material. These two together would make it extremely difficult for the enemy to imitate. And the scroll also had the chakra aura that Jamo had left behind. There was no way they would make a mistake. Second, Jamo is a very stable person. They are all very relieved that he is guarding the north. So this person would not lie about military intelligence. But the problem is that this information is too fake. The battle ended in 10 minutes, and the Cloud Ninja also used the tailed beast ball. They are all high-level officials of Konoha, but they are very clear about the power of this black ball. It can be said that with just one shot, Konoha can be wiped out from the ninja world. Even if they open the barrier, it is still the same. At most, Konoha will suffer less damage. This is true, my Anbu also sent back the same information. The third generation smoked happily and said. Hearing this, the 3 people present were all silent. Since the third generation said this was true, then. For a moment, they all didn't know what to say. In the ruins. The outside world was fighting fiercely, but Hyagaran lived here very safely. At this moment, she looked at the light ball that had disappeared, and the corners of her mouth rose wildly. She showed a Nike-like smile. Very good, I finally have eyes like you. Hinata Reka. As she said that, she took out a small pink makeup mirror. She looked at the azure eyes in her eyes with satisfaction. It contained an extremely powerful pupil power, which was 3 times the pupil power she had when she first obtained part of the reincarnation eye. But soon, she restrained her smile and her face was full of heaviness. No, that bitch has the same eyes as me, and she got it much earlier than me. So she felt a little unsafe. After all, she was beaten by her ex-girlfriend. She couldn't help but start to ponder, wanting to see if there was any other way to increase her strength. Soon, she thought of something. The box of bliss in Kyuzagakure village. She muttered to herself. This was when she went to the land of rain to do a mission. She had heard someone talk about the box of bliss in the land of grass. It was said that this box could make people's wishes come true. However, it had always been firmly controlled and protected by the ninja village of the land of grass, so outsiders had never seen it. It seems that I must get this box. Thinking of this, she stood up, walked to the bed, and then split a shadow clone. Started a happy life today. Then it was the unsatisfied desire after a minute. It ended before she even stood up. On the other side, Minato and others turned off the communication frog. They were interrupted by an urgent voice in their shocked thoughts. Lord Minato, Lord Kushina, the rock ninja has called. Hearing this, Minato and Kushina both nodded, not very surprised. Got it, I'll go over now. He picked up the ninja bag and put it on, finally here. Listening to Minato's sigh, Kushina also nodded, although you left the Flying Thunder God mark, but like we said, if they act normally, we will pretend that we don't know. After all, the Flying Thunder God mark will not disappear, but it can be sealed. Although it is difficult to detect, the enemy is not a fool. Once he shows that he knows their actions, he will definitely be discovered by the other party. Then his first entry into the rock ninja base will be meaningless. As the two talked, they quickly climbed up the fortifications. They looked at the dense crowd below, and their expressions could not help but become solemn for a moment. So many people. A rough estimate is that there are at least 10,000 people. And they also saw two-tailed beasts in the rock ninja position, but did not see the third generation of Tsuchikage. This is a good thing. Through perception, Minato knew that the third generation of Tsuchikage was in the central army tent, as if he was preparing something. In this battle, we must injure and cripple these strong men as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be difficult to protect this battlefield with the strength of you and me alone. Minato said seriously. Kushina couldn't help but become serious. Indeed, it was too dangerous. When the rock ninja was about to talk some trash before the battle, Minato and Kushina made hand seals together and summoned Gamabunta and the slug. The slug can increase the endurance and recovery of their own people. Bunta followed Minato and the others to fight. This was inspired by their previous battle in the future. Boss Gamma, use oil. As soon as Bunta appeared at the foot of the city wall, Minato stood on top of it and shouted. Gamabunta respected and recognized Minato very much. This is a very talented person, and according to gossip, the ancestor seems to have different feelings for Minato. Because this yellow-haired man can see the ancestor anytime and anywhere, without the need for frog notification. This privilege is not even available to the three brothers, only their parents. But both parents are managers of Miyaboku Mountain. It is normal to have this right, but it is abnormal that Minato also has this right. However, it used to be out of respect for the ancestor, but now it is really completely convinced by Minato. Okay. After he responded, he took a deep breath and slapped his hands heavily on his stomach. The next second, a stream of sticky oil and water was sprayed out by it, rushing straight to the Uegakure position. Minato was also quickly forming a seal, fire style, great fireball technique. Instantly, the oil was ignited by the flame. Before the oil reached the true essence of the rock ninja, the scorching heat burned everyone's scalp and made them numb. The hair on the whole body, even the epidermis, curled. Burned. When the masters of the rock ninja saw this, several of the strong men, without thinking, quickly formed seals with their hands. Then they shouted. Earth escape, earth flow wall. For liquid attacks, they, the rock ninja, have a natural advantage. A 500-meter long wall suddenly rose high, and at the critical moment, it blocked the kerosene. At this moment, the slug under Kushina's feet had split into countless small slugs, and they quickly crawled towards their own personnel. Many people participated in World War II, so they naturally knew what this was. All of them were excited. This thing is a top-level auxiliary, anyway, there is no need to care about the small knife wound. Seeing this, Gamabunta frowned slightly. There are top-level strongmen among this group of rock ninjas. Minato also narrowed his eyes slightly. This man should be called Huang Tu, the son of the third Tsuchikage, and is good at large-scale earth escape techniques. Is that so? Then you Konoha will have a hard time. Top warriors, major action teams, two-tailed beasts, plus the old man, the third Tsuchikage. You only have 2 people on your side, at most me, and a few clan leaders. Tisk tisk tisk. After saying that, it couldn't help but be amazed. This kind of battle with a huge disparity in strength directly puts the pressure on Minato and his men. Even if they are on the defensive side. In short, it's dangerous. At this moment, Kushina jumped on Gamabunta's head and put a slug on Minato's shoulder. The latter couldn't help but frowned when he saw that Kushina didn't have the slug. Nana, you should keep the slug. I am fast and not prone to accidents, but Kushina is different. Kushina smiled and shook her head when she heard this. She didn't care about the 10,000 rock ninjas. Minato, you focus on dealing with masters like Huang Tu and guarding against the sneak attacks of the third Tsuchikage. Leave the two-tailed beasts and other rock ninjas to me. Minato was stunned when he heard this and looked at Kushina in surprise. Kushina didn't look at him, but looked at the rock ninjas below, whose fire was gradually disappearing and gradually exposed. After all, it's very proud. Chapter 671. Kushina didn't say much. She took out a scroll from her bosom. Then she fell back on the city wall, spread it out, quickly formed a seal, and pressed it on it. Seal no fly seal. She had fought with the rock ninja before, so she knew how difficult their flying brigade was. As for the blasting troops, as long as they were on the ground, there was no need to worry. So this sealing technique could suppress people flying in the air and make it difficult for them to move. The next second, a blue light curtain emerged directly from the scroll and quickly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it spread along the city wall for a distance of 1,000 meters. Several people who knew the sealing technique immediately sat down next to the scroll according to the operation method they had practiced before, and then quickly formed a seal and took over the supply and authority of the no-fly seal. After doing all this, Kushina activated several sealing techniques again. Some strengthened the defense of the city wall, and some fired energy bombs to destroy the enemy's war machines. There are also buffs for her own people, etc. In short, she has basically arranged all the sealing techniques she can use. The kerosene under the city wall has dissipated. The people on the rock ninja side did not expect that the other side would not only not say anything, but would actually attack without even saying hello. After they defended the first wave of attacks, this group of Konoha ninjas were actually ready to defend and attack. I didn't want to waste words immediately. Huang Tu shouted loudly, all troops attack. In an instant, 10,000 rock ninjas began to attack. They have been coveting Konoha for a long time. And 10,000 people, fighting more than 3,000 people, this is a crushing game no matter how you look at it. Besides, the last time those 2 non-mainstream people came to their rock ninja position to make trouble. Yes, they admit that these 2 people are very strong, but facing their rock ninja army, they will definitely only be defeated and flee. Because they have too many people. This is an incomparable advantage. And there are quite a few high-end combatants, Lord Huangtu, Lao Ziai, Han, Tu Jinkraki, captains of various action teams, flying and blasting special forces. Just ask who can resist this luxurious lineup. And they, the rock ninja, are good at combined attack skills. Fighting with more people against fewer, tut tut tut. This wave of advantages is on our side. So many people got excited and didn't take Konoha seriously at all. The rock ninja moved. Minato gave up the idea of using ninjutsu. He took out a scroll from his waist bag and swung it at the rock ninja who was howling in front of him. In an instant, dozens of kunai were scattered by him. Huangtu led the charge. When he saw this kind of kunai again, he immediately shouted, "Be careful, stay away from these kunai quickly, the person opposite can use kunai to jump through space." The rock ninja who heard this immediately knew what was going on. When this guy rushed into their rock ninja camp, many people analyzed the reason why he was so fast. It turned out that this guy had learned the speed ninjutsu of the second generation Senju Tobirama. It can be said that as long as he learns this technique, he can go anywhere in the ninja world. And no one can stop him. This is the guarantee that he has the courage to rush into their rock ninja camp. So after discussing all night, they discussed the restraint method. Since he was transferred through kunai, wouldn't it be better to stay away from kunai? Of course, this method is for ordinary rock ninja to deal with. They also specially built a team of people who are good at sealing techniques. As long as he dares to bear kunai, this group of people will dare to seal the kunai, and see how he can transfer space. Minato saw this scene just when he was about to jump. His face sank slightly. Have you found a way to crack it so quickly? The information of ninjas is really very important. Once the enemy knows it, they can make effective countermeasures. He immediately shouted and took the lead in launching the skill, Sky Soaring Swallow Dance Light Flash Shadow Zan Zero style. Instantly, the group of rock ninjas who were staring at Minato were all startled because the man disappeared. Before anyone could loudly remind them to stay away from the kunao. The next moment, a hint of yellow filled his eyes. In less than a second, the yellow disappeared again, as if he had an illusion. But before he could open his mouth, he had fallen into darkness forever. This person was not the first one. After dozens of yellow silhouettes appeared in the field in an instant, dozens of rock ninjas covered their necks and fell down in a daze. They didn't even know how they died. Huang Tu quickly punched Minato, but unfortunately his speed was too slow in Minato's eyes. He dodged without any injury and landed on the ground not far away. He looked at Huang Tu and his eyes fell on his right arm. The rock wrapped inside made his hands look thick and strong. Tisk tisk tisk. So scary. Mirai said that it is very easy to pull monsters when saying such words. Sure enough, Huang Tu's face turned black when he heard these words full of vulgarity. He killed dozens of their rock ninjas in one encounter, and he actually said that they were so scary. This is a mockery. This is definitely a mockery. He immediately dispersed the rock fist in his hand and looked at Huang Mao coldly. But he knew that he was not good at talking, so he didn't say anything, but just stared at him. Soon, dozens of rock ninjas appeared behind him. These people were arranged to follow Huang Tu to deal with Minato Namikaze. One of the action captains said in a low voice with a very bad face, "Captain, we didn't pick up any of his kunao, and just now he took back the kunao immediately after killing our people instantly. For this reason, 2 unlucky people from their sealing team died. When they were about to touch the kunao, they were slashed by the man in front of them." "Got it, I'll hold them back, and you guys will help." "Yes." Minato saw many people surrounding him one after another, but he didn't care, and even waited for a while, and didn't take action on the spot, because he needed to gather the monsters. Reduce the pressure on his own people. Taking this opportunity, he looked around. Many rock ninjas were attacking the city wall, but they were all defended by the Konoha ninjas on the city wall. Under the city wall, there were only him, Boss Toad, and Kushina. Among them, Boss Toad was able to deal with the group of rock ninjas with ease, and even with his huge body, his every move was full of terrifying power. Kushina was also facing the same dilemma as herself, and the 2 Jinchuriki of rock ninjas came to her. At the same time, some action teams also surrounded her. However, judging from the expression on Kushina's face, she was very relaxed, and there was no fear or solemnity between her eyebrows. This made Minato understand something in his heart. It seems that Nana has some killer tricks. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. But he still had to pay attention to that side. Once Kushina had problems, he could rush there quickly to help her resolve the crisis. So, the war was about to start. Behind the rock ninja, Onoki did not participate in the war. Mainly because he felt that with 10,000 rock ninjas, plus various special talents, 2-tailed beasts, and his own son, it was enough to capture this fortress. Another point is that he was arranging and designing a large-scale no-fly barrier. This empty refers to the empty of time and space. He had to admit that Flying Thunder God was indeed the most difficult ninjutsu. He came and went as he pleased, and he could not be trapped at all. And he was elusive, you had no idea when he would appear. So he wanted to develop a sealing technique that could prohibit space-time movement. He started developing this technique after this guy escaped last time. He has made good progress so far. I believe that it will be used in actual combat soon. Once the yellow-haired man can no longer move in space, let's see how he dies. In the field. The first thing the group of Iwagakure ninjas who surrounded him did was not to speak, but to activate the hardening technique. First, improve their own defense, so that they are not afraid of Minato's kunao attack. Minato looked at the other party, all of whom turned extremely dark, and raised his eyebrows. Although it was expected, but when it really happened, Minato still felt a little tricky. It seems that you have studied me thoroughly. At this time, a knife-wielding Iwagakure ninja finally spoke. He said coldly, "You are very dangerous. For the future of our Iwagakure ninjas, we must kill you today." As he said that, he took the lead in raising his knife and slashing. Your defense is enhanced by hardening technique, and it's at a high level. I wonder how you can kill me in 1 second. Dao Yanan thought confidently. But soon, this was his last thought. Minato just turned slightly to avoid the attack. Then he turned his wrist, and the trident kunao in his hand immediately cut his throat. After the opponent fell to the ground with a strong sense of disbelief, Minato sighed, your ability to use a knife is not even 1,000th of what you will be in the future. Hearing this, Dao Yanan rolled his eyes and died on the spot with his eyes wide open. Chapter 672. Huang Tu and the others looked very ugly. They all looked at the kunao in Minato's hand. It was this kunao that easily cut the neck of Dayan Ninja just now. But the problem is that Dayan Ninja activated the hardening technique. How could his neck be cut so easily? This is not normal at all. And after this scene, many Yan ninjas did not dare to step forward, and they were also afraid. After all, their necks were not necessarily stronger than that person's. Seeing that they did not move, Minato moved first. He moved his hands slightly, and 8 kunao appeared in his hands. This is a technique he learned from Mirai, called Uchiha Hidden Sword Technique. It is not a sword like the hidden ninja sword, but a hidden shuriken. It is like magic. As long as the shuriken is needed, it can be made to appear in the gap between the hands through special techniques. Quite practical. Many Uchiha know this trick. He waved his hand towards the group of people, and they disappeared again. Tianxiang Nian Wu Guang. But before he could finish his words, 8 rock ninjas fell down. Shunying Zan Ling Shi. When Minato appeared, he looked at the people lying on the ground, and the whole person fell into a deep silence. Is it over? In his imagination, the enemies would fall down only after he finished calling the name of the move. But the reality was that the enemies all fell down when he was only halfway through calling the move. It feels so uncool. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the name was a bit bad, and it was better to be named by the future. At this time, Huang Tu looked at the 8 new corpses on the ground. The dark skin on their bodies quickly dissipated and turned back to yellow skin. Another group of people died. He looked at Minato, his eyes were extremely solemn, especially when he looked at the ordinary trident kunao in his hand. So that's it, your special kunao is actually a chakra weapon. Hearing this, the captains around him immediately realized it. So that's how it is. If it's a chakra weapon, it can indeed easily break our hardening technique. He must have injected chakra into his neck just now to increase the sharpness. After he wiped his neck, he retracted the chakra, so we didn't notice it at the first time. Captain Huang Tu is indeed worthy of his name. He can tell the truth at a glance. Then what should we do? This guy is too fast. We can't react at all. We don't need to defeat him. We just need to hold him back so that he can't come back for help. The rest of the things will be left to the people below. If 10,000 people can't break through the wall of 3,000 people, then they will all touch their heads and die. Someone made this suggestion, which made the people around them suddenly brighten up. Yes, they are not fighting alone, but many. In this case, why bother to think about defeating him? Just hold him back. There are even many people who look at Lao Zi and the others in a subtle way. As long as Master Zi and the others captured the little girl, they could use it to threaten the yellow-haired man. It was not impossible to make him hurt himself at that time. Because they were all experienced people, they naturally knew that the two were lovers. They did not move, and Minato moved directly. He swung out the kunao that he had recovered when he killed the enemy instantly just now. Since the enemy has found a way to crack it and has the ability to seal the kunao, then he will recover the used kunao and make it impossible for them to remove the seal, isn't it? He is really a clever ghost. This time, many rock ninjas were mentally prepared and all avoided the line of the kunao. They could not keep up with the speed of Minato Namikaze, but they could avoid the attack of the kunao. This is the same. On the other side, Kushina had already exchanged several punches with the 2 strong men. This made Han and Master Zi look very solemn. Who are you? Who is Tsunade Senju to you? Han was knocked back dozens of meters by the opponent's delicate punch, and then he could barely stand up. Then he asked with an incredible look on his face. In Konoha, as far as he knew, the only one who had such terrifying power was Tsunade Senju. Kushina clenched her fist, and her little face was full of pity. She didn't answer directly, how come your fist is so hard? Han. Damn. Whose child is this? How can she be so uneducated? Didn't her parents teach her to answer strangers' questions honestly? And, you were not crippled by my punch, but I knocked you back with my punch. Whose fist is harder? Lao Ziyi frowned and said, her name is Uzumaki Kushina. She is a disciple of Senju Tsunade. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan and has a huge amount of chakra. Unlike Lao Ziyi, since World War II, Han has caused the tailed beasts to run away twice because of his own relationship. Each time, he hurt his own people, so that he lost to Konoha in World War II. So Han locked himself in the forbidden area of Iwagakure village and has been working hard to improve his ability to control the power of the tailed beasts. So over the years, he has hardly left the forbidden area. Not long ago, the third generation Tsuchikage announced that he would go to war with Konoha. After hearing the news, he immediately came out of seclusion and planned to avenge his previous shame. He also found Senju Tsunade to avenge the hatred of the past. As a result, Tsunade did not come, but her disciples came instead. The original intention to underestimate her also disappeared in the previous bombardment. It is worthy of Konoha to have these two monster-level perverts, one with yellow hair and extremely fast speed. The other with red hair is extremely powerful. Although he did not use any skills just now, the strength of his body alone is enough to knock down a city wall. But he was beaten back by the thin and weak little girl with a good figure in front of him. Kushina looked around and found that the bottom of the city wall was already in danger. Although she had the blessing of her sealing technique, there were too many Iwagakure ninjas, which was equivalent to a Konoha ninja facing 3 Iwagakure ninjas at the same time. Moreover, when the flying troops saw that they could not fly, they immediately used the group earth escape technique to build ladders and landslides that could rush up the city wall. And Minato was still fighting with Huang Tu and others. The ninjas who could die under the flying thunder god were almost dead, and the rest were old hands. They could block the Kunao and prevent Minato from teleporting to them. If Minato wanted to fight with the instant body technique, they could barely react, and because it was more than one, Minato did not get very good results in order to avoid injury. Minato wants to leave room for the third generation Tsuchikage sneak attack. In this case, you can only leave it to me. Thinking of this, Kushina retracted her gaze. She formed seals with both hands. In an instant, her hair fluttered wildly. A huge amount of chakra burst out directly from her slender body. It seems that I have to use the chakra in here. As she said this, a faint purple glow appeared on her forehead, which was blocked by the forehead protector. The next moment, the purple glow turned into a dark line, forked from her forehead, then passed through her eyelids, moved down, and spread to her whole body through her white and delicate neck. It created a mysterious pattern for her. Yin seal unseal. With her low shout, the chakra that had been stored for more than 4 years was all unsealed at this moment. Originally, she learned this trick 6 years ago, and it would be full in 3 years, but with her superb sealing skills, she forcibly expanded the capacity of the Yin seal to a terrifying 4 years. In addition, she herself is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and her chakra capacity is terrifying. And it was enhanced by this technique. So when she was unsealed, some chakra was not controlled and directly spilled out to the surroundings. And this little spilled chakra caused an 8-level gale. All the people around her were blown to the ground. Although a few people were able to stand, they were blown back by the air wave. Not only that, at this moment, Kushina was like a huge gravitational magnetic field, which suddenly crushed the ground under her feet by 1 or 2 meters, exposing hundreds of square meters of concave land. The rubble slowly floated in the air, as if the gravity of the earth had lost its effect within Kushina's range. At the same time, around her, whirlwinds connecting the sky and the earth slowly appeared. She looked like a demon on earth. What is this? What a terrible amount of chakra! It's comparable to the tailed beasts. Lao Ziyi and Han were stunned. They had never seen anyone other than the tailed beasts have such a terrible amount of chakra. It was terrifying. If this chakra was not full of human breath, they would really think that this was Konoha's tailed beast Jinchuriki. Just when Kushina exploded, he was studying the seal of the third generation in the tent, and suddenly looked up in the direction of Konoha. This is... His expression became unusually solemn. His intuition told him that they were in big trouble in Iwagakure. Chapter 673. The third Tsuchikage had no time to study the sealing technique. He quickly stood up and flew towards the battlefield. When he arrived at the battlefield, he saw a shocking scene. There was a little girl, exuding a terrifying aura, punching 2 people with 3 tails and red bodies one by one. Then she smashed and dismantled the rock ladders and landslides made of soil one by one along the foot of the city wall. Quite violent. He knew this person. It was the red-haired man who followed the yellow-haired man and ran to their rock ninja camp to show off his power. He didn't expect that her small body contained such a terrifying power. But something was wrong. He had seen the Uzumaki clan. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ashina, didn't have such a terrifying amount of chakra. If everyone in the Uzumaki clan had, if everyone had about half of her chakra, it would not have been so easy for them to break through the whirlpool country. Could it be that she is the Jinchuriki of Konoha? But soon, he shook his head and rejected it. The Jinchuriki of Konoha has always been a secret, and is strictly protected by the old guy, the third Hokage. Their spies have never found his existence for so long. He even suspected that the Jinchuriki was secretly imprisoned in the base of the root organization, just like the one tail in the sand village. This little girl has no hatred unique to the tailed beasts, so it is unlikely that she is the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Another thing, if this little girl is a Jinchuriki, she would have been imprisoned in Konoha long ago. How could she run around the whole ninja world? Judging others by himself, he thinks that the third Hokage would never do this. When thinking about this, his hands did not stop. He immediately clapped and spread. A dazzling ball formed in his hands. After aiming at the red-haired figure below, he immediately shouted coldly. Dust release, original world peeling technique. Instantly, a cube quickly moved away from the position in his hand and rushed towards Kushina, who was dismantling the ladder and sliding down the slope below. This was a long-range offensive ninjutsu he developed after suffering a loss in World War II. It does not have to be performed at close range like a cylinder or a cone. The farthest distance can fly to 1 kilometer away, which is quite practical. Kushina did not notice the person above her head at all. When she was wrapped in a white light cube, she suddenly realized that she seemed to be about to be decomposed. But she was not panicked at all. Because she always believed that the fast man would save her. Sure enough, just when she felt that her body was about to be decomposed, a yellow light appeared beside her, and then her eyes blurred, and the person appeared on the city wall. "Are you okay, Nana?" Minato's panicked voice came to her ears. Minato was really frightened just now, and he didn't notice Onoki flying in the sky. Because the opponent was flying in the sky, the air had a strong barrier to his perception technique. It was not until the opponent used the technique that he passively sensed all this. Then he saw the white light of the cube wrapped around Kushina. He was very familiar with this technique. He had seen it from a distance during World War II. At that time, he knew the horror of this technique. It could decompose the enemy in an instant. The enemy was turned into a molecular structure, unable to defend, and could only be avoided. At that time, he relied on this move to force the master to feel extremely strenuous even if he turned on the sage mode. "Kushina, don't panic, I'm here." Fortunately, Kushina was carrying the flying thunder god kunai he gave her, so he could arrive quickly and move Kushina away from it at the moment the cube exploded. "I'm fine." Shui shui. Kushina stood up from Minato's arms, smiled and shook her head. "Because I believe you will come to save me." Then she looked at Onoki floating in the sky. At this moment, Onoki's expression became quite exciting. What did he see? Someone could actually escape from the encirclement of dust release intact. How is this possible? But it happened. In other words, his must-kill and inescapable technique is no longer a must-kill. His face suddenly became very ugly. Could it be that Flying Thunder God technique can ignore the dust release barrier? The outer covering of dust release is a barrier, which is used to restrain the brilliance of dust release and prevent the enemy from escaping. Whether it is instant body technique or substitute technique, it is impossible to escape from it. But who would have thought that the space-time ninjutsu could actually break through the blockade? Minato turned his head and looked at Onoki. His expression was rarely full of coldness. As a ninja, using sneak attacks is a common method. I originally wanted to save some face for your village, but now it seems that I'd better forget it. I'm afraid that if you live, the people I cherish will be hurt. Onoki's face sank. He actually heard a strong murderous intent from this sentence. If a fast ninja who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique wants to assassinate someone, then this person will never escape. Thinking of this, he also had a strong murderous intent in his heart. In any case, even if they failed again this time, they must kill this yellow-haired man. Otherwise, in the future ninja world, they, the Rock Ninja, will never surpass Konoha again. Thinking of this, he snorted and said, "Minato Namikaze, please leave your life." After speaking, he swooped down directly. On the ground, Huang Tu and others, 2 Jinkriki who opened the 3 tails, and many elite jonin, all attacked the city wall. Only Gamabunta could resist some people, but there were too many rock ninjas, and he couldn't resist many. Seeing this, Kushina immediately had an idea in her mind. She said, "Minato, I don't have the ability to fight in the air, so you can deal with Onoki. I will stop the people on the ground." Hearing this, Minato paused and looked at Kushina in surprise. The murderous intent in his eyes also turned into a look of surprise. But none of these people are weak. Not to mention other things, Huang Tu made him feel tricky, and his flying thunder god slash could not cause effective damage to him. And although he couldn't keep up with his speed, he could resist his attack. Of course, this was because he didn't use his full strength. But it can also be seen from this that the strength of these people is not much weaker. Kushina smiled and said, "Didn't you worry about them in the future? You said that there is a perfect Jinkriki among the enemies they face." She smiled mischievously at Minato and then jumped down from the wall. The pleasant voice was sent to Minato's ears through the wind. "Maybe you don't know, I am also a perfect Jinkriki. Minato, I..." Hey! For a moment, he was stunned. He knew that Kushina was a Jinkriki when he was 8 years old. The question is, when did she become a perfect Jinkriki? And last time, she was controlled by the power of the tailed beast and ran away. Why is it this time? Kushina knew that Minato was confused, but she didn't say anything. She planned to speak with facts. In the mind space, Kushina's mind suddenly appeared in front of Kurama. The latter reached out, grabbed Julama's beard, and shouted loudly, "Julama, it's time to pay the rent." Hearing the little girl's noisy shouting, Jue, who was sleeping soundly, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and revealed an extremely impatient voice. "Noisy, noisy, noisy. I said at the beginning that if you want to use chakra, go get it yourself, don't disturb my sleep, okay?" I was speechless. Why is this girl not as quiet as Hyagarika and Uchiha Hungwan? The whole person is not a lady at all. Alas! Headache. Thinking about it, it realized that one of its beards was still being pulled by Kushina, and it was even more speechless. Look, it's so annoying. It twitched the corner of its mouth and directly pulled the beard out of Kushina's hand. Ignore Kushina. He stood up, took the fireball, and moved to the other side unhappily. He turned his back to Kushina, adjusted the shape of the fireball, made it very fluffy and comfortable, and then rested his head on it and closed his eyes comfortably. Omega. Sleep. Kushina raised her hand and scratched the back of Kurama. But she also knew that Kurama was very irritable when he woke up, so she gave up the idea of scratching his beard. "Oh, forget it, I still want you to go out and get some fresh air." Kurama's ears suddenly twitched. "Go out and get some fresh air? This. What should I do if I'm a little moved?" But when I thought of the air outside, it was all smelly, and its heartbeat was immediately extinguished by it. So he didn't say anything. Kushina saw that Kurama still didn't move. Finally, she pouted and turned away helplessly. When she was walking, a bunch of chains suddenly came out from her back. Then they shot into Kurama's body. Soon, thick scarlet chakra came from Kurama's back, until it entered Kushina's body. In an instant, Kushina's appearance changed. Her whole body was covered with a sinister aura enveloped her, and 6 tails grew behind her. But Kushina did not have the characteristics of a beast. She did not shout, but looked around like a human, and pouted with some disdain. It was too red, not good looking at all. But 6 tails were enough to deal with these people. The rest were just trump cards. Thinking of this, she suddenly opened her eyes, and then in reality, scarlet chakra immediately emerged from her body. In an instant, 6 red tails appeared on the scene. Chapter 674. Minato was stunned. He subconsciously took out the scroll key given to him by the 3rd Hokage, and looked at Kushina below. At this moment, Kushina was a humanoid with a red body, standing upright outside the city wall. And he didn't know if the 9 tails chakra burned her clothes, anyway, he couldn't see it. But the curves that Kushina showed at this moment were quite beautiful. The front and back were convex, the waist and hips were thin, the long hair and long legs were standard. Very feminine. And the most eye-catching thing was her tailbone. There were 6 huge red tails, flying slowly. On the top of the head, there was a pair of pointed ears, shaking from time to time. Gudong. So, kawi. Black heart, black heart. For some reason, Minato looked at Kushina in this state, and his heart was beating violently. Especially his breathing began to be rapid. In his eyes, Kushina didn't turn into a monster, but changed into a new dress. And it was a close-fitting sexy dress. Looking at him made his blood boil. Kushina naturally noticed Minato's fiery eyes. She shyly dodged for a moment. Oh, Minato, don't be distracted. She couldn't help stamping her feet, shyly turned her back, leaving Minato with a shy back. However, she thought it was a light stamping, but a magnitude 6 earthquake was directly set off in the field. Many rock ninjas who were screaming and rushing towards the walls of Konoha with weapons were forced to stop by this horrifying momentum. All stared at the man in amazement. Although she was charming and slim, no one would think in this way. In the eyes of Minato Namikaze, Kushina was cute. But in their eyes, Kushina's Vulpix mode was the synonym of terror. Look at the momentum that soared into the sky, full of hatred for the world. Look at the light stomping of the foot, it was a natural disaster-level destruction. And the boiling scarlet chakra all over the body, rendering the air dark red. People just watched from a distance, and their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand. They felt that their breathing was wrong. It seemed that if they inhaled a little louder, they would suffer a fatal blow. Minato was finally barely able to come back to his senses after being scolded by Kushina's shyness, and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. If I remember correctly, Onoki rushed down just now. Then he saw Onoki with a shocked and incredible face, and the whole person was frozen in the sky. Because the field was very quiet, even if he was hundreds of meters away from Onoki, he could clearly hear his unbelievable self-talk. Onoki was indeed very shocked. How could it be her? He had never thought that Kushina was actually the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is ridiculous. It is impossible that both of them have the pronunciation of 9, so they are one and the same. Also, he had guessed countless times who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was, and every time he thought of Uzumaki Kushina. But he ruled it out every time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Konohagakure, and a rare flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. Good guy, the third Hokage is really good at tricks. I dared to let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki go out. I don't think I can do this. It was really a good trick. In front of the whole world, he played a trick of hiding the truth and deceived everyone. He was still muttering to himself, and Kushina below had already taken action. When Minato was not looking at her, she felt that her whole body was not so hot. She was also very happy in her heart. She thought Minato would be afraid of her appearance. But she didn't expect that he was not afraid, but even more obsessed. Oh, Minato, this pervert. Although she thought so in her heart, her mouth and eyes were curved very beautifully, like a little fox that stole a roasted chicken. But if the fight was over sooner, she could have sex with Minato sooner. So she planned to use her big move as soon as she came up. The tails behind her immediately gathered in front of her mouth. The next moment, the 6 tails began to inject chakra, and gathered into a pitch-black ball in front of her mouth. As soon as the ball appeared, the more powerful chakra momentum instantly spread out to the surroundings. Not only that, these energies seemed to have mass, and the foot of the already bumpy city wall collapsed again at this moment. Those rock ninjas who had stopped their attack all felt their scalps tingling. Whether they saw it or not, they all trembled all over at this moment. Especially the Uegakure who had seen this terrifying move. Some of them had already collapsed on the ground with weak legs. This is Tailed Beast Ball. She is actually the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. Oh my god, how could we provoke such a terrifying monster? Help! Lord Tsuchikage, save us! I don't want to die yet. Some people are afraid of death, while others suppress their fear and take action directly. Intend to stop all this. Earth Escape, Earth Mountain Technique. Huang Tu shouted, and as the seal was completed, he slammed his hands on the ground. In an instant, 2 semicircular spheres suddenly rose from both sides of Kushina. The height alone was 50 meters. They were like a gate, closing, trying to lock the tiny Kushina in it. Just as Minato was about to move, he found that Kushina had moved before him. 2 scarlet chakra giant hands appeared directly on the latter's body. One on the left and one on the right blocked the 2 semicircular spheres from closing. And they pressed them all back to their original positions in one fell swoop, as if they had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Minato was completely relieved. At this moment, he knew why Kushina said that she was a perfect Jinchuriki. With the control she showed at this moment, even if all 9 tails were out, she could easily control the chakra of the 9 tails. With this strength, as long as she didn't touch the dust release, Kushina would be completely safe. How many opponents of the 9 tails are there in the ninja world? Then, he turned his head and looked up at the sky. At this moment, when his son took action, Onoki was shocked by the movement of the Tsuchiya no Jutsu and immediately raised his hand and shot a dust release without thinking. So fast! Minato exclaimed. Onoki's move was much faster than before. He didn't have time to interrupt. And he was aiming at Kushina. But fortunately, his mind was the fastest. As soon as his mind raced, he had an idea to deal with it. He immediately raised his hand and shot 2 shurikens. One of them was aimed in front of Kushina, and the other was thrown to the place where there were the most rock ninjas. As for the specific landing point, he didn't know where it was. When Kushina gathered the tailed beast ball, she keenly sensed that Onoki was going to attack her. She just wanted to move to avoid this attack, but she didn't expect Minato's gentle voice to come to her ears. Nana, don't worry about gathering the tailed beast ball, and let me deal with the attack. Kushina smiled and nodded at Minato, and her body that wanted to dodge immediately stopped. A sweet and sticky voice came out from the red enchanting body, okay. Minato immediately raised his hand and aimed at the cylindrical white light coming from the sky. In his hand, he held a trident kunao, and when the white light was about to hit him, from the kunao, a void pattern immediately spread out. It was round, and looked very much like the pattern of the summoning technique. But nothing came out of it. Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning. As soon as the words fell, the white light also attacked in front of him. But the white light stopped there. Because everyone on the ground could see that the array pattern in the yellow-haired hand seemed to have opened something. The white light of dust release of Onoki was directly swallowed by it. That's right, it was swallowed by the space. Not to mention people, even Onoki was very shocked. His eyes widened as he watched his cylinder dust release disappear bit by bit. Until it finally disappeared. 2 figures were revealed below. Minato smiled at the confused Onoki. Guess where your technique will explode? In fact, there was no need to guess. Because a fierce and dazzling white light suddenly burst out from their rock ninja position. No screams were heard. All they could do was wait for the white light to dissipate, revealing an empty place. And the neat and smooth cross-section of the cylinder on the ground. Can you still transfer my technique? Onoki exclaimed in horror. What kind of monster did he encounter? Chapter 675. At this time, Kushina had already condensed the tailed beast ball and immediately sprayed it out in one breath. On the opposite side of her, a large number of rock ninjas had gathered, mainly 2 scarlet Jinchuriki. They also condensed the tailed beast ball in their mouths, but in terms of quality, they were still much worse than Kushina. This was mainly because they had a short time to condense, and the number of tails was not as many as Kushina's. Tailed beast ball. Lao Ziyi and Han aimed at Kushina together. They both hoped that one of them could intercept Kushina's tailed beast ball and the other could attack Kushina. But the idea was good, and the reality was cruel. Their attacks were directly knocked away by Kushina's tailed beast ball. None of the 2 tailed beast balls caused any damage to Kushina. They didn't even deviate from the route by a single point. In an instant, the 2 balls exploded directly in the air. But no one looked up at the sky, but looked at the dazzling and burning ball of light in front of them. Then, nothing happened. Kushina's mouth cannon killed many rock ninjas instantly. On this day, many rock ninjas recalled the terrifying scene of the tailed beasts going berserk. The only ones who could survive under the tailed beast ball were Lao Ziyi and Huang Tu, who was desperately protected by Han with his body. As for the others, they were all dead. According to preliminary estimates, there were no less than 500 rock ninjas who died in Kushina's mouth this time. More than 800 people were injured to varying degrees. Most of these people escaped the bombardment of the tailed beast ball by burrowing underground. However, some were directly shocked to death. This battle directly made the rock ninjas autistic. Onoki directly ordered everyone to retreat. Anyway, they could no longer beat Konoha. Just as Minato and his men were about to chase, they were threatened by Onoki in the sky with the hidden dust release. The meaning is very clear. If you dare to chase, I will dare to launch an absolute attack on the walls of Konoha. Not to mention, this threat is really useful. Minato and Kushina really couldn't chase. so they could only watch the rock ninja retreat. But it's good. After this battle, this group of people will be much more honest. An hour later. In the rock ninja base. Everyone was silent. Huang Tu, Lao Ziai, and Han were not there. Kushina's mouth cannon just now directly blew these three people into serious injuries. They are still being rescued. At this moment, in the Central Army tent, it has been silent for more than 20 minutes since the meeting. Many people sat silently, and no one said anything. After a long time, Onoki spoke. What should we do next? Everyone looked at each other. They were all well-known action team leaders. If it were normal, they could talk and make sense. But this time, they were all speechless. One was extremely fast, and the other was the strongest Jinkriki of the Nine Tails. What should they say? No matter what they said, it was meaningless. And they couldn't beat him. The third Tsuchikage saw this, he slowly landed on the main seat, rubbed his eyebrows and said slowly, wait. Wait for other ninja villages to break into Konoha, then we will be much more relaxed. Namikaze Minato is the strongest of the new generation of Konoha. Today I saw that he is indeed extraordinary, and Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine Tails Jinkriki. These two are the strongest of the new generation of Konoha. Since they are here, the pressure faced by the other three ninja villages must be much less than us. Wait for them to break into Konoha, these two will definitely come back to help, and then we will find an opportunity to break in, and our goal can be achieved. Everyone looked at each other when they heard the words of the third generation, but soon they all agreed. Because they all thought that what the third Tsuchikage said made sense. Then let's wait. But soon, an Uegakuer Enbu hurried in. He handed the document in his hand to the third Tsuchikage and turned to leave. Everyone who was originally planning to adjourn the meeting could not help but stop and look at the third Tsuchikage curiously. Onoki looked at the urgent information in his hand, and his expression moved slightly. His intuition told him that this was not a good thing. But he couldn't just not look at it. So he slowly opened it, and then he was stunned. The Cloud Ninja was defeated, and lost more than 1,000 people. Now they have retreated to 100 kilometers away to garrison. If he remembered correctly, the north-south distance of the Land of Fields was only more than 100 kilometers. They have retreated to the border of the Land of Thunder. Alas! Looking at the information in his hand, the third Tsuchikage felt a great pain in his head. If it were before, he would not have a wave of ruthless ridicule. But now, he himself was beaten to pieces. Forget it, the eldest brother does not laugh at the second brother. Be well on your own. Now I just hope that Kirigakure and Sand Village can help a little. The Sand Village, which was missed by Onoki, attacked Konoha again at this moment, but they still couldn't face Rope Tree. Because they couldn't beat them. The latter directly opened the Wood Dragon technique and rushed through the Sand Village position. However, the opponent has found a way to deal with it, that is, to directly entangle with the ninjas of Konoha. This guy can't even attack his own people. Not to mention, this method gave Rope Tree a headache. Now, he can only use a smaller attack method like Wood Dragon to clean up those sand ninjas. Anyway, the big move can't be used. To the direction of Kusagakuer village. A man in a hooded robe sat in the corner of a store, eating quietly. Judging from her behavior, she was an elegant girl. And she ate in a very gentle manner, and her exposed skin looked good. Although her figure was covered by the white hooded robe, it still attracted several animals in the store to look at her frequently. This made the hooded man couldn't help but clamp his legs again. She felt numb all over her body, and her heart was even more disgusted. This group of people was just like the dear man, just coveting her beautiful and proud body, and even wanted to ride her under them. Although she was very happy that they saw her like this, it showed that she was really charming. But she didn't like males other than Uchihamurai to see her like this, which would make her feel violated and betrayed Uchihamurai's pure feelings. But now she needs to find the box of bliss, so she should be patient for the time being. At this moment, a table of people started complaining because they drank a little wine. Alas, the ninja world is fighting again. Who said it wasn't? Our grass country has become a battlefield between Konoha and Uegakuer again. I don't know how many people in our grass country will be affected this time. Damn, this fucked up world. Back then, our grass country almost dominated the world, but now even survival depends on the faces of major countries. This world really deserves to be destroyed. Yet, if only I had the strength as strong as the first generation of Wood Hokage. You are thinking about shit. You can't even think about it. The man in the hood couldn't help but curl his lips at their complaints. Similar remarks, such as if I could, if I were the leader of the grass, etc., she has heard them countless times since entering the grass country. Her ears are almost calloused. Instead of thinking about their own efforts, they blame the world. Tisk tisk tisk. It deserves to be a small ninja village. Unlike me, who was defeated once but was not discouraged. I cheered up again and actively pursued what I wanted. Thinking of this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and her legs clamped tighter. If Uchiha knew how hard I worked, he would definitely be touched. Thinking of this, she quickly finished her meal, paid the bill, and walked out of the restaurant. Start investigating the existence of the Box of Bliss. Underground of the Rain Country. After watching the actions of the hooded man in the picture, Madara couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She is looking for the Box of Bliss. The White Zetsu nodded and said, yes, it is said that it is a treasure that existed during the Six-Path Sage period. Legend has it that as long as it is opened, this thing can realize a person's wish. Back then, the Kyuzagakuer village almost unified the entire ninja world with this box. Hearing this, Madara couldn't help but reveal a sneer. To realize a wish? It's just a product of the old times. Instead of relying on one's own efforts, you want to take shortcuts. I think this toy is probably a lie. There should be a monster sealed inside. The so-called legend that dreams can be realized is just a rumor spread by this monster. The purpose is to find those greedy and lustful people and remove the seal. After saying that, he immediately closed his eyes and stopped watching the live broadcast. For him, there are very few things in this world that can attract him. This Box of Bliss is not among them at all. Chapter 676. After 3 days of rest, the future basically recovered. On the Konoha side, people were laughing and talking, because they had strong men in charge, and they were very luxurious. With this configuration, how could the Cloud Ninja dare to attack? And they retreated directly for more than 100 kilometers. This is almost retreating to the border between the Cloud Ninja and the land of the universe. However, Jimmu was not careless at all, but sent out a reconnaissance team of at least 30 people every day to monitor the Cloud Ninja. Just afraid that the other party would cheat. After all, the number of people in Konoha and the number of people in Kyumagakuer is a hard flaw, and there is no comparison at all. The Sand Village saw that they were easily defeated by Konoha in several attacks, so they chose to watch the battles of other ninja villages like Kyumagakuer and Uegakuer. Then their eyes were all focused on the battlefield of the water country. Although there was Orochimaru, one of the 3 people, and the 2 great families of Uchiha and Hyuga. But at least there was no pervert there. It is said that the 7 ninja swordsmen have already rushed to the battlefield. This happened a month after the start of the Third World War. In the future, they did not take the initiative to attack because the number of people did not allow it. The number of people was not enough, and if they ventured out again, it would be easy for others to exploit loopholes. So they planned to wait and take action after figuring out the enemy's habits. On the battlefield of the Land of Water, Orochimaru, De Zhuang, and his wife, the 3 elders of Hyuga, and Ichiraku all watched the 7 people on the sea silently. They thought there would be a battle, but they did not expect that the other side would retreat after just a look. That's right, the 7 retreated, and there was no intention to start a war at all. This made Orochimaru and others confused. Are they leaving now? Ichiraku asked in confusion. It seems so. Not to mention Ichiraku, De Zhuang, who has an IQ of 250, did not understand what they meant. Finally, it was Orochimaru who said, forget it, let's strengthen the vigilance. Among the 7 people who left, Kurakai Rega asked puzzledly while running, why are we leaving? Don't we say hello first and let the people of Konoha know how powerful we are? There were several people beside him, all looking at Zigwish and Puffer Ghost puzzledly. The latter explained, other ninja villages have stopped attacking and are all looking at us, wanting us to fight Konoha first. Hehe, and they also said that the tailed beast ball was reversed by Uchiha Mirai's moves, causing heavy losses and retreating 100 miles away. The rock ninja was even worse, saying that Uzumaki Kushina was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and she wiped out nearly 1,000 of them with just a mouth cannon. Do you think this is possible? These 2 pieces of information have spread throughout the ninja world. So when they came, they heard it, and at that time they all thought that the world had changed, and they were not familiar with it. Why is everyone bragging? He then asked back, do you believe that one person can fight against the tailed beast ball head on? The other 6 people all shook their heads. Tailed beast ball, yeah, that's a very powerful move. If they encounter it, they will definitely die. The 4th Mizukage took the tailed beast into his body. We have all seen him use the power of the tailed beast. Let alone a head-on confrontation, it's good that we are not chased and beaten. Even we can't fight head-on. Uchiha Mirai is only 15 or 16 years old. How can he bounce the tailed beast ball back? Also, the Rock Ninja dispatched more than 10,000 people, the Cloud Ninja dispatched more than 7,000 people, and Konoha only had a few people. With such a huge gap in numbers, they actually lost. What a joke. As he said, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Originally, I was planning to find an opportunity to capture a Konoha ninja, seal the 3 tails in his body, and when he returns to Konoha, I will remotely remove the seal and let the 3 tails run wild in Konoha. This way, Konoha's army will be in chaos, and we can easily win. As a result, before I submitted this plan, it turned out that the 4th generation had already sealed the tailed beast in his body. It was only after the news from Kirigakura that the 4th generation Mizukage was the perfect Jinchuriki that he knew that the tailed beast had a master. He felt that his plan was good. Once the tailed beast rioted in the village, it would be a terrible natural disaster. And because it was in the village, many people did not dare to use powerful ninjutsu to attack, so the damage that could be caused was even greater. Your plan is not bad. Kuroki Rega bared his fangs and praised. Biwajozo smiled, but the 4th generation Mizukage can perfectly control the power of the tailed beast, which is also good. This statement attracted the approval of many people. That's true. Finally, Watermelon Shanhitagi continued, those people spread false news, they definitely want us and Konoha to fight each other, and then they will take the opportunity to attack Konoha with all their strength. This will weaken the strength of our Kirigakura and Konoha. The idea is good, but unfortunately I saw through it. Since you see through it, why should we follow their ideas? So they stopped fighting and waited, then we stopped fighting and waited. Anyway, my transportation is on the sea, there is no need to worry about anything. The thunder, earth, and wind kingdoms are different. Their supply lines are so long, and they consume much more than us in one transportation. At that time, these 3 countries will definitely be the first to fail. They will have to continue to attack Konoha, and then we will be the ones to enjoy the benefits. When the other 6 heard this, their eyes lit up. This idea is really good. For a while, they all praised it. Zigwishan Puffer Ghost was very happy to hear this, and his huge body trembled slightly as if it was tickled on the G-spot. For a while, the entire ninja world fell into a strange silence. It was as if the post-war peace had arrived. But the 3rd Hokage didn't think so. Because every day he could receive the news that the 4 major countries had not withdrawn their troops and were still waiting and watching. He stood in front of the huge French window in the office, looking deeply in the direction of Konoha, and finally fell on the ninja school. He also knew where Konoha's weak points were. Number of people. There were only 3,500 people in each of their battlefields. This was barely made up with the support of the powerful families. Later, he drew from other places and reduced the number, and finally made up 4,000 people. But the gap was still too big. Let's not talk about Sand Village and Cloud Village, just talk about Rock Village. Even if Kushina broke out, she only killed less than 1,000 people, and didn't even hurt the huge number of rock ninjas. I want the students of the ninja school to graduate early. He suddenly said slowly. The one-eyed old man sitting behind him frowned. Are you serious? Yet. The 3rd generation did not look back, he responded, and then said during World War I and World War II, there were people who graduated early. Among this group of people, there were Jiraiya and 3 people, and there will be 4 of them in the future. Ichiraku and Nawaka graduated normally. Facts have proved that graduating early is still very beneficial for them. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo did not say anything else, he nodded and said, you are the principal of the ninja school, or the Hokage, you have the final say. It is good for geniuses, but it is a disaster for ordinary people. But who cares? Hearing this, the 3rd generation nodded, and did not say anything more about it. He turned his head to look at Danzo and warned, the village is in a critical moment now, you must not make any moves. He knew his old friend's character too well, and he hated Uchiha elements extremely. Now the Uchiha people are fighting on the front line. If this guy does something weird, it will be a big problem. Maybe the 4 fronts maintained by Konoha will collapse immediately. Shimura Danzo opened one eye slightly, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes at the third generation. I am on guard against the Uchiha, after all, they are too uncontrollable. But I am not without brains, how can I not distinguish the priorities of things? He was puzzled. As a disciple taught by the same teacher, why did Hiruzen become more and more tolerant of the Uchiha after becoming the Hokage? Even if it is for the sake of the future of the Uchiha, there is no need to protect the Uchiha so much. Look, he even warned himself for this. How much does he look down on his IQ? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a rebellious mentality in his heart. Big things can't be done, but small things are still okay. And recently the Uchiha have been too much in the spotlight. One Uchiha Mirai and one Uchiha Kurane, this is not a good thing. He will go back and instigate those vendors to make trouble for the Uchiha, so that he can suppress the Uchiha's arrogance. Third generation, _. He was speechless. I just warned him not to make trouble for the Uchiha, what's his expression? Don't think he can't see it. This guy is determined to make trouble for the Uchiha. Damn! Don't you have ears, Danzo? I told you to be calm, didn't you hear it? Danzo blinked his puzzled big one-eyed eyes and said in a blank tone, I'm calm, don't you see that I haven't taken action in these years? Bullshit, I'm the Hokage, how can I not see your thoughts? You are obviously planning to do something secretly to suppress the arrogance of the Uchiha. The words of the third generation seemed to have touched a switch in Danzo, and his face immediately turned black, turned around and slammed the door. Hiruzen, you will regret it. It was only after he left that people realized it belatedly. No, why was he angry? But he soon found a reason. It must be that the third generation, that bastard, protected the Uchiha and not me, so I was angry. Humph. If he doesn't protect me, then he doesn't protect me, who cares? Chapter 677. Before they knew it, another month had passed. There was no major war in the ninja world, but small-scale wars occurred frequently. However, in the future, the six of them all stayed in their respective defense lines to deter the enemy. Although they also wanted to follow the small troops and go out to kill the enemy, they were worried that the enemy's strong men such as the Raikage would also end up. So they could only stay on the city wall. The battlefields everywhere fell into this strange tacit understanding. Let the small troops below fight, and all of them, the strong men, stayed in their local areas and watched quietly. In the future, the early graduates sent by the ninja village have been received. However, there are 3 people he is familiar with, 2 of whom are his Uchiha people. One is called Uchiha Shisui. One is called Uchiha Obito. And a short-haired little girl with purple oil paint on her face, Nohara Rin. They are a team of 3, without a team leader. The others were in teams of 3, and they came to their side to train by guiding the Jonin. This time, the village sent a total of 10 teams to their side. Why did you 3 come to my side? Mirai curiously met the 3 little brats separately. And shouldn't Obito and Nohara Rin be in Minato's team? Why did they come to his side? Hearing this, the little boy with goggles, that is, Uchiha Obito, looked at Mirai with burning eyes and said excitedly, I want to learn from you and then defeat that arrogant guy Kakashi. And my grandma said that you are the pride of our Uchiha clan, let me learn more from you. Mirai understood. This is the reason for feelings. For the old ladies and grandfathers in Uchiha, there is no one that Mirai is not familiar with. It can be said that as long as he sees a white hair, he knows which old lady or grandfather owns the hair. However, he did not reveal this skill, for fear that his grandparents would pull him to be a detective. He and Obito are both Uchiha, and he has become famous, so it is very likely that he will be arranged to be by his side. What about you? Mirai looked at the big-eyed boy. This little guy will achieve a lot in the future, and he has also opened a bug-level eye technique. Kota Amatsukami can permanently change a person's mind, but the cooling period is too long, and it can only be used once every 10 years. Itaka used this technique to directly cover the control of immortal reincarnation over himself. You know, immortal reincarnation at that time was developed by the second generation, improved by Orochimaru, and carried forward by Kabuto Yakushi. The binding force on the impure world reincarnation has reached a rare and terrifying level. But he can still break free, which shows the power of this eye technique. It's a pity that Danzo is not a Uchiha, and the technique he used is not perfect, and it was seen through by Ao with Bun. As a result, the style of this technique has been reduced a lot. Before my grandma passed away, she also asked me to come to you after graduation. When he said this, Shisui showed a trace of sadness on his face, but he quickly restrained it. Walai was stunned and said in astonishment, "Your grandma passed away. Last time I helped her cross the road in the village, wasn't she fine? Grandma died of natural causes, and she was very peaceful before she passed away." Hearing this, Walai was silent. Sometimes people are like this, they were fine yesterday, but they are gone today. But dying of natural causes. This is a good thing. He reached out and patted Shisui's shoulder, silently comforting her. Then he looked at the last little girl. "What about you?" The little girl was a little nervous. She looked at the handsome guy in front of her, a little excited, and a little at a loss. As if he saw Nohara-rin's embarrassment, Obito stepped forward and said, "I dragged her here." He looked at the busted woman standing next to Mirai and asked, "Rin is very talented in medical ninjutsu. I heard that Tsunade-sama once taught all her medical ninjutsu to you, Rika-sama, so I took the liberty to drag her here to see you." In fact, he didn't want Rin to go to Namikaze Minato because Kakashi was there, and he really couldn't stand that cocky guy. And he didn't want to experience the pain of a long-distance single relationship, so he directly dragged Nohara-rin here. It just so happened that there was a strong man who was proficient in medical ninjutsu here. As for Kushina, he ignored her gorgeously. Mirai suddenly realized that this was the case. But why did he break up the Minato team? But forget it, let it be broken up, these two people have excellent talents. One is an early genius, the other is a late bloomer. Both it is the future of Uchiha. And he is also targeted by Madara, so Obito is undoubtedly much safer. It is still unclear whether he will turn evil into Uchiha Madara or become a funny guy like a Fi. Thinking so, he didn't care about anything else. "Okay, you two just follow me." As he said that, he looked at Nohara-rin, and finally at Rika. "What do you say?" Nohara-rin couldn't help but look at the elder sister after hearing this, her eyes full of desire. She really yearns for medical ninjutsu. But she has learned everything that the ninja school can teach her. And the medical saint, Senju Tsunade, has also set rules for medical ninjas. First, medical ninjas must never give up treatment before their teammates die. Second, medical ninjas must never stand at the forefront. Third, medical ninjas must never die before the team members die. The problem is that she wants to be like Tsunade-sama, Rika-sama, and Kushina-sama. She can heal her own people and cause damage to the enemy. So if she wants to break these three rules, there is only one way, that is to master the ninjutsu of creating regeneration 100 healings technique. Rika glanced at Mirai, then smiled and said to the little girl, "You want to learn medical ninjutsu, I can teach you, let's go, let's test your talent." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. She is very confident about her talent. She immediately responded, "Okay, Rika-sama." Obito, who was standing by, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Mirai was amused by this, he reached out and rubbed Obito's head, joking, Rika is very kind, don't think she is so ruthless." Hearing this, Obito couldn't help scratching his head and laughing. "Hehe, I got it." Since he planned to bring them with him, Mirai planned to learn more about them. So he took them to a small forest and asked, "What do you two want to learn from me?" Hearing this, Obito looked at Shisui, who was older than Shisui. The latter politely stepped back and gave way to Obito. Seeing this, Obito did not hesitate, he looked at the sword on Mirai's waist. He had heard that Uchiha Mirai had a powerful sword in his hand, which frightened the Cloud Ninja. "I want to learn swordsmanship from you." Mirai nodded, this idea was within his expectations. "What about you?" He looked at Shisui. The latter also looked at Mirai with excitement, "I want to learn swordsmanship just like Obito." Mirai nodded, in fact, he knew the reason without asking. But asking would make him more certain. "Okay, from today on, I will teach you all my sword skills. How much you can learn depends on your own luck." Hearing this, the two of them suddenly had bright eyes and were extremely excited. "Thank you, teacher." Hearing the title of teacher, Mirai smiled. But thinking of the village's policies and the bond between Kakashi and Obito, he thought about it and said, "I don't have the idea of becoming a team leader at the moment, because I am still just a genin. So you can call me master, not teacher. Your teacher is someone else." Obito and the other two. Ah! The two were at a loss. But they only realized at this moment that the 7 monsters of Konoha were all just genin. Mirai smiled and explained, to be a team leader, you need to take you to carry out the tasks issued by the village. Many of these tasks can only be accepted by Jonin. First, I don't want to be a team leader. Second, we haven't passed the Chunin exam yet. As a Chunin, I can't take you to do tasks. Obito was puzzled. He asked, Mirai, Master, with your record, you should be promoted to Jonin. The village has a policy for a long time. As long as you have enough merits, you can still be promoted to the ninja level without passing the Chunin exam. Mirai smiled and explained, the 7 of us have agreed to pass the Chunin exam and then be promoted to Chunin. Whether you want to become a Jonin in the future depends on your own ideas. Hearing this, Obito and Shisui nodded in understanding. Chapter 678. Time flies, and a year has passed. Mirai and Linghua have lived a life of teaching people. They have opened a training ground behind the city wall alone, where anyone with ideas can learn from him. Among them, Mirai teaches his insights on swordsmanship and ninjutsu. And Linghua teaches those who have become medical ninjas or want to learn medical ninjutsu. Many people, including most of the senior ninjas, will come to listen. In this regard, the future does not care. They do not have the stubborn ideas of traditional ninjas, who are afraid of teaching apprentices and starving their masters. It depends on them how much they want to learn. And after doing this, the future found that his experience was rising. Soon unlocked to 10%. From this day on, he had 2 more ninja swords in his hand. One is a wild sword, and the other is named Blood Drink again. The Chakra ninja sword that his sister gave him is still with his mother. This is a fine weapon he found in his collection. The blade is 10 centimeters shorter than the Berserker, but the width is the same. Single-edged, with a very sharp tip. The whole blade is pitch black, with cloud patterns on the blade. Konoha is stable, but the 4 major countries are different. They are almost unable to hold on. Especially the Rock Village. Their supply consumption is too high. Every day on the Kikyo Bridge, you can see vehicles coming and going. So the Rock Ninja Onoki secretly convened a video conference of the 4 shadows to discuss what to do. After receiving this secret intelligence, the shadows of the other 3 major countries also brought the video communication equipment from their villages to the battlefield. This video communication equipment was invented by the Sand Village a few years ago, when the 3rd Kazekage was still there and Raimurai had not died yet. Later, the 3rd Kazekage sold the technology to the 4 major countries in exchange for a large amount of supplies. This barely supported the village's consumption for 3 years. Meeting. The 4 of them were silent for a while, and then the shadows of thunder, wind, and earth all looked at the Mizu cage. They had all been frustrated by Konoha, and knew that the Konoha ninjas they were facing were not easy to deal with. So they all chose to wait and see in desperation. But what about the Mist Ninja? They had not suffered a major blow from Konoha, so why did they follow them to stop fighting and choose to wait and see? So they all looked at the Mizu cage, hoping that this person would give them an explanation. The 3rd Tsuchikage said, Mizu cage, why did you stop fighting? Hearing this, the Thunder and Wind countries looked straight at the Mizu cage through the monitor. The latter held an iron hook-shaped cane in his hand. Although he looked young, his face was filled with indifference and indifference that did not match his age. Then why did you choose to stop fighting and wait and see? The 3rd Tsuchikage choked. How could he say this? Was he afraid that the tailed beasts of Konoha would go berserk and kill tens of thousands of rock ninjas in a few bites? If he said this in front of everyone, they would have no chance of survival. The 3rd Raikage glanced at Onoki, and then explained calmly, the resistance we face is unprecedentedly great. Each of these 7 monsters is terribly strong. For example, the battlefield of the Wind Country, the man named Senju Rope Tree, mastered the secret technique of wood release, and can also create huge wooden men. There are also a large number of huge forests that can absorb chakra and vitality. As a Mizu cage, you should know this technique. This is the signature ninjutsu of the 1st generation of Senju Hashirama. He relied on this technique to end the Warring States period and create the Konoha village. Your predecessor, and the predecessors of the 3 of us, which one did not follow his path and create the 4 major countries of thunder, water, wind, and earth? The implication is that the resistance they face is too great, and it is normal to stop the war and wait and see. The 4th Kazekage Raza on the side folded his arms across his chest. He glanced at the 3rd Raikage and cursed this old fox in his heart. He was clearly beaten away by Uchiha Mirai, and he was the first person to choose to wait and see. Instead of talking about himself, he used them as an analogy. This is bullying him because he is the fourth generation, not the third generation. So he also spoke up, saying with a sarcastic tone, "Yes, we are facing an enemy with strong strength, and he has the brilliant Uchiha Hong to assist in command, and Kato Dan, who became famous in World War II and mastered the ultimate assassination technique that cannot be defended. This is the truth, and exaggerating the enemy can make him look less useless." So he began to really say with a sarcastic tone, "There are also enemies faced by the Raikage and others. According to our Sand Ninja intelligence, Uchiha Mirai is the collateral bloodline of Uchiha Madara, and is the descendant of Uchiha Madara's cousin. He has mastered super swordsmanship and ninjutsu at a young age. There is also the person named Hyagaraika, who became a disciple of Tsunade in the early years and became the successor of the Whetbone Forest. Every time she fights, she can summon slugs to help their people recover from injuries. The combination of these two people complements each other. Look, the Raikage was beaten back 100 kilometers away." The latter sentence made the Raikage frown. He soon figured it out. This was the revenge of the Kazekage Raza for Wath had just used as an analogy for them. He couldn't help but curl his lips. What a stingy man. Seeing that the topic was about to deviate, Onoki hurriedly interrupted, "Okay, let's not talk about the past now." He was also afraid that this person would expose the scars of their rock ninja. So he continued, "Our secret meeting this time is to discuss what to do next. I, the rock ninja, will make a statement first. We can ask for less from Konoha, but Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki must die. Konoha has surpassed our four major countries in economic development. If they have 2 more Hokage-level strongmen, our 4 major countries will no longer have a place in this ninja world." Hearing this, the Raikage also said, "My attitude is the same as the Tsuchikage. Uchiha Mirai and Hyagaraika must die. If they don't die, our 4 major countries will never feel at ease." Rosa glanced at them and then said, "Me too." After saying that, he looked at the silent Mizukage and immediately had an idea in his mind. In this way, the resistance faced by us, the wind, thunder, and earth, is very great, and we have all been severely damaged by the opponent. There is only the battlefield on the Mizukage side, and there is no large-scale battle. I suggest that the Mizukage attack Konoha first. Konoha's defense against the coastline is not strong. Although there is Orochimaru, the man called Ichiraku seems to only know how to cook. I admit that his 5 essences are very difficult to deal with, but the Mist Ninja has the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 of them joined forces to destroy a small country. If they come forward, they will definitely be able to break into Konoha. By then, Konoha will be in chaos. If the 3 countries join forces to attack, the resistance they face will be much smaller. By then, it will be just around the corner to divide Konoha. The Sand Village is really about to give up. The food of the river country has almost been bought up by them. So this meeting must come up with a charter." Onoki and the third Raikage looked at each other and immediately agreed, "We agree." They also want to get it done at this meeting at once. Yakuro looked at them, and a barely noticeable scarlet flashed in his eyes. "You want me, the Mist Village, to take action first? Okay, but I need to occupy 30% of Konoha's wealth." Hearing this, the Raikage rejected it without thinking, "No, 30% is too much, at most 25%. Yakura sneered directly. He looked at the Raikage, his eyes full of ridicule. "You want the horse to run, but you don't want the horse to be full, the third generation Raikage, why are you so shameless?" The third generation Raikage was about to get angry, and Onoki hurriedly said, "Okay, 30% is 30%, as long as you can enter Konoha first, everything is fine." Yakura smiled, he glanced at the Raikage and laughed. "Look at the pattern of the Tsuchikage, and then look at you, Raikage, you are still far behind in terms of being a person." After saying that, he hung up the call directly. This made the Raikage's face darken, and he was angry but had no place to vent. However, after the Mizukage disappeared, he still suppressed his anger. And he directly disconnected the connection with the Land of Water, so he was not afraid of saying bad things about others behind their backs and being caught. He frowned and asked, "This seems to be too smooth." It was just their first meeting, and the Mizukage agreed to send troops first. How could someone who could become a Kage be so easy to talk to? It is indeed too smooth, but as long as he agrees to attack Konoha first, we will not lose anything. Onoki touched his chin and said while thinking. Even Raza was a little confused. It's better to be careful of the Mizukage. Although he asked for 30% of the wealth, he can actually ask for more. I always feel that he is planning something. Reikage and Tsuchikage stopped talking. They were lost in thought and disconnected. At the same time, in a bedroom far away in the land of demons, a young woman suddenly opened her eyes and saw a monster that exuded a terrifying aura. She sat up in horror and looked towards the direction of the swamp country with horrified eyes. The seal is broken. The question is how it was broken. Chapter 679. After Yagura disconnected the video conference, he fell into a stagnation again. He was like a puppet, breathing instinctively. Beside him, a white-haired old man wearing the skin of Uzumaki white Zetsu soon appeared. A half-body white Zetsu was still sticking out at his feet. The latter asked curiously, "Mr. Madara, aren't you worried that they won't take action and cause the Mist Ninja to suffer heavy losses?" Madara had a sarcastic smile on his face, and he said, "Hee, if they die, they die. What's the big deal, and the truce has been a year, it's time to fight." Madara said, adding another illusion to Yagura to enhance control, and then looked at other materials in the conference room. After all, since he was here, it didn't matter to take a look. But soon, he saw an interesting document. The note on it was Konoha Tailed Beast Riot Plan. A closer look revealed that the plan was proposed by the 2.5-meter tall fat man of Zigwashan Puffer Ghost. It was just that the execution permit was not stamped, so it was left in the conference room to gather dust. Hey, this guy still has some brains. Through Konoha's people, bring the tailed beasts to Konoha, and then implement the tailed beast riot plan to destroy Konoha. Unfortunately, the three-tailed beast was sealed in Yagura by me, otherwise, I could try this plan to see how effective it can be. As he said, he put down the plan, and then, under the leadership of White Zetsu, quickly returned to the underground of the Rain Country. 3 days passed. Mirai and Linghua were invited to the conference room by Jimmu for a meeting. After everyone arrived, the latter said without any nonsense, "After a year, the Mist Ninja has started a war again." Hearing this, Mirai and Linghua did not have too many emotional fluctuations, because they could learn about the four-way battlefield every day through the communication beast. Yesterday, Ichiraku told his friends about the Mist Ninjas restarting war. However, the seven joined this time, which put Konoha under great pressure. Orochimaru and Dazwang and his wife have already joined the battle. In the end, Konoha still won. It was just a little difficult. It's finally here. A year ago, we guessed that this day would come, but we didn't expect that this day would come so early. It's not too early, after all, it's been a year, and there have been no large-scale battles on the battlefields of all parties, but small-scale frictions have continued. It's beyond our expectations that they can hold on for a year. It seems that we have to prepare for the battle here, too. The Mist Ninja has moved, and maybe the Cloud Ninja will move too. It's good that they moved. To be honest, I thought they were going to fight an economic war. Although our Konoha is rich in supplies, it can't outlast the 4 major ninja villages. That's right. It's good to move. Listening to the voices of discussion below, Jimmu and others slapped the table heavily after the voices became quieter, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem. He coughed twice, cleared his throat and continued, "In short, we just need to know about this matter, and from now on, we will send more people out. We must be more vigilant. The Cloud Ninja has always been determined to destroy us. They are still staying on the border line, which shows one thing, they are still eyeing our Konoha." Yes. After everyone responded, they all dispersed. The same is true for Mirai and Linghua. However, it is not their turn to find and monitor the enemy. They are Konoha's own ace fighters, so they just need to stay at the border line. Back to the training ground, Mirai and Linghua once again taught everyone various skills. Now here, many people have moved their small stools and sat down, quietly listening to Mirai's explanation. No one will be unhappy about becoming stronger. Especially at this time, they all want to become stronger as much as possible. Inside Konoha village, Shimura Danzo kicked the door of the Hokage's office angrily. When he saw the third generation, he said anxiously, "According to the information from my route, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, the man named Yagura, has secretly gone to the front line. It's a bit risky to rely on the power of Orochimaru and his men alone." Hearing this, the third generation frowned, he put the documents aside, and instinctively picked up his pipe and smoked. "Is the news reliable?" "Absolutely reliable," Danzo said seriously. "This is the information sent back by Yakushi Nono." Hearing this name, the third generation frowned even more tightly. Didn't she retire? Why did you reactivate her? But if it was the information she sent back, then it proves that this matter is most likely true. Danzo explained casually, the orphanage she opened has no money, so she found our route, hoping to exchange intelligence for financial support. After saying that, he asked again, that Yagura of the fourth generation of Mizukage, his strength must be very strong, and it is said that he is also a perfect Jinchuriki. I am worried that Orochimaru alone, a high-end combat force, may not be able to stop them. They have all seen the battle report yesterday. Although Konoha repelled the attack of the Mist Ninja, it also suffered a lot of casualties. If Orochimaru had not summoned the 10,000 snakes, the White Snake, and the Green Snake, I am afraid that Konoha's coastline would have been breached long ago. I know, wait for me to contact Orochimaru and see what he says. Okay, you go contact Orochimaru, I will go to summon my route, maybe this battle, I need to go there to support. Danzo said, and walked away quickly with a cane. Okay. The third generation responded and took out a communication snake. He walked to the window and looked down at the peaceful Konoha. I will never let the war burn to Konoha village. Thinking, he injected chakra into the communication snake. Then he asked, Hey, hey, hey. Can Orochimaru hear you? On the coastline east of Konoha, Orochimaru was doing an experiment. Then he saw a communication snake crawling over, with the word 3 on its head. This surprised him a little. The teacher is looking for him? So he also injected chakra and connected the teacher's communication. Teacher, what's wrong? The third generation was relieved when Orochimaru answered the call. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to know about Yagura's arrival. Thinking in his heart, he said again, we received a secret report from Nono that the fourth generation Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, has secretly rushed to the battlefield. Danzo wants to support you. Hearing this, Orochimaru was obviously stunned for a moment. The Mizukage is going to join the battlefield. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became solemn. This is not good news. However, the perfect Jinchuriki. He couldn't help licking his lips. Teacher, don't let Danzo come. Over the years, I have also prepared a lot of backup plans, which will definitely make him come and never return. Hearing this, the third generation's brows relaxed a little. Okay, if you say you are sure, I won't interfere. If you need anything, just contact me directly. Okay. After that, they disconnected. Orochimaru looked at the little snake in his hand, swam back to a table and coiled up, and took off his white coat after thinking about it. He took a look at the test products in the laboratory. There were 3 bodies, quietly soaking in the nutrient solution. 2 of them were female bodies. Another one was a genderless body, but judging from the appearance, it looked more like a female. These were new bodies that he had cultivated through various blood limits over the past year, and 2 of them had been developed. However, they had only reached the level of an ordinary elite jonin, and could use blood limits skillfully. And what he was most satisfied with was the body he was wearing now. Because he was the blood limit body of Uchiha. After looking at it for a while, he retracted his gaze and turned to walk towards the door. The power of Mangekyo Sharingan is really fascinating. As he said this, he had already stepped into a place where the light could not reach, but strangely, his pair of snake eyes gradually turned into a new red. And the 3 megatama in his eyes had already transformed into strange patterns. From top to bottom, the second one on the left. This pattern is very strange, different from the simple pattern of the regular Sharingan, it is very complex. It is like 3 twisted whirlpools, forming a mysterious pattern. I have already opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I wonder if the future apprentice has opened it. When he walked out of the exit of the secret laboratory, his eyes had returned to their original state, and he said to the person next to him, notify everyone, I have a meeting. A Konoha ninja hurriedly responded, yes. After saying that, he quickly flashed away. Chapter 680. While Orochimaru was actively preparing for the battle, the future also finished a day of training. At this moment, he and Linghua were walking leisurely by a river. Linghua, your eyes? Future asked curiously, holding her hand. The latter didn't know whether she was very happy, excited, or used to life with her eyes closed. She still closed her eyes now. She smiled and replied, don't worry, my last fetal movement ended 2.5 months ago. As she said that, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were big, white, and beautiful, like a dumpling. Every time the future saw her eyes, he couldn't help but be fascinated for a few minutes. The latter didn't look at the future, but looked at the distant starry sky. Future. Future responded in confusion and looked at her curiously. Linghua hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Nothing. As she said that, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. 2 months ago, her system left her. According to the system, it already has enough energy to leave this world. Now Linghua can almost walk sideways in this world, so it can pursue its dreams without worry. Just now, she wanted to talk to the future about this topic, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say it. And since the fetal movement ended, she seemed to have seen some pictures vaguely. Those scenes made her feel familiar and strange. It was like the memory of another world. In her memory, she was a passionate policewoman. But she had a gap with that memory, and it felt like watching a movie. She could never get into it. Future, confused face, he tilted his head and looked at Linghua in confusion. His intuition told him that Linghua seemed to have something to say, just when he wanted to ask. The communication snake moved. Future took it out and found that it was sent by Rope Tree. Hello? He asked after injecting chakra. The voice coming from the other side was not from Rope Tree, but from his sister Uchiha Hong. Brother, our spies in the Sand Ninja reported that a few days ago, the shadows of the 4 major ninja villages of Wind, Earth, Thunder, and Water held a secret meeting, and then the Mist Ninja launched a general attack. I suspect they have some conspiracy, so you have to be more careful. After hearing the words from his sister, Mirai immediately forgot about what he wanted to ask Linghua just now, and he said in surprise, there is such a thing. Well, the main purpose of this call is to make you pay more attention. Okay. We know, you have to be careful too. Mirai said, a little worried. He spoke again, if you encounter danger, just throw Rope Tree out, that guy is thick-skinned and can't die. Rope Tree, *sigma, sigma. Hearing this, Hong Hong looked at Rope Tree beside him embarrassedly, and immediately scolded the communication snake in a bad mood. You, stop being critical of Nawaki, he's a good guy. Mirai, degree. Hat. He? How can a thief who stole his favorite sister be a good guy? He's just a fool. He's not smart enough, and he even caused his sister to follow him to the battlefield to assist him. Humph. After this battle, he will definitely beat him up and vent his anger. It would be best if he could give up his sister. After the two siblings talked for a while, Mirai handed the communication snake to Linghua. Because Hong Hong said she had something to say to this sister-in-law. And there was another communication snake crawling on Mirai's body. Mirai knew that this was a communication from Orochimaru. Hello, teacher. Orochimaru's smiling voice came from the other side, long time no see, how are you doing well recently? It's okay, we are relatively harmonious here. Future raised the corner of his mouth. And there are gains every day. This is the most important thing, otherwise, he can't sit still. Orochimaru smiled, and then asked seriously, is it convenient for you to receive things? Hearing this, Future was stunned, and the smile on his face quickly withdrew. Teacher Orochimaru said this, obviously there is something shady that needs to be handed over to him. And this kind of thing, 9 out of 10 times, is that. Thinking of this, he looked around. No one. Then he turned on the perception technique again. Within 100 meters, no one. Very good. Finally, he looked at Linghua and asked, is it safe? Linghua was a few steps away, she was listening to Hong Hong said something, and she opened her azure eyes, looked around, and nodded. Safe. The spores on their bodies have been controlled by her. Generally, they will pretend to be deaf and dumb when there are major events, and know nothing. Small things will continue to be transmitted back. At this time, she controlled the spores, making them fall into a daze and know nothing. The voice of Orochimaru came from the communication snake, okay, I will let Xiaobai give you something later, you can use it as you see fit. Orochimaru had heard Linghua's words safe, so he spoke before the future could say anything. After he finished speaking, he disconnected. Soon, the future felt Xiaobai calling him. So he agreed to Xiaobai's call. With a bang. There was only smoke in front of Linghua's eyes. Obviously, the future was summoned back to the Ryokai cave. Hung Hong's voice came again in the communication snake. She could naturally hear the sound of smoke rising, and asked curiously, "Where is the future? Was he called back to the Ryokai cave?" Ling Hua looked at the empty space, nodded and said, "Yes, it is said that Orochimaru teacher has something to give him." On the other side, Hong Hong couldn't help looking at the syringe in her hand. This was just given to her by Rope Tree, saying that his teacher asked him to pass it on to him. And there were a few big words written on it. Would release transplantation fluid. It seems that this is what Lord Orochimaru gave to his brother. Just right, I need this right now. She put away the syringe, looked at the communication snake, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The future guy is really something, Rope Tree is so good, why does he? Hearing Sister Hong Hong's complaints, Ling Hua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Sister Hong Hong, don't worry. In the future, he will just say one thing and mean another. Haven't you noticed that he hasn't beaten Brother Shenshu in these years? Hong Hong. She curled her lips, a little speechless. Why don't you help me persuade him to stop being so hostile to Mr. Shenshu? Hearing the request from Sister Hong Hong, Ling Hua smiled and responded, "Okay, I'll try." When Hong Hong heard Ling Hua say this, she felt much better. "Good sister, don't worry, if this brat dares to bully you in the future, I will beat him to death." "Okay. Degree. Bang. Just as Ling Hua responded happily, Mirai came back, and he naturally heard what Ling Hua said, so he asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Ling Hua smiled and didn't say anything. At the same time, he hung up the communication snake. After Mirai looked at Ling Hua, he didn't ask any more questions, but handed a syringe in his hand to Ling Hua. "Teacher Orochimaru gave you two, one of which is for you. According to the theory, as long as you inject this thing, you can use the wood release ability, but it's not as good as Rope Tree and the first generation of Wood Master. Its main function is to provide the host with huge vitality." Ling Hua smiled and shook her head, refusing, "This thing is very precious, you should use it, you Uchiha need it more than me, and my path has been formed. If I inject this kind of cell, it will damage my body." Her body has been transformed into an Otsutsuki body, and her eyes have also been transformed into reincarnation eye. She has embarked on the path of Hamura. If this kind of wood release cell is injected, it will do more harm than good to her. Hearing this, Mirai was stunned and looked at Ling Hua in surprise. He asked in confusion, "Is there such a saying? I thought this thing was a panacea." Ling Hua smiled. If it was before, she would inject it, but now. If I really want to exert the power of reincarnation eye with all my strength, even if I can't compare with Lord Hashirama, it's almost the same. Since Ling Hua doesn't want it, Mirai will put it away. But he looked at Ling Hua and had a bold idea in his mind. He couldn't help rubbing his hands and came to Ling Hua. He asked with a smile, "Hua, how about we exchange eyes for fun?" Ling Hua was stunned and looked at Mirai in surprise. "Why do you have such an idea?" "Hee. I just want to feel what reincarnation eye feels like. This is a pair of ultimate eyes that are comparable to Samsara eye." It would be a lie if he said he wasn't curious. "Okay." Ling Hua responded directly without saying anything. Chapter 681. Just when Ling Hua wanted to pop her eyeballs, an alarm sounded in the distance. This made Mirai and Ling Hua frown. The two used perception together. Originally they thought it was the cloud ninjas who were attacking, but it turned out not to be. Instead, it was a group of ghosts covered with rocks, walking towards the wall of Konoha. They should have been dead, but they had the ability to move. Each shape was very similar, even the walking posture was exactly the same. And every step they took would cause a huge vibration to the earth. "What is this? Terracotta warriors?" Ling Hua stared with white eyes, looking surprised. "And this chakra is so evil, I have never seen this kind of chakra. It's like a monster." Mirai narrowed his eyes. "I'm more curious about how they bypassed the frontline reconnaissance troops and appeared outside the city wall." Ling Hua increased the amount of chakra again and soon saw the abnormality. 13 kilometers away, there is a ground that has been opened, and these rock puppets appeared from there. After hearing this, Mirai understood, did they move from underground, avoid the frontline ground ninjas, and appear in our battle line? As he said this, he touched his chin and asked again, "Hua, look around to see if there are any cloud ninjas." He thought this matter might be related to the cloud ninjas. Ling Hua did not answer immediately, but activated her chakra and carefully checked the surroundings. 13 kilometers. 14 kilometers. 15 kilometers. Before she reached the limit distance of her Bun, Ling Hua's face changed slightly. I see. There are a large number of cloud ninjas on standby 15 kilometers northeast. The leaders are the Raikage and his son, and the Jinchuriki named Killer Bee. Wait. There is another person whose chakra is very similar to these rock puppets. It seems that he made these puppets. There are 4 people in white clothes standing behind him. They look like an alliance. Future nodded, let's go to the city wall. Okay. Rika nodded, her expression was very serious. What concerned her was the man. The chakra aura on his body was too strange. It was not like that of an ordinary person, not even like the aura of a living person. Like a monster. Yes, that's right, it's a monster. And when she looked at the man looked directly at her. Obviously, he noticed her Bun vision. Soon, Future and the others came to the edge of the city wall. Without saying anything, Future raised his hand and called out Wind Wound, and soon cleared a 50-meter-long open space. All the rock puppets were scattered all over the ground. This scene directly made the guards on the city wall breathe a sigh of relief. Then everyone became excited. They have the Future Master, what are they afraid of? Ling Hua did not take action, but came to Jemu. She said solemnly, in that direction, about 15 kilometers away, the third-generation Raikage led the army to gather there. We may have to go to war here. On the battlefields around Konoha, Future and the others were not in charge of anything. They were equivalent to non-staff personnel, responsible for fighting and killing, and could move freely. All matters of the defense line were handled by the original people. Jemu's face changed, are you here? He guessed that this matter must be related to the Cloud Ninja. He immediately turned around and ordered the people behind him, sound the first level alarm. Let everyone be extremely vigilant, we have a battle to fight. Yes. The next second, a louder alarm sounded again. In the Cloud Ninja camp. The third-generation Raikage stood aside, and he felt a little numb as he looked at the rock army that kept emerging from the ground. These rock puppets were not strong for him, but for ordinary people, these puppets were the most difficult to deal with. The most difficult thing was that the number of such puppets was unlimited. In other words, as long as there was time, the man in front of him could even summon hundreds of thousands of puppets. This was a huge force. Enough to easily destroy a small country. At this time, the man crossed his arms, looked in the direction of Konoha, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. She was able to find us from such a distance. It seems that she is the one you mentioned called Hyagarika. Bun is indeed worthy of its reputation. The third Raikage crossed his arms over his chest, squeezing his pectoralis major to become more developed. That girl is not difficult to deal with. The difficult one is the Uchiha with a knife. I know that person is really strong. With one move of wind escape technique, he killed all my little babies. All destroyed. As he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on his face, but don't worry, my puppets are immortal. Hearing this, the third Raikage's face became quite wonderful. There is no limit to the number, and it can be restored. This kind of person cannot be kept, and this person must be dealt with after the war. A deep murderous intent emerged in his heart, but the third Raikage smiled slightly. Said, Higan, your strength is not bad, how about it, are you interested in joining my village? Hearing this, Higan glanced at the Raikage lightly, and his eyes swept over him again, moving to Ai, to Tai, the captain of the Anbu, and finally fell on Killer Bee. He smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Hee. Forget it, I'm not interested in power. As long as I help you defeat Konoha, you help me catch the Miko Moroku. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that this man was planning something again, and the target was his son's younger brother. Kirabi. Are you eyeing the power of the 8 tails? What a greedy person, he even had his eyes on the 8 tails. The killing intent in his heart became stronger. Thinking of this, he didn't look at this person again. He dared to have his eyes on his own people, this person is destined not to live long. Behind the man named Higan, there were 4 more people. They were all wearing white clothes with magical decorations embroidered on them. Higan said calmly, Huang Chuan, Nehi, Sanshung, Menpo, go and test the strength of these 2 people. The 4 people immediately said respectfully, yes, Master Higan. As he spoke, everyone except Huang Chuan took a step forward, as if waiting for something. At this time, Bayan moved, raised his hand and waved it, and 4 dark purple worms appeared in his sleeves. They were smooth all over, like a snake without scales, and with just a little force, they quickly shot onto the black and straight body named Huang Chuan. The latter unbuttoned his white clothes, revealing a densely packed collection of various types of chakra scalpels inside, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Dark Medical Ninjutsu Chakra Injection Method, the operation begins. With his order, the strange insects wrapped around him immediately seemed to have undergone some transformation. They became more ferocious and violent than before. Ferocious, sharp, dense scales appeared on their bodies, and a dark purple gem-like thing the size of a small fingernail appeared on their foreheads. 3 of them could not wait to eject into Nehi, Sansheng, and Menpo. The remaining one turned its head and drilled into Huangqin's body. The next moment, their whole bodies immediately burst out with terrifying chakra aura. And this aura was quite terrifying, very similar to the aura emitted by the terracotta warriors. Their strength also jumped from ordinary genin to jonin level. Not only that, with the arrival of these insects, the surface of these people's bodies also changed. Not only did they have mysterious and strange patterns, but their skin color also became darker, especially their eyes. It became pitch black, just like the ghosts in horror movies. Among them, the 2 women named Menpo and Sansheng became crazy and rushed towards Konoha with a cry. Although Nahe did not cry, her expression was also quite crazy. Soon, Huang Chuan was the only one left in the field. He turned around and saluted respectfully to Bayan. "My lord, we are going." He was also parasitized by insects, but from the looks of him, he was not affected by the insects at all. Bayan looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad, go." This is his most satisfied subordinate, calm and talented. In order to better exert the power of the monster chakra bug, he developed the dark medical ninjutsu alone. In the future, when he rules the world and establishes a 1,000-year kingdom, he will need such talents to assist him in management. After Huang Chuan finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. Soon he caught up with the 3 crazy companions. Chapter 682. Walai was cleaning up the terracotta puppets below. But he was surprised to find that these puppets that he had broken and cut would soon recover again, and then move forward stiffly again with stone spears and stone axes. Not only that, their strength was also terrifying. Especially when they worked together, even the city wall had a crack. At this moment, Ling Hua jumped to Walai's side. She said, "These terracotta puppets are dead, so they are not afraid of death at all. What drives them to move is the dark chakra in their bodies. I have a sealing technique that can completely seal their chakra flow." After hearing Ling Hua's words, Walai immediately said, "Well, you perform this technique, and I will stop them from destroying the city wall." "Okay, give me 10 seconds. After Ling Hua finished speaking, she immediately took out a brush and a brand new scroll. As she swiped her hand, the scroll unfolded out of thin air. Ling Hua waved her brush and sketched on it before it fell to the ground. Her hands were steady and fast, and soon she sketched out a dense seal pattern in just a few strokes. At this moment in the future, it was a move of Windwound in the east and a move of Windwound in the west. Kill all the puppets gathered in the corner of the wall. The 2 people on the wall were envious. Especially Shisui, his eyes were always focused on Tessaigan, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Soon, the foot of the wall was filled with several meters high rock puppet fragments. But some rock terracotta warriors gradually took shape. This is the so-called immortality. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. After Ling Hua inserted the brush into the ninja tool bag, she pressed the scroll to the ground and then quickly formed seals with both hands. 3 seconds later, she uttered a light sigh. Sealing technique, sealing evil. This is a sealing technique specifically targeting alien chakra. It can be used on the human body, and can also be used to seal monsters. As Ling Hua injected chakra, a dark purple beam of light suddenly burst out from the scroll, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. It soon spread to 3 or 4 kilometers away. It directly enveloped all the puppet terracotta warriors attacking the city wall. A magical scene happened. I saw that the dark purple chakra aura immediately emerged from these puppets, and these auras twisted wantonly, as if they had life. They struggled frantically, trying to return to the rock body, but the dark purple chakra light shield covering them had a domineering power. No matter how they struggled, they were all sucked into the sealing scroll. The puppet terracotta warriors without these dark purple chakra auras were like machines without energy, and they all collapsed to the ground. In just a few breaths, this group of terracotta puppets lost 30%. This made their master, the other side, change his face. It became very ugly. Sealing technique? Could it be that this white-eyed girl has the blood of a witch in her body? Ordinary sealing techniques cannot have an effect on the power of the master Wu Yang, only the witch can. What is wrong with this woman? Just when he was extremely shocked, the 4 of his men had crossed a distance of 15 kilometers and approached the future. The girl in the lead, let's call her a girl, because she has a slightly obvious steamed bun. But her body is quite strong, like a gorilla. She howled and raised her sandbag-sized fist towards the future, and smashed it violently. Ah ha ha ha! Ninja! Your flesh and blood is so delicious, let me have a taste. Ha ha ha! Future turned to look at her, his eyes raised. He immediately opened the Sharingan in his eyes, and for a moment, the scarlet breath made the 4 people who rushed over slightly surprised. Huang Quan's heart moved, and he silently protected everyone in front of him. This person's chakra breath felt darker than theirs. Tisk tisk tisk. Future tisk tisk, then raised the machete and aimed at the 4 people who rushed over. Don't you know that everyone who laughs GG will eventually die? After saying that, he swung out a move of Vajra spear break. In an instant, countless sharp diamonds, like a stream of piercing light, quickly rushed towards the 4 people. The woman who rushed to the front immediately spread her hands and twisted her body. He turned himself into a high-speed spinning top. The next second, he directly deflected all of Future's moves. But Future did not, he just stood there calmly, looking at them with a sneer. Through special insects, quickly improve body functions and chakra, so as to reach the level of elite Jonin. Hearing this, the 4 people's faces became extremely ugly. Who is this guy? How come he wiped out their information as soon as they met? Could it be that this was seen by his eyes full of ominous aura? Sansheng hurriedly supported Mengpo. The latter was dripping with blood all over her body at this moment. Just now, she blocked the Future's moves by rotating her body. But how can Diamond be blocked so easily? Looking at her, the Future sneered again. Facing my attack, you thought of relying on your strength and body to resist it. It seems that this bug will also affect your IQ. Tisk tisk tisk. You treat this bug with so many shortcomings as a treasure. Huang Quan's face was extremely ugly. He hurriedly performed a healing spell on Mengpo and asked, "Who are you?" Future looked at him. This person had long black hair like himself, but he looked very manly. Combined with the rock puppet just now, the eerie chakra, and the strange bug that can increase chakra, Future has already guessed who they are. Wang Liang alien. You should be Huang Quan. Hearing this, Huang Quan's heart skipped a beat. He felt fear for the first time. Even when he followed Master Bian and met Master Wu Yang not long ago, he was not so scared. Facing Uchiha Mirai, he wondered for the first time whether he was naked. Does he know how many hairs he has? At this time, a rumbling sound came from the distance again. The vacancy created by Linghua's seal was filled by a steady stream of puppets. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you, otherwise when Lord Wu Yang gets angry, you will definitely die. Listening to the shouting of one of the women, Mirai ignored her. Instead, he raised his hand and swung out the full power wind wound. Then he chased towards 15 kilometers without looking back. Hwaer, I'll leave this to you, I'll go and deal with the culprit. These puppets will appear continuously, and the source must be dealt with. Linghua was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Be careful. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. After Mirai finished speaking, he disappeared. At this time, the places where Windwound had slashed had all disappeared, including the 4 people. Only a long gully remained on the spot. A red-burned surface also appeared on it. This was the intense heat generated by the wind's ultra-high-speed cutting movement. Linghua narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her hand and struck a empty palm at a certain empty space. Playing medical ninjutsu and hide and seek in front of me, hehe. Your name is Huang Chuan, right? I'll send you to Huang Chuan right now. As soon as Linghua finished speaking, a man with an extremely ugly expression jumped out from the ground. He looked very miserable at the moment, with one arm broken and his face covered in blood. Just now, at a critical moment, if he hadn't directly pulled his 3 companions in front of him and temporarily blocked the fatal attack for him, giving him time to make a hole, maybe he would have been completely shattered by the attack like his companions. He looked at Linghua with horror on his face, and murmured absent-mindedly, Master Bian, what kind of monster have we provoked? For a moment, he couldn't tell who was the monster. Before he landed and ran away, a sweet but cold voice suddenly came from behind him. You are stronger than them. Although your strength is among the elite Jonin, we killed the elite Jonin. After saying that, she pressed a black ball in her hand directly on his waist. Huang Chuan opened his eyes wide in horror and looked down at his waist in disbelief. Where is the hand? It seemed that everything just now was his illusion. But he clearly felt that it was not, because his waist was disappearing quickly. Then the buttocks, feet, upper torso, hands, and finally the head. The whole person turned into flying ash, and disappeared completely with the wind. Chapter 683. Bian was panicking at this moment. His 4 men were all dealt with in just one encounter. This is unscientific. Isn't Lord Wu Yang the strongest? Why did they all receive gifts from Lord Wu Yang, but why did they still feel so vulnerable in front of those 2 people? The change in Bian's expression naturally did not escape the eyes of the third Raikage and others. For this person who suddenly came to them and proposed an alliance, they did not approve of it from the bottom of their hearts. It was just that they needed to use his power to test Konoha and consume Konoha's strength. That's why they formed an alliance with him. But it seems that this group of people has failed. At this moment, a figure jumped in the sky in the distance. He had a flowing black hair, fluttering in the wind. He was dragging a large machete in his hand. Here he comes. The Raikage father and son saw the person coming, and activated the lightning release armor without saying a word. Killer Bee even showed his fighting posture. He was just in human form, so he didn't dare to release the cow ghost. The power of the tailed beast was useless against such a person. He couldn't even use the tailed beast ball against him. Future jumped to the sky, swept over the crowd, and soon saw the man full of cold breath. You are the master of this group of puppets. Higgins' face was very ugly. He didn't answer, but decisively performed the summoning technique. The man in front of him had a terrifyingly strong power. His 4 subordinates had been strengthened, and even he would find it difficult to deal with them. But the man in front of him killed them with one move. And he also summoned the terracotta warriors and attacked Konoha. There is no chance for negotiation at the moment. After all, how can a strong man have a good face when facing a weak person who offended him? It's like a mosquito sucking his blood and a flea biting his flesh. Humans can't wait to kill them. The next moment, a huge purple creature like seaweed appeared in the field. It looked very similar to the chakra bugs before, but it was more ferocious than them. As soon as it appeared, the sky in the field was immediately covered by dark clouds. It was already dusk, but now it looked very dark. As soon as it appeared, it had the ability to change the world. Future narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the Wu Yang? The face of the third Raikage changed again and again. He didn't expect that this person called the other side could summon such a terrifying monster. And judging from its aura, it was not weaker than the 8-tailed Jayaki. Even if the 3 of them wanted to deal with it, it would take some effort. Then, he immediately waved to the people behind him. Because next, there must be a big battle, and the people here will only be sent food if they stay here. The cloud ninjas behind them were already trembling with fear when the Wu Yang appeared. After seeing the instructions of the Raikage, Tutai immediately led the team away from here. Walai did not take action. He landed on the treetop and looked at the huge monster carefully. The person who summoned it was kneeling on the ground respectfully and kowtowing devoutly. Master Wu Yang. Seeing this scene, the Raikage narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought this person was the master of this monster, but he didn't expect that he was the servant. The moment Wu Yang appeared, Zhao Li roared to the sky, and a majestic momentum rushed into the sky, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky, making it very messy. Then he looked at the people on the ground. He said in a displeased voice, Higan, why did you summon me out? Master Wu Yang. Higan knelt down respectfully and saluted again, and then quickly explained, we are in trouble. The man in front of me killed my 4 enhanced subordinates in one blow. They also have a seal technique, which sealed nearly 30% of our puppet soldiers in an instant. Hearing this, Wu Yang understood that he had encountered a strong enemy. I suspect that the woman who cast the seal technique has the blood of a witch in her body, so I had to disturb you, Master Wu Yang. Listening to Higgins' words, Wu Yang looked up in the direction of Konoha and sneered. Not 30%, but 60%. At this moment, it felt that the chakra attached to the puppet disappeared again. Higgins' face changed drastically after hearing this. Disappeared another 30%. Who the hell is the monster? How did he destroy 60% of their troops so quickly? You know, it took me more than an hour to summon and create these puppet terracotta warriors. In less than 10 minutes, it's already done for me. This doesn't even include the puppet that was chopped into pieces by the man with the knife. Back off, it's my business with him next, you can't interfere. Hearing this, Bayan didn't say anything, and retreated behind the Wu Yang very respectfully. Those eyes. The Wu Yang looked towards the future, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect it to see these eyes here. So that's it. It immediately understood. So that guy's target is you. It didn't dare to say the last sentence, because it couldn't beat that guy. And there are surveillance methods left by that man here. It didn't want to be killed by that guy. Because that man has the power to kill itself. There is no doubt about this. Just based on the golem behind him. Wang Liang, why don't you stay in the sealed place and run out to do evil? It seems that you are fed up. Future stood on the treetop and looked at it lightly. This rude behavior made Bayan very angry. But Wang Liang didn't care. With the same blood as that man and so strong, it is understandable that he would be so arrogant. Boy, become my subordinate. I am about to build a 1,000-year immortal kingdom, and I need talents like you. Wu Yang invited. Since you want to rule the world, you need talents to help you manage it. Otherwise, you can't manage this huge ninja world. Hearing this, the corners of Wei's mouth twitched. It's strange. The third generation of Raikage wants to recruit him, and now this monster also wants to recruit him. Is he so popular? You look so ugly, but you think beautifully. After these words came out, not only Bayan was angry, but even the Wu Yang who thought he was magnanimous was also angry. Boy, you are not willing to accept my toast. As it said this, it waved its head and rushed towards the future. The speed was ridiculously fast. At least the future's Sharingan could barely catch some traces. This made him couldn't help but admire, what a fast speed. As it said this, it easily avoided its impact. Then it pulled back and chopped it down with a knife. In an instant, a golden streak directly beheaded one of its heads. After doing all this, the future fell on another treetop. At this moment, he realized that the treetop where he was originally standing had become shattered. Unfortunately, your speed is not as fast as these two, let alone Namikaze Minato. Among those who have fought with me, he is the fastest. The two people with lightning all over their bodies below were very solemn when they heard this. They didn't expect that the other side would summon such a terrifying monster. They didn't expect that this person would be so strong after not seeing him for a year. Namikaze Minato. AI murmured. Even this kind of monster praised that person, so how fast is that person? I really want to fight him and see who is the fastest in the ninja world. Wu Yang has already figured out the strength of the future at this moment. Super reaction speed, sharp instant wind escape technique, and those eyes. Boy, you are really strong. The future is no longer surprised that they always mistake wind wound for the unprinted wind escape technique. Seeing it say this, the future dispersed the Tessaigan in its hand and slowly put it into the scabbard. He looked at the new head that had grown back, and the severed head on the ground turned into chakra and flowed into its body. Restored its chakra to a perfect state again. Future couldn't help but say, it seems that ordinary swords are useless to you in your state. Hearing what Future said, Wu Yang couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. Boy, you still have some vision. That's right, I am immortal. Even the witch can only seal me, but can't destroy me. Do you think you can hurt me? Ha ha ha. Future put down the crazy knife and drew out another knife. He looked at the laughing Wu Yang. He couldn't help but curl his lips. I just said something to one of your men. Future said, and disappeared directly from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Wu Yang. People who laugh are usually dead. His speed was so fast that even the Raikage and his son could only vaguely see a trace of him. Before the Raikage and his son could scream in shock, Wei Lai put away the blood drink again and took out the mad blade. I just happened to have a good harvest this year. As he said this, he looked at the Raikage and his son. The father and son of the shadow. The latter two felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and hurriedly activated the third stage of the thunder escape. Ninja World. Shura. The third generation of Raikage had an unusually heavy face. For some reason, he actually saw the shadow of the legendary man from this person. What kind of knife is this? Behind the future, the desperate voice of the ghost came. because it already felt that it was dead at this moment. Facing the dying monster, the future kindly explained, the heart cuts the soul, and the knife cuts the flesh. My knife is specially used to kill foreign objects that should not exist in the ninja world. Hearing this, the huge body of the ghost turned into dust and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. And those puppets all turned into stones, scattered on the ground motionless. Even the other side, at this moment, turned into ashes like the ghost, but he was full of unwillingness. This scene made the faces of the Raikage and his son change drastically. Without saying anything, they turned on their speed and ran out of here at full speed. Future just watched quietly and did not chase, because soon his face turned pale. He couldn't help but kneel down. Fuck. Why is the consumption so high? He couldn't help but look at the other knife on his waist and smiled bitterly. This is a new knife he stripped from the skills of Tessaigan. Because this skill will conflict with Tessaigan. And it is somewhat similar to Tensouga. It cannot kill things in the world. Chapter 684. Soon, Ling Hua arrived. Following her, there was a young woman wearing a fluffy skirt and light yellow long hair. Well, I had never seen this woman before. Through perception, he could sense that she had a strong power in her body. At least vaguely above the monster he just killed. But not much more. They were like two extremes, one full of truth, goodness, and beauty, and the other full of hatred and disgust. It was also like a balance, with each of them occupying half. Ling Hua rushed up and hurriedly looked at Walai first. At this moment, the latter was sitting on a rock, recovering his chakra. Walai, are you okay? Why did your chakra consume so much in an instant? Hearing this, Walai smiled slightly and comforted, it's just chakra, I will recover soon. As he said, he changed the subject and said, who is this? He had some guesses in his heart. The monsters have all run out, so it doesn't make sense for the witch to stay in the land of ghosts. Ling Hua explained, she is a witch from the land of demons, who has been guarding and imprisoning the monster Wu Yang for generations. By the way, the terracotta warriors that attacked us just now were made by Wu Yang. The witch bowed gracefully to the future, but this was her instinct, because her face was still filled with confusion and astonishment. At first, she saw the scene where the monster Wu Yang created hundreds of thousands of puppet terracotta warriors and almost swept the entire world. All the guards around her died in the battle. When she rushed to the border of Konoha and wanted to seal Wu Yang, she saw another different picture. Wu Yang was stared at by a boy with a pair of blood-red eyes, and there was a magical pattern in his eyes. As the two eyes exerted force, he was immediately covered with a huge black armored giant about 50 meters high. The giant slashed with a knife, and Wu Yang was forced to split into two individuals. One is a lifeless body, and the other is a soul that is about to be taken away by the Pure Land. In order to prevent the ghost from entering the Pure Land, absorbing the power of the underworld and becoming powerful, she sealed the ghost's soul and body forever at the cost of her life. And they were buried separately. But just now, after she rushed here in a hurry, the originally fixed picture changed again. The ghost was killed by the man in front of her with one move. It was killed directly, turned into ashes, and there was no soul. This series of changes challenged her three views and made her extremely confused. Can fate still be changed? Hello, mate Raya Maiko, my name is Uchiha Mirai, and I am Ling Hua's boyfriend. Mirai frowned slightly and introduced himself. Because the shrine in front of him was looking at him blankly. In order to avoid trouble, he deliberately added the last sentence. So that she wouldn't fall in love with me for no reason. After all, I'm so handsome. So charming. It's understandable that they would fall in love with me. Oh. Hello, my name is Moroku. Moroku Maiko answered blankly. Soon, someone came. The leader was Uchiha Shisui and the others. These two kids are good at physical skills, especially Obito, but unfortunately his actual combat ability is far inferior to that of Shisui, who is younger than him. At present, Shisui is so powerful that he can fight against elite Chunin alone, and even win if he is lucky. It's Obito, for example. He is really a late bloomer and his strength is too weak. And because of his personality, he often has problems. Master, are you okay? Obito asked hurriedly. Wei smiled and reached out to touch his head. It's okay, your master is very strong. After Wei finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Shisui's strangeness. At this moment, he looked at his waist with burning eyes. It seems that this child is really obsessed with my sword. Since Wu Yang appeared for less than a minute, the puppet army did not cause any damage. So, except for the Cloud Ninja who attached great importance to this matter, others had almost no idea. Just treat it as a fun thing. At most, some people saw new ideas. They couldn't beat Konoha, but they could get others to join. For example, Luasha of the Wind Country, he began to actively look for the lost civilization, the legendary Greyer civilization that used another power system. Under the Rain Country. When Uchiha Madara saw Wei kill the alien monster Woolyang with one move, his face became more solemn than ever before. The Uzumaki White Zetsu who was wrapping him up couldn't help but exclaimed, Uchiha's future growth rate is really too fast. He was able to kill that monster in seconds with just a knife. Monster. Although they could kill the monster, they relied on the ability of the golem, rather than their own strength. Madara didn't say anything. He felt something was wrong. He felt that he couldn't let him grow anymore, and he didn't even count on the man called Hyagasuji. Get ready. I want to talk to him in person. Upon hearing this, the White Zetsu's body, which was hung on the wall as a projection, suddenly lit up. He said happily, it should have been done a long time ago. He had suggested similar things countless times before, but Madara always wanted him to come to him himself. As a result, Uchiha Mirai was allowed to grow to where he is now. Fortunately, Madara was not so arrogant as to ignore everything. After the White Zetsu's body finished speaking, it disappeared. In addition to making preparations, he also reported the matter to Black Zetsu. After the Raikage and his men withdrew, they realized belatedly that Uchiha Mirai was not that strong. Otherwise, he would have hunted them down long ago. The intelligence sent by the spies they sent and the spies planted in Konoha also confirmed this. The man called Uchiha Mirai became so weak that he needed help to walk after they left. This made the Raikage and his 3 men regret it. But the opportunity was missed. Regret now is useless. However, they still did not withdraw their troops and were still waiting and watching. In the direction of the land of water. There was one more person in Orochimaru's silent laboratory. This was a white-haired man, who was looking at the experimental report in his hand with excitement. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, your talent is really above mine. You really covet my technique, but it's a pity that you are stuck at the key point and have not made any progress. But the problem is that he just studied this step thoroughly, and what he lacked was this step in Orochimaru's hands. Now it's good, he actually got it for free. Without saying a word, he recorded all the documents, data, and information, cleaned up the traces he left, and quickly left the laboratory. Soon the laboratory became quiet. Not long after, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory after handling government affairs. But when he saw a strand of hair in the crack of the door, there was a slight change, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a few arcs. Hello, hello, you think you are standing on the 3rd floor, but I am actually standing on the atmosphere. What you see is what I want you to see, so don't let me down. The ninja world is fighting, but large-scale conflicts have not occurred. The 3 kingdoms of wind, earth, and mine were relatively quiet, only the hidden mist village was more active, with medium-sized battles happening every day. Even Orochimaru had to go out every day to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Both sides won and lost. 3 months had passed before they knew it. From Orochimaru's position, there was news that Konoha's senior ninja, Obaru, had defected. It was said that Ichiraku noticed that someone was doing human experiments, and then secretly tracked it down and found that it was Obaru who did it. Orochimaru was furious and directly announced that he was a traitor, and also issued a bounty of 100 million taels to hunt him down. That is, 30 million taels. On this day, Mirai suddenly found a strange person. This was a strong man, and he seemed to have some secret actions. But he was noticed by Konoha's patrol guards. And he fought with him, and when Mirai came to deal with him, he found a special blue stone from him. This is... He was a little surprised. Linghua also bent down curiously and looked closer. What a strange stone! It contained an energy she had never seen before. And the man just now relied on this power to enable him to exert his excellent combat power, and even many powerful attacks did not need to be printed. If I am not mistaken, this seems to be a kind of ore, called Greyer ore. It contains powerful energy. During the Warring States period, someone used this power to build a brilliant civilization. I just don't know why this civilization disappeared inexplicably later. As Walai was talking, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, it contains magical and huge energy. It just so happened that teacher Orochimaru needed this energy, so he immediately sent a telegram to him without saying a word. "Hey, teacher Orochimaru, are you there? I have a good thing here, do you need it?" Chapter 685. Orochimaru looked at the ore in his hand, his eyebrows full of interest. In this world, in addition to dragon veins, there is actually such a magical energy, long posture. After thinking about it, he asked Mirai to help keep an eye out, he needed a lot of this ore. After getting Orochimaru's answer, after saying goodbye to Linghua, Mirai quietly took Obito and rushed to the place that Orochimaru asked with immortal reincarnation. But before leaving, Shisui stopped Mirai. "Master, why don't you take me with you?" Mirai smiled lightly and reached out to flick his head. "I'll take you next time." As he said that, he noticed Shisui and couldn't help but look at the sword on his waist, especially the mad sword. He thought about it, and still warned, "Shisui, you and I are both Uchiha people. You must know that our strength comes from the love in our hearts, not relying on external objects." As he said that, he looked at Shisui, his expression became more serious than ever before. "Shisui, do you have anyone you want to protect?" This question silenced Shisui. The people he wanted to protect. There were a few, but they needed to be protected by themselves. "I, Uchiha Shisui, don't have anyone I want to protect." Hearing this, Mirai couldn't help laughing. This little guy who said one thing and meant another was quite arrogant. So he turned his head to look at Linghua and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." "Well, go early and come back early." Linghua smiled sweetly. Mirai didn't say anything more, but took Obito to the target location quickly. That is, the island where the philanthropist named Hyde was. He is a big villain in the movie. Although he may not know where the Greyer mine is at present, Mirai knows the key point and can find the mine through him. But when he came to the sea area in the intelligence, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but protect Obito behind him, squinting his eyes and looking at the man carefully. The man had white hair and wore a vortex-shaped skin. He rested his chin on one hand, leaning on a wooden chair, crossing his legs, looking at the future with a smile. And they were on the sea, and it seemed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. "You are here." The future's expression became solemn. "Old ancestor, why are you here?" Intuition told him that the old ancestor was not here with good intentions. Obito behind him looked at the old man in front of him curiously. He looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. However, he could see the other party's Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the 3 words old ancestor that the master had just said made him understand one thing, that this was an old Uchiha. The latter glanced at Obito and didn't take it to heart. It is said that this child, like Uchiha Future, likes to help old ladies cross the road in the border fortress city, and often helps old ladies find lost kittens. So much so that the cats hated him and blocked his way every day. In his opinion, this behavior was nothing more than an imitation of idol worship. "How about it? I gave you 3 years and 3 years, and now it's almost 8 years, you still haven't decided which path to choose." Future's heart thumped. The most feared thing still happened. But he had already understood something in his heart at this moment. "Mr. Madara, Grail ore is the bait you put out, the purpose is to make me take the bait, right?" "Yes." Madara sat up straight and said with a smile. That demon was obviously sealed in the land of demons, but suddenly appeared in the land of fields. "It was also your doing, right?" Madara did not deny it, and continued to nod, "Yes." As he said that, he looked at the 2 knives on Future's waist. Through the Sharingan, he could see that the 2 knives were mediocre. This kid is really perverted. Future couldn't help but smile bitterly. So that's how it is. He understood. It seems that Madara saw that he killed the monster with 1 strike, so he couldn't sit still. "So, tell me your answer." Mirai looked up at the sky, his face became very sad. The Moon Eye's plan. To be honest, if I surrender to Madara, then endure the humiliation, wait for the last moment, and then turn against him. Or when Black Zetsu is about to reveal his heart, take the opportunity to stop him. These are all good plans. Who is Madara? Although Mirai has no expression on his face, he can still see what Mirai is thinking at a glance. So he sighed. "It seems that you still have too many ties, I'd better help you cut them off with my own hands." Only a person without any shackles can be free from scruples and fight against the whole world. Only then can he follow the path left by the 6 path sage for them. And as long as they die, even if this child hates him, he will choose to cooperate with him in order to revive them. Because infinite Tsukuyomi is an alternative way to create a world. He will definitely create a world where they exist. Maybe he will be addicted to that infinitely beautiful world. So he has made up his mind, Namikaze Minato, Senju Nwaki, his parents, sister, and friends. Even the person named Hyagarika must die. Only when they die, Uchiha Mirai will come to him. Even if he kills himself and avenges them afterwards, he will only feel extremely empty, and in the end he will still be unable to help but execute the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. As for the resurrection technique, that's just a way to blaspheme the souls of the dead. And he has asked White Zetsu to kill all the people in the ninja world who are related to the resurrection technique. For example, the family of Dragon Life reincarnation in the grass country. That family has died out. And Cho of the Hidden Sand Village has tried every means to develop a technique to revive the dead over the years, but in the end it would fail inexplicably. That was done by White Zetsu. As for the immortal reincarnation developed by Tobirama, this is the real technique to play with the souls of the dead. As long as it is a loved one who cares about them, no one would want to do this. As for reincarnation technique, let's not talk about whether Uchiha Mirai knows it or not. Even if he knows it. By the way, this technique requires the body of the person before death to revive the person. If he kills them himself, he must also destroy their bodies. Mirai was anxious when he heard what Madara said. "Grandfather, please don't. They are the most important people to me. In this way, I will go with you, and I will definitely carry out your plan wholeheartedly. And think about it, not only do I desire peace, they also desire peace. As long as they are still alive, I have a bond. Whether for me or for them, I will do my best to complete this peace plan." Mirai was anxious. He didn't even care about Obito, and hurried to Madara to help him rub his legs and back. Madara's strength is too terrifying. If he really wants to attack Minato and the others, even Linghua will probably be in danger. Even if she has 3 incarnation I. But she is only 16 years old. At most 17. She is not as good as the old monster Madara. Madara looked at Uchiha Mirai with a smile. Not to mention, he was a little moved. "What you said makes sense." Hearing this, Mirai breathed a sigh of relief, and finally convinced him not to do it. But it will be hard for Linghua next. I hope she can understand. But the next second, Madara said something that made his scalp numb. "But I refuse." "Mirai. Why?" He felt that his proposal just now was very good. Madara turned his head, looked at him lightly, and smiled. "The method you said is very gentle, and you still have room to turn back, but my method can leave you no way out." He looked at the future, his expression became extremely serious. "And I am more afraid of your talent. You are only 17 years old, and you have the power to kill monsters in one blow. As long as you are given time, I am afraid that even I will not be your opponent. At that time, if you regret it, I can't do anything to you." This is the reason he cares about most. Mirai was anxious, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. "I didn't expect that my thoughts were actually seen by Madara." He opened his clothes and said, "I can accept any restrictions and promise that I will never betray you." Future has no time to worry about the future, stabilize Madara first. He can't resist, but as long as he gives Ling time and lets her help him break the deadlock, it will be the same. "And Madara, my strength is not as abnormal as you think. I can kill the monsters. The most important thing is that I have recently developed a trick to deal with alien creatures." As he said, he took off the blood drink and handed it to Madara to watch. The latter picked it up curiously, looked at it carefully for a moment, and suddenly drew his knife and stabbed the White Zetsu who was watching the show on the side. The White Zetsu was shocked, and there was only that white light in his eyes. Already a thought in his mind. "I was killed. Why?" The whole person fell into despair and deep confusion. But soon he realized that something was wrong, because it didn't hurt. I was clearly cut, but he didn't feel any pain, and his mind was even clear. He looked at his chest in confusion. He found that there was only a dazzling knife light at the place where he was chopped, but there was no wound. But that's not right, he clearly felt that he was cut by the blade. "I'm not dead." Mirai hurriedly explained, "This knife can't cause harm to people in the world of the living. It can be said that it is an immortal blade with no lethality. But it has the ability to kill creatures that are not from this world with one blow. I relied on this trick, so I killed the guy called Wu Yang in seconds." I was even weak for several days afterwards. Madara looked at the blood drink in his hand, and the interest in his eyes had disappeared. It's just an interesting knife. Then he threw it to Mirai. The man had stood up and walked towards the direction of Tianziguo. No need to say anything more. What I decide will be accomplished. This is my ninja way. And I don't trust you. Any technique is imperfect, because this world is not perfect. No matter how many forbidden techniques I use on you, no matter how many secret techniques I use to restrict you, you will eventually find a way to solve it. So I still think that killing them and severing your ties to this world is the best choice. Hearing what Madara said, Mirai couldn't help but grit his teeth. What should he do if Madara refused to listen to all the good words he said? He got anxious again and shouted immediately. Uchiha Madara, don't force me. I can do anything if you force me. Hearing this, Madara stopped and looked behind him with interest. Don't worry, as long as they die, infinite moon reading is your only chance to revive them. Hearing this, Mirai immediately drew out the mad sword. For a moment, a wind wound was slashed out. If you insist on hurting them, then step over my body. Ban didn't even move, and a blue skeleton swung his fist and directly broke the future's move. The look in his eyes was full of amusement. You drew your sword against me for them, it seems that they are really important to you. Then he really had to kill them. Chapter 686. In the future, he thought that one day he might stand against Madara. Even when he was young, he thought about punching age spots and kicking Kagaya Otsutsuki. But he never thought that this would happen so soon. He hasn't even fully grown up yet. And at this moment, he felt a little regretful that he killed Wu Yang in 1 second. If he hadn't shown so strong, would Madara still let him go? But it's useless to think about this problem now. Today, his oxygen tube must be pulled out no matter what. Even if it means risking his life. Anyway, there are so many resurrection techniques in the ninja world. With the abilities of Rika, Minato, and even the teacher, they can resurrect themselves. So it's just a death. He's not afraid. But if he dies, then Madara's spokesperson. He glanced behind him without leaving a trace. Obito was standing alone on the sea at this moment, looking at all this in astonishment, as if he hadn't come to his senses yet. In the original work, he was the one chosen by Madara himself. If he died, would he be used by Madara? Thinking of this, he once again used the Vajra spear break move to hold Madara, and then quickly jumped and landed beside Obito. He hurriedly said, Obito, you hurry back immediately and tell Linghua and the others not to avenge me. After the first move, he found that his chances of survival were slim. As he said that, without waiting for Obito to answer, he spit out the 9 letters that he had prepared 4 years ago and handed them to Obito. Give these letters to my parents. When he tricked Madara away, he thought he would not need the letters. Who could have thought that things in this world are unpredictable? No, master, let's go together. Obito was immediately anxious. Although he is young, it does not mean that he knows nothing. The future master is going to die. Without waiting for Mirai to speak, he said, how about you go first, master? I'll stay and hold him back. You're faster than me. As long as you get to Lord Orokai, you'll be safe. After hearing this, Mirai smiled bitterly. Where can he run if he's being targeted by Madara-sama? And how many seconds can he hold back someone he's not sure he can handle? This isn't a certain continent. He's not afraid of Dowdy because his horse can't outrun him. He raised his hand and pulled out a dark ball of light the size of an eyeball from the Tessaigan, and pressed it directly into Obito's eyes. Instantly, a piercing pain made Obito cover his eyes. There's something in here that master left for you, Shisui, and my sister. When you open your eyes, you can get the gift I gave you through it. If he's being targeted by Madara-sama, I hope the things in here can help him. But I really don't want you to use the stuff in it. As he said that, he glared at him and cast an illusion on him. Run, run back to Linghua. As he gave the order, Obito's body ran uncontrollably towards the north. Obito was immediately anxious. While running, he shouted anxiously, Master, I won't leave. You start to remove the illusion, I don't want to leave you. The voice became smaller and smaller, and Mirai also retracted his complicated gaze and turned to look at Madara. At this moment, Vajra spear break has been exhausted, but it has no effect on Madara. At this moment, there is an illusory skeleton wrapped around him. He glanced at Obito who was running away, then retracted his sight and looked at Mirai. Just when the White Zetsu body wanted to stop Obito, Mirai burst into acceleration and rushed to the front of White Zetsu and stopped him. Don't move, you are surrounded by me. Banara glanced at Baizetsu and said, back off, don't worry about that man, I can subdue him soon. Mirai said expressionlessly, really? Then come and try. As he said that, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes directly. The next moment, his pupil changed from 3 megatama to a strange pattern. It was the shape of a 3-bladed dart. It looked very much like the half of the iron tooth in his hand, and there were 3 small sharp edges in the core. When he saw the shape in the future's eyes, Ban couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How did you open the Mangekyo? He knew that with the future's talent, he could definitely open the Mangekyo, but he didn't know who died and made him open his eyes. In response, the future blushed slightly. That's right, at this moment of life and death crisis, he actually blushed rarely. Baizetsu on the side narrowed his eyes and guessed, it seems that a year ago, Uchiha Mirai accidentally saw Hygarika he was bathing, and his pupil power fluctuated greatly at that time. I guess that's when he opened his eyes. As he said that, he looked at Wei Li with a strange look in his eyes. I was not sure at first, so I didn't tell you, but since he opened his eyes, it must be because of that incident. Hearing this, Wei Li's face turned red to the root of his neck. Damn, how did this guy know this? Didn't Ling Hua say that the spores on their bodies were controlled by her? Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard this. Seeing a woman bathing, so he opened the Mangeki? This is a bit outrageous. White Zetsu also knew that this matter was a bit unbelievable, so he said again, others may not believe it. But Lord Madara, have you forgotten that when Uchiha Wei Li fought against Hyuga Ling Hua, he saw her state after taking drugs, and also saw the private parts of that person, and the blood rushed up on the spot and opened the 2 megatama. Madara, _ Oh my god, how could I forget this? White Zetsu told me this at the beginning, but I didn't pay attention at that time. If he didn't tell me, I would have forgotten it. For a moment, he looked into the future, his eyes full of weirdness. You are actually a pervert. All of them Uchiha opened their eyes, and they all experienced a life and death crisis. Many people even witnessed the death of their loved ones and friends, and then activated these eyes in extreme pain. This guy opened his eyes twice, both because of a woman. And he just saw it, but didn't do anything. If this is not a pervert, what is it? Wulasai. Mirai's face turned black in an instant, and he cursed with a red neck. Mirai was a little furious. This kind of thing must not be spread out, otherwise he would be ashamed to see anyone. He would even be laughed to death by that bastard rope tree. And Minato, he would definitely think that he was a pervert and keep his distance from him. And his sister, in her eyes, he was so well behaved and cute, sensible and clingy. If she knew that I was a pervert, she would definitely be very disappointed, and even alienated herself from me. After all, who would be willing to play with a pervert? When he looked at Madara and White Zetsu, there was another idea of killing. No matter what, Madara, you must die. As he spoke, the Tessaigan in his hand changed its form, from a cold gem to a dark and deep blade. Looking at it was like seeing the sky in the dark night, full of mystery. And Madara-sama also felt a little solemn. Another skill I didn't know about. It seems that you reserved it to deal with me. Madara smiled faintly. Not very surprised. If this kid doesn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, he won't be his offspring. After all, he also had a wife he didn't love, but unfortunately she died of dystocia. And the people in the clan didn't know about this. Who told that man to abandon him and marry that dead vixen instead? He was heartbroken and drunk, and accidentally did that. After all, this matter was very shameful, so no one knew about it. Mirai didn't say anything, but raised the dark machete and swung it at Madara-sama. Miyado Zanjutsupo. Instantly, a half-moon-shaped cutting blade flew quickly towards Madara. Mirai was not proficient in this skill because he had never practiced it. Just like Madara said, many of his moves were used to defend against him, so he had to hide it. Naturally, this move could not reach a perfect circle. However, although it was the first time to perform it, Mirai was using full power, so the lethality of this move was still quite large. And the speed was extremely fast. If it was the previous monster, it would definitely not be able to avoid this move and be torn into 2 pieces. Because this is an undefended cutting skill. It can open the passage to the underworld and take the person hit, or part of the survivors will be exiled to the underworld. No matter how strong a person is, he will soon be infected by the death energy of the underworld, and eventually die miserably. However, the underworld of the ninja world is not like the underworld of Inuyasha. There is no core that consumes everything here. So it can only rely on death energy to make people die quickly and decay. Madara looked at the space-cutting technique coming towards him. He raised his eyebrows and immediately became a little interested, intending to test its power. So as his pupil power increased, his skeleton once reached the third state. That is, the third form that Atake performed, with flesh on the upper body and armor. Then the blue giant waved his arm directly towards the future. In an instant, several blue Megatama were thrown out by him. Yasaka Magatama. Although Madara was the last resort, his attack speed was extremely fast. When the Space Blade group of Future's Miyadu Zanjayu Ippo was about to hit him, his blue Megatama had already hit Future's attack. The latter's face sank slightly. Because there was no explosion at all his Megatama were torn and swallowed by the opponent's space-cutting skills. It was like a drop of water entering the sea, without any waves. An attack that cannot be defended. Thinking of it, he increased his pupil power again, and in an instant his Susanoo changed its form again, and directly grew 2 legs. It raised his position a lot at once. At this time, Future's attack had all cut on Susanoo's knees. Cut off the knees without any hindrance. Madara almost lost his balance. But when he was about to fall on the sea, Susanoo hurriedly stretched out 2 more legs. Just before he fell, he managed to stabilize his body. Mirai was dumbfounded. Fuck, this is even possible. He thought that Madara would dodge, so when he swung the knife, he immediately watched his movements closely, wanting to attack him again in the direction of his movement. As a result, Madara did not play by the rules, and went directly into Susanoo, and raised his body. His idea of using Vajra Spear Break to attack him when he was dodging was completely thwarted. After all, Vajra Spear Break could not penetrate Susanoo at all. And it was Madara's Susanoo. Chapter 687. Miyadu Zangzuha also has follow-up damage, that is, after hitting a certain distance, it will be fixed, thus bursting out with extremely strong suction. This additional skill is usually automatically activated after hitting the opponent. It can also be controlled by the mind of the operator. But there is a disadvantage, that is, it cannot be too far away. Mirai saw that his skills did not cause any damage to Madara-sama, and the opponent was always in Susanoo, which greatly enhanced his defense. So he let it burst out additional damage behind Madara-sama, nailing Madara-sama in place, and then he performed his ultimate move. Sure enough, as his mind moved, the space blade of Miyadu Zangzuha exploded. The flight trajectory was also fixed in place, and the next moment, a majestic suction force was generated from it. The sea surface was even more disturbed by the airflow, causing huge waves. There was even a water tornado the size of a train, which flew backwards into this space. Madara-sama's face sank again. What a powerful move! Not to mention that it cannot be defended, it can also have a second stage of power. Is this really a move that this brat can develop? After activating the second stage of damage of Miyadu Zangzuha, Mirai immediately jumped up and jumped directly to the same height as Madara-sama, and once again swung out the crescent-shaped space-cutting technique in his hand. Madara-sama, you are a remnant of the old era, and there is no ship in the new era that can carry you. So, please die. Miyadu Zangzuha. This is the only move in his hand that can cause damage to Madara-sama, although the consumption is also very large. After swinging this move, he only has less than 70% of his chakra left. Damn, if I had time, I would be able to fully absorb the wood release injection to greatly increase my recovery ability and chakra amount and become stronger. Unfortunately, time is running out. Uchiha Madara looked at the incoming space blade and felt the suction behind him again. No, although I can break free from the suction, I will also be killed by this move. He had tried it just now, and his Susanoo could not defend against this move. Without saying anything, he urged Susanoo's arm and directly inserted it into Susanoo's body, holding himself, and then threw it out with force. The future's Mangekyo Sharingan had already captured Madara's actions. The reason why he opened these eyes was to let go. There was also to prevent Madara's illusions and enhance his own dynamic capture ability. Seeing that Madara had escaped from Susanoo, the future's eyes lit up and immediately raised the knife again. At this moment, the Tessaigan in his hand changed its form again. From the dark night starry sky state, it became a blade with blazing flames and lightning special effects. This is a form that has never appeared in the original work. Two demons sharing the same body in Inuyasha. It is a brand new ability stripped from the two brothers Jinhuo and Yinhuo, which can release thunder and fire attacks together. Thunder and Fire Sky Rush. After the blade changed its form, Mirai directly called out the name of the move. With his powerful swing, a real spark with lightning immediately rushed towards Madara. And the range of this move is extremely wide. It is a move in Mirai's hands that can attack the enemy in a large area. And because it is accompanied by the strongest attack power of thunder and fire. So this move has not reduced the attack damage when expanding the range. Ban was slightly shocked by the huge thunder and fireball with a diameter of about 300 meters in front of him. The combination of thunder and fire instantaneous skills, Mirai, you really surprised me. He wanted to pull this person into his camp more and more. Such a strong talent, not using it to implement the peace plan and bring long-term peace to the ninja world, is simply a waste of natural resources. So, his determination to cut off the bond with Uchiha Mirai was redetermined. As he said that, he made a seal with his hands and shouted, "Fire style, great fire extinguishment." Instantly, a fireball that was countless times larger than the lightning and fire released by the future appeared instantly. In less than a second, the two moves collided with each other. Judging from the future's position, his lightning and fire combination was stronger, but it could not break through Madara's fire defense. As Madara exerted force, his flame increased several points again. Directly pushed the future's flame back. Seeing this scene, the future's face changed again and again. He immediately changed the Tessaigan form again and swung out Wind Wound. One move hit his own lightning and fire. With the blessing of this magnificent wind force, the power of the future's lightning and fire increased by more than double again. At this point, it barely blocked Madara's fire style. After doing all this, the future couldn't help but gasp and landed on the sea. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the sea was actually a little hot. The moves they just used had heated up a sea area in just a few seconds. It should be that when I released my moves, the scorching power all hit the sea surface because of the collision, so I didn't feel the heat. Madara didn't pursue the victory, but chose to land on the sea. At this moment, the two stood on the sea, looking at each other. In the sky, two scorching fireballs were colliding. One was a simple flame, while the other was sparking with lightning. At the same time, there was a violent whirlwind. Madara looked at the mysterious lines in the future's eyes, turned his head to the half-exposed white Zetsu, and asked, "Have you collected his pupil skills?" Every Uchiha, as long as he opens the Mangekyo, will form one or two unique moves based on the deepest wishes in people's hearts and the moves they are best at. Among them, wishes are the most important. The second is the moves. For example, Obito's Kamyu, which was after he witnessed Rin's death, and in that instant, he thought of himself in hell and wanted to escape. He also wanted to escape from this world and go to another world, so he awakened Kamyu, a different space. His left and right eyes can act on himself and other things. By opening the size of the space door, the purpose of attack and transmission is achieved. It's just that the left eye is good at long distances, and the right eye is good at close distances. For example, Shisui, he is best at swordsmanship and illusion, but he was caught between Uchiha and the village at that time. The Uchiha high level wanted to launch a coup, and the Konoha high level did not trust the Uchiha. Although he had certain power and status, he could not influence the ideas of the two parties. So he awakened Kota Amatsukami, a pupil technique that can permanently change people's thinking. If there is no deepest obsession, then the corresponding pupil technique will be awakened according to the aspect that people are best at. For example, Itaki is best at illusion and fire ninjutsu. His obsession with the village and family is not very strong, but his love for his brother is unquestionable. The famous naval battle was created by him. So he awakened the strongest attack of fire ninjutsu Amaterasu and the strongest auxiliary illusion Tsukuyomi. White Zetsu shook his head and said, "I don't know, he hid too deep and never used these moves in front of my spores." As he said that, he looked at the disappeared space cutting and the thunder and fire attack in the sky. And the eyes of the future at this moment. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that this man's eyes were at the level of kaleidoscope, he wouldn't have known that this guy had actually opened his eyes in secret. Madara nodded, "Is that so?" But based on his ability, as well as his thoughts and hobbies, it should be a pupil technique related to swords. When the future rushed over with a knife again, he naturally heard Madara's thoughts. Since he wanted to see it, and he was almost out of tricks, he would use it. "Mr. Madara, since you are so curious, I will let you take a good look. At the moment of speaking, his right eye instantly burst into a scarlet light, and even his right eye looked much larger than his left eye. A line of blood and tears flowed out like a broken faucet. At this moment, the future released all the pupil power that had been accumulated for a long time. Pupil technique sword domain. In an instant, Madara felt that the whole world had changed. He was no longer on the sunny sea, but in a different world. The sky here is red, the air is red, and even the sun that provides light is dark red. But there are two people who are not red, one is him, and the other is the future in front of him. There are countless swords inserted in the ground under his feet. They are like weeds, growing on the ground. The three Megatama in Madara's eyes turned for a while, and soon he saw through the truth. Is it constructed with pupil technique, a domain illusion space exclusively for swords? After hearing this, Mirai's face twitched. Damn, Mirai is not surprised that he can open Susanoo with just 3 Megatama. Because even without eyes, Madara can open it. But I have used the pupil technique exclusively for Mangekyo, and this guy can see through it with just 3 Megatama. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Mirai was really numb to see that this was an illusion world at a glance. He stopped talking nonsense, but raised the Tessaigan in his hand, pointed it at Madara, and shouted. Follow me, kill the enemy. He was like the master of this world. With Mirai's shouting, all the swords growing on the ground trembled. It was as if they all came alive in an instant. Seeing this, Madara immediately had a guess. He immediately used the power of Susanoo without saying anything. In an instant, it was the fourth form. That is, the naked form with the lower body growing out. At this moment, all the swords soared into the sky. Like a swimming dragon, they danced wantonly and soon gathered behind Mirai. Kill! With Mirai's shout, these swords were like soldiers who received the king's order, and began to rush towards Madara's giant form fearlessly. And Madara also waved Susanoo's fist directly, hitting the dense torrent of blades. Madara's face changed quickly, and he said in surprise, a physical sword. But now is not the time to think about these, because his Susanoo fist has begun to break, and he immediately waved another giant fist again. Replaced the original fist, giving it time to recover, and then swung it again. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 or 4 punches. The originally dormant blood began to boil at this moment. Ola ola ola. That's the feeling of boiling blood. Ha 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 ha. He felt his blood flowing for the first time in a long time. Uchiha Mirai, please me as much as you can. Chapter 688. In reality, Mirai almost fell to his knees after glaring at Madara. Damn, trying to pull Madara into the sword domain actually cost me so much of my pupil power. He even had a feeling that Madara didn't put up any decent resistance and let him pull him into the illusion space. He was proactive. If he had been on guard, he wouldn't have been able to perform successfully. He took a deep breath and stared at the two people with dull eyes. One was Madara, and the other was White Zetsu. White Zetsu is nothing to worry about, Madara must be dealt with. And his chakra had been almost consumed after performing several big moves and pupil techniques. Thinking of this, he suppressed the dizziness in his head. He swallowed the fine soldier pill made by Rika directly. This pill was a precious medicine obtained by Rika and Kushina from the moon, and made with the preparation of Sister Tsunade. It melts in the mouth and can spread throughout the body within 3 seconds, stimulating cells and producing chakra. At the same time, it also contains pure chakra energy, which works in 2 ways, so that people can produce a large amount of chakra. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Mirai gradually quickened his pace and rushed towards Madara. This man is too strong, and he must seize the moment of his arrogance and hit him with a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the remaining chakra amount can no longer make the best attack. While running, he looked at the weapon in his hand. It seems that we can't unlock it to 100%. At present, he is stuck at 95%. If Madara gives him some more time, he can fully exert the power of Tessaigan. Alas! Suddenly, his running steps suddenly froze in place, and a deep pain flashed across his expression, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in an instant. But the speed was not fixed. Just like that, the whole person fell forward. Fortunately, he has been training his chakra control for many years, which helped him a lot at this moment, allowing him to treat the water surface as the ground. His body did not sink into the water. How is it possible? He looked painful and looked forward with an extremely stunned expression. Very good eye technique, I just persisted in it for a day. If I were not old, I might be able to challenge it for about 3 days. Madara smiled indifferently. At the same time, his eyes began to shed blood and tears. If you look closely, you can find that there are even some cracks in both eyes. Madara pointed at his eyes and said, "You are very good. Look, you actually broke my eyes." The future vomited blood directly. Not only did he vomit blood from his mouth, but he also vomited blood from his heart. He used all his strength to activate the eye technique, but you only played in it for about a day, and then opened the complete form of Susanoo, and directly cut off his eye technique world with one blow, causing himself to vomit blood. The whole person, even the soul, was damaged by the damage of the eye world, and suffered a serious backlash. The change just now was caused by the backlash of the future. At this moment, his vision was blurred, and there was red everywhere in his vision. There was a line of warm liquid on his face. The most important thing was that he felt that his eyes were like useless. Not to mention looking, even opening his eyelids could feel extremely painful. Madara looked at the future, he smiled, and then ordered the people around him, "Watch him well, I'm going to Konoha." "Okay, Madara." When the eye world was damaged, the white Zetsu's body also recovered. He smiled and swam towards the future. In the past, he didn't dare to approach the future at all, because he would be chopped to death. But now, Madara has severely injured the future. He only needs to use the spore technique to continuously absorb his chakra to keep him in a half-dead state. This was very simple for him. After getting the answer, Madara turned and left. As he took the first step, the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his 2 eyes shattered instantly. Madara lost his vision in an instant. But Madara didn't care, he had been mentally prepared for this matter. It's a very good eye technique, and it takes me 90% of my strength to tear it apart. It was because of the excessive use of strength that the 3 Megatama eyes exceeded the load in an instant. Directly scrapped. Mirai was lying on the sea in a daze at this moment. He felt the warm breath on his cheeks, which was the temperature of the sea water after cooling down. It was very warm, making Mirai want to close his eyes. But in his ears, he could hear what Madara said very clearly. "I'm going to Konoha." Why go to Konoha? Because he said he would help me break the ties. That is, to kill Minato and the others. And my sister, my parents. And that big-breasted girl with white eyes. He would kill everyone who had anything to do with him, so that he could completely cut off his connection with this world. No. He gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. "I won't allow you to." The strength he had just squeezed out disappeared in an instant, and his mind went blank for a moment, causing him to fall directly onto the sea. Ah! Seeing Future's move, White Zetsu, who had already swam towards his body, smiled and said, "Don't struggle, you can't fight Madara-sama. Actually, think about it, it's better for them to die, so that they won't be hurt by this incomplete world. And Madara-sama's plan is so good, using infinite moon reading to drag everyone in the world into the dream. If you join, you can even use Madara-sama's power to create a world with them. Then why would they die? So the pain is temporary, after a short period of pain, you can live a permanent happy life, why not?" White Zetsu was talking, less than 3 meters away from Future. At this moment, the latter only felt that the world was in a trance, and his mind began to stiffen. Is it going to fail? In fact, it's nothing to think about it, at most he can take back the Rinnegan and revive them one by one. Anyway, Madara-sama is about to die. I'm still young and can outlast him. So, I'd better stop struggling. The faraway Madara could naturally hear what White Zetsu said, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Ha! This thing can still talk. That's right, it's just a moment of pain, but it can be exchanged for long-term peace in the ninja world, and it can also create a world with them. Why can't he figure out such a simple thing?" But at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned his head subconsciously. But it was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Madara, _M. He remembered that his spare eyes were broken by himself. But at this moment, he suddenly felt his waist tighten, as if he was quietly hugged by something. And at this moment, he heard an extremely surprised voice in his ears, "Mada, be careful." At this time, Madara had already noticed something, and his expression became extremely wonderful. "How do you still have the strength to move?" At this moment, Mirai was holding Madara-sama and used the Uchiha ultimate physical technique, Uchiha Hug Throw. This is a divine technique that relies on firm belief, and even aliens cannot escape. Have you forgotten that the most fundamental power of our Uchiha comes from love? You want to do something to them, I will never allow it. As he said this, he didn't know where the strength came from, allowing him to raise the Tessaigan and directly cut out a space blade. After realizing what Mirai wanted to do, Madara immediately hit Mirai with a heavy hammer. Let go. Bang. Although Madara's strength is not as good as when he was young, with the blessing of Uzumaki White Zetsu, he can exert his considerable strength. After this blow, Mirai opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. Looking closely, you can find that there is still some flesh and blood in this mouthful of blood. But Mirai seemed to have no feeling at all, but hugged Madara-sama more firmly. Then he hugged Madara and plunged into the space. With the help of the suction of the space, Mirai didn't even have to exert much effort to fly into it. Feeling this scene, Mirai slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but slowly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Reka. I'll keep you waiting this time. At this moment, he seemed to see Tai Nai. Just when he was about to hug Madara and fall into the underworld space, something unexpected happened again. He was bounced away by an unknown force. He was so shocked that his eyes, which had been closed, opened again, and then he saw a blue giant with his hands on both sides of the space hole. He was fighting against the suction and squeezed out little by little. Seeing this scene, Mirai's eyes were bloodshot. The feeling of being in ecstasy was no all hit by a sharp pain. He almost fainted from the pain. But just as Madara said just now, the power of Uchiha comes from love. He would never allow anyone to harm Minato and the others. He roared immediately. Don't think you are the only one who has Susanoo. As he said this, he activated his eyes regardless of the consequences, even if it was ruined. There was an incomparable cold breath came out, wrapping up the future like a skeleton. Then without saying anything, he rushed towards Madara. Madara, who was in the gap of space, saw this scene and his face changed drastically. You are crazy, you actually used the family taboo. This move is to use your Mangekyo Sharingan as the source of power. After using it, your eyes will basically be blind. The future has already hit Madara's Susanoo. Hearing this, the future finally understood something. It turns out that he still has power because he accidentally used the Mangeki as a source of power. No wonder he still has the ability to swing Miyadu Zangzuha. And Susanoo? What's the matter? I, Uchiha Mirai, am not interested in Mangekyo Sharingan. As he said, he released the Tessaigan Miyadu form. Plus, he had already knocked Madara into the underworld. The crack closed in the blink of an eye. Only White Zetsu's body was left, watching everything in astonishment. I am not dreaming. It only took 5 seconds for Madara to be dragged into the different space. Chapter 689. Looking at the empty but greatly changed environment, White Zetsu was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Fuck, something bad is going to happen." Madara was dragged into the underworld by Uchiha Mirai. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Then what about Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother? Madara is the person who has the best chance to execute the Infinite Moon reading plan in the past 1,000 years. No, this matter must be reported to Black Zetsu. Things are really serious. When Black Zetsu learned about this and rushed to the sea area quickly. This place has already generated huge heat because of the previous fire escape bombardment. The majestic water vapor rose, forming a dark rain layer. Countless lightning and whirlwinds wandered freely over the sea. The sea surface was even more turbulent. The entire sea area presented a doomsday scene. What's going on? As soon as Black Zetsu appeared, he directly possessed White Zetsu. Without waiting for his answer, he could not wait to use spiritual symbiosis to read his memory. Soon his face became quite wonderful. Fuck you. The originally dark expression now became colorful, and he was so angry that he was deformed. In the underworld, Madara looked at the empty world with a dark face, and he was trapped in it. It was like being in space, but there was air for them to breathe. It was just that there was no gravity, so they were all suspended. He looked at the future, and at this moment the latter's life fire had reached the point of exhaustion. Only his eyes and mouth could move slightly. Future smiled and said, "Seeing you fall with me, I feel relieved. In this way, Ling Hua and the others will be safe." Madara's dark face turned into a complex expression. "I admit that I really underestimated you, Uchiha Mirai, my grandson. Mirai smiled, and didn't care too much about his last sentence. He felt light and dazed many times, and vaguely saw his mother, father, sister, Minato, teacher, Ichiraku, everyone. And Ling Hua. She should be in class at this time. I really want to hug her. In a trance, his mind returned to the underworld. He looked at the empty world, and the rich death aura was constantly eroding his and Madara's bodies. Although Madara was blocked by Uzumaki White Zetsu, he definitely couldn't hold on for long. Here, he felt that he had no concept of time, like eternity, and like a moment. But he could feel the disappearance of life. There were more revolving lanterns in his mind. He began to think wildly. There are not many memories of the previous life, but it is a pity that the policewoman was implicated. Then there is this world. Although it is a parallel world, he has gained more. There are loving parents, sister, and other family members, a good friend Minato, and a girl he fell in love with at first sight, Rika. For some reason, his mind is fixed on the scene of Jiraiya's death, and it is getting clearer and clearer. Is it because he cried when he watched this part in his previous life, so it is so impressive? He couldn't help but mutter. We ninjas live in a world where how to survive is not important, but how to die is important. Madara, who was about to find a way out, was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at the future. These words touched him a lot. He couldn't help but think of Hashirama. Mirai continued, the life value of a ninja is not determined by how to survive, but by what he does before death. Looking back, my life is actually pretty good. Let the relationship between the village and Uchiha be reconciled, let Minato become Jiraiya's apprentice in advance, let Orochimaru find the true path of life, let... As he spoke, he turned his eyes and looked at Madara. At this time he was more dazed. Actually, Madara, I also want to save you. But I don't have enough time. As he said, he didn't know where he got the strength and will to stimulate his body again. In front of Madara's astonishment, he dug out his eyes alive, and threw them into the blade of the Hades Tessaigan together with the blood drink. And Tessaigan also disappeared, as if it was sucked away by the blade. As if he couldn't feel the pain, he looked at Madara with a hole full of blood and tears. With his last bit of strength, he said, Madara-sama, a huge conspiracy surrounds you, never trust the people around you. Infinite Tsukuyomi, ahem, it's a conspiracy, yes. He wanted to say more but that force was like his last vitality. Without giving him time to speak, it was completely pulled out of his body, leaving him in a darkness. Madara looked at the lifeless man in front of him, and an unprecedented silence flashed in his eyes. This made Uzumaki White Zetsu on his body feel a shudder in his heart. This Uchiha Mirai really knew something, but fortunately he died. Madara-sama, I have a way to get out. Uzumaki White Zetsu spoke. On the other side, Rika was teaching some people medical ninjutsu knowledge. Behind her was a blackboard with dense medical knowledge points on it. Just when she felt her mouth was a little dry, she was about to pick up the cup to drink some water. Before her hand touched the cup that Mirai gave her cracked directly. The warm sugar water quickly spread over the entire table, and the water stains even flowed to the back of her feet. At this moment, Rika felt an unprecedented heart tremor. She had never experienced this feeling before. Faintly, it seemed as if something was trying to get away from her. Master Ling Hua, are you okay? The people below were also shocked by the explosion of the cup. He hurriedly stood up and handed the handkerchief he carried with him to Ling Hua. Ling Hua calmed down, took the handkerchief and wiped her hands. There were still water stains on her body. She forced a smile and said, I'm fine. But why did her heart start to hurt? At this time, she noticed the abnormality. Those people looked at her face in astonishment, as if they had seen something strange. What's wrong? As she said that, she subconsciously touched her face. It was very smooth and elastic, which was the touch that the guy in the future liked. But why did it feel warm and sticky? She put her hand in front of her eyes in surprise and looked at it. This is... Master Ling Hua, why are you crying? As a man's words came out, Ling Hua was stunned. Are these my tears? At this moment, she suddenly felt a familiar person hugging her from behind, and she turned her head to look behind her in surprise. But she saw nothing. However, there were more tears on her face. At this moment, her summoning slug exploded next to her, and Kushina's anxious voice came from it. Hua, is there something wrong with you? As she said that, Kushina glanced at Minato who was crying. Just now they were discussing how to defeat the rock ninja, but Minato burst into tears while talking. And he also said that his heart hurt, as if he was being grabbed by something. Later, when she asked, Minato said that it seemed like something was moving away from him, and before leaving, he stroked his face. And the person Minato cared about most, besides himself, was only the future, so she hurriedly sent a summoning beast telegram. Hearing this, Ling Hua was stunned. It turns out that it's not just me, Minato also felt it. At this moment, another cloud of spiritual smoke emerged, it was a small snake. The voice of Rope Tree was also heard. Hey, who is in trouble, why is Hong Hong feeling palpitations? Mirai, are you okay? Your sister is crying, comfort her. Hearing this, Ling Hua's face turned pale. I already had a bad premonition in my heart. Ling Hua, where is Mirai? Is he with you? At this time, even Mieko's anxious voice came from the communication. Hearing Mieko ask this, the communication was quiet for a moment. Their hearts were grabbed in an instant. A bad premonition instantly emerged in their hearts. Minato, Hong Hong, and Mieko. It seems that there is only one of these closest people. Uchiha Mirai. Thinking of this, Ling Hua's breathing stagnated, and her eyes were slightly dazed. The next moment, the whole person fell directly to the ground. The medical ninjas who were listening to the lecture below were frightened and immediately became flustered. Soon someone diagnosed that Ling Hua was angry and fainted completely under the great blow. So countless people carried her and hurried back to the room. Seeing that there was no voice from Ling Hua and her son on the other side of the communication, the Dazhuang couple immediately threw the communication frog to Ichiraku with a pale face. Ran directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. The moment they opened the door, they saw Orochimaru with a gloomy face. At this moment, his hands were shaking, and his body was shaking. His whole body was filled with extremely terrifying coldness, and many glass test tubes in the room were broken. And his hands, holding a sub-scroll off psychic contract. There was a name on it, which was slowly disappearing. For a moment, the whole laboratory seemed extremely depressed. Lord Orochimaru, my son. Mieko was even more worried when she saw Orochimaru's appearance. But she still asked with expectation. Things might not be what she thought. Dazhuang hugged his wife. He was tall and burly. From him, he could clearly see that a name was slowly disappearing on the scroll in Orochimaru's hand. Although he couldn't see the whole picture, he saw two words. Future. Uchiha Future. And the disappearance of the name, means, the psychic, either terminated the contract, or died. Thinking of the last possibility, his body shook slightly. His mind was already dizzy. How could this be possible? Chapter 690. Longdi Cave. The white snake immortal held a huge spiritual scroll with his tail. He was frowning and looking at the faded name on it. Why did he die? She clearly saw the world after the reform of that person. He couldn't be dead. At this moment, a big white snake rushed directly into the tower. White snake immortal, did something happen in the future? Why did the contract between him and me disappear? As he was talking, he saw the huge spiritual scroll on the tail of the white snake immortal. His tone became more anxious, and I can't feel his existence. Even if the name is erased, as long as the contract is made once, there will be perception. That Lei Shao proved this point. After the white snake immortal erased his name from the spiritual scroll, they could all feel the existence of that person. But without the summoning ability, the feeling disappeared after a few days. Later, it learned from the three gods that after the psychic died, the last contract perception would be completely disconnected, so it could not perceive it. It felt exactly the same as when Lei Shao died. This is very wrong. Could it be that he was dead? I'm going to the underworld, you stay here and wait for Orochimaru, so that he won't get excited. Hearing this, Ziobai immediately nodded frantically. Okay, okay. After Ling Hua woke up, she looked dazed for a moment, and when she turned her head to look at the other side, she was slightly startled. In the past, there would be someone lying on that bed. But now it was empty. The dazed look disappeared in an instant, and she immediately sat up. Her expression was full of sadness and hatred. Teacher Ling Hua, you're awake. Nohara Lin shouted in surprise. You have been unconscious for 2 hours. At this moment, an extremely weak voice came from the door. Sister Ling Hua. When Linghua heard this voice, her face changed immediately. Although the voice was weak, she recognized that it was Obito's voice. He went out with Mirai in the morning. He immediately broke through the door quickly. There was a child at the door, who was being carried by a Konoha ninja and running quickly. When the latter saw Linghua, he hurriedly explained, "We were patrolling 10 kilometers away in the southeast, and then we met him." Before he finished speaking, Obito weakly shouted, "Sister Linghua, go and save my master." He met a strong man, who said it was some ancestor, Madara. After speaking, the whole person fainted directly. After Linghua caught Obito, she quickly performed a healing technique. When she just touched Obito's body, her expression changed again and again. She had already found out why Obito was so weak. He ran so fast that he was exhausted. "Put him on my bed," Linghua said anxiously. She was eager to know what happened to Mirai from Obito. "And where is he now?" "Okay." The patrol ninja responded immediately. After he put Obito on the bed, Linghua saw a thick letter in his clothes. She couldn't help but take it out. The first one was written by Linghua. And Linghua was very familiar with the handwriting. That was Mirai's handwriting. It was ugly. According to him, it was cursive. Seeing this, she couldn't help but open it and take a look. "Flower. When you see this letter, it means that I have met with an accident. But don't avenge me. That person is someone you can't afford to offend. I don't want you to die for me. And don't be sad for me. I'm just dead, not gone. I know there are techniques to resurrect people in this world. Banya is actually a pitiful man. He has lived in conspiracy all his life. If he kills me, it means something has happened. But don't worry, I will be resurrected. Remember, don't avenge me." This page is finished, and there is another page. Hwaer. Actually, a long time ago, when you were still Fatty Ling, I realized that I liked you. To be honest, I even suspected that my taste had changed. I didn't look for pretty girls, but I liked you. Later, I realized that love at first sight really exists. When you see this letter, it means that I haven't confessed to you yet. You know me. I'm not good at using my mouth, so I use this letter to express my feelings. Are you willing to have a bunch of children to maintain our relationship? There is also a simple smiley face at the end. Oh, asterisk. The letter ends here. Rika, who was originally heartbroken, couldn't help but blush when she saw this. She admitted that her cheeks were embarrassed by the last letter from Mirai. This is a love letter. Of course, the most important thing is that Mirai mentioned the resurrection technique. Since he said he could live, then he could live. So she folded the letter solemnly and stuffed it into her chest. The anger, hatred, and other emotions in her heart were all dissipated a lot. She looked at the other letters in her hand and thought about it. This should be written by Mirai to Minato and others. It is probably also asking them not to avenge him. So she summoned the summoning beast and asked the slug to give the letter to Kushina. Then through Minato, it was given to Ichiraku and Orochimaru, and finally through the snake in the Ryokai cave, it was passed to Rope Tree and Sister Hong Hong. And she asked Nohara Lin to treat and take care of Obito, and then went to find Kumoku. When Minato and others received the letter, more than 10 minutes had passed. Then, on the northern battlefield, Linghua soared into the sky and flew straight towards the Cloud Ninja. "In the future, I can listen to you on everything, but not on this one." Linghua, who was flying in the sky, had a very cold face. At the same time, on the battlefield of Kusagakuer village, Minato and Kushina made the same decision. They summoned Xiao Shui and quickly flew towards the rock ninja. In the sand village, Rope Tree and Hong Hong drove the Susanotsuki wooden man and rushed directly to the sand ninja position. The former looked at Uchiha Hong with a worried look. He felt Hong Hong's chakra become unprecedentedly cold and frightening, and felt chilled. "Hong Hong." He couldn't help but call out worriedly. "Rope Tree, I want revenge." Her tone was very cold, and she was completely different from the previous quiet and gentle person. Although her brother's letter asked her not to take revenge. And he wrote it 3 times. But her brother was killed. Although he said he could be resurrected, the hatred in her heart could not be extinguished at all. Death, what a painful thing it is. East of Konoha, on the coastline. Orochimaru and the other 3 looked very ugly. Because Orochimaru used the blood of the future to perform the immortal reincarnation technique. But it failed. Seeing this scene, Miyeko's whole body trembled slightly and she almost fainted. De Zhuang hurriedly supported her to prevent her from falling. He looked at Orochimaru with a very solemn expression. As far as I know, the technique of reincarnation requires two conditions to be successful. One is the fresh flesh and blood of the deceased, and the other is that the soul of the deceased is in the Pure Land. If it is in a sealed space or not dead, then this technique cannot be performed successfully, right? Orochimaru was silent for a while, then nodded. Theoretically, it is like this. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly, and the breath of his whole body became even colder. The White Snake Immortal said that she did not see any trace of the future in the Pure Land, but only the dead can erase the contract between him and the summoned beast. This means that his soul in the future is not in the Pure Land, but in another space. Damn it! He took a deep breath and said coldly, pass the order down, gather the troops, and attack the Mist Ninja. I want them to not be able to attack our Konoha again in a short time. Yes. Under their feet. There is an empty cave. There are two people standing inside and one sitting. The one standing was White Zetsu, and the one sitting was an even older white-haired old man. The latter was none other than Uchiha Madara. In his eyes, a pair of Sharingan was installed again, which was taken from the Uchiha just now, and it was still warm. Madara looked at Uzumaki White Zetsu and asked coldly, how did you know how to get out of that different space? This made White Zetsu and his two companions tremble slightly. Uzumaki White Zetsu had secretly told them what Uchiha Mirai said, and they all knew that Madara no longer trusted them as much as before. White Zetsu hurriedly said, we White Zetsu are all one, and we are creatures cultivated by the golem. So we all think the same way. I often go out, and I have followed Hyagaran in and out of the ruins, so I saw a spiritual summoning technique. Upon hearing this, Madara sneered. Ha, what a powerful summoning technique. The space barrier there is very solid, even I can't shake it. You actually pulled me out with summoning technique alone. Tisk tisk tisk, this summoning technique is not simple. They can communicate with each other, it seems that they did a lot of things behind my back that I don't know about. Madara's alertness deepened. The White Zetsu body hurriedly took a document presented on the wall. Madara-sama, look, this is the summoning ninjutsu I saw. Madara looked at the projected mural for a long time, then squinted and said, no wonder the chakra in the golem is so much less. Although they pulled me out of that ghost place, they are absolutely untrustworthy, and it is even unclear whether they are the product of the golem. It seems that I must create a consciousness to secretly spy on everything about them for me. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. He couldn't help coughing up two large balls of blood. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. For a while, the crypt was full of his violent coughing. He didn't stop coughing until he felt his throat was relieved. He couldn't help but look at his arm, which was already grey and lifeless. Such a strong death aura, can't even expel the golem's chakra. Thinking of this, he looked at Baizetsu and said, bring back Hyagaran and let him be the supervisor of the Samsara Eye. This body has already decayed, I'm afraid he can't hold on for much longer. Hearing this, Baizetsu nodded hurriedly and said, okay, I got it. Chapter 691. At this moment, Madara suddenly froze. He sensed a terrifying chakra fluctuation above his head. That kind of chakra was almost on par with his heyday, but is there such a person in the ninja world? Without waiting for him to speak, the White Zetsu body hurriedly projected the above things through the spores. There was a red figure in the field. Opposite him, there were 7 people with horrified and frightened faces. Behind the red figure were several children. Red steam, what kind of technique is this? Madara narrowed his eyes. This person had already given him a great sense of oppression. And it seemed that he was from Konoha. But when did Konoha have such a person? The White Zetsu body stared at the person in the picture, thought for a moment, and remembered who he was. He is considered a celebrity. It's just. He said with a look of surprise, isn't he the might guy who is known as the 10,000-year-old genin? It is said that he has no talent for ninjutsu, and can't learn illusion. He can only make some achievements in physical skills. He lives a life of low-level tasks like finding cats and dogs every day. He is considered a famous little man in Konoha. And he has a quirk. He regards people's abuse as encouragement. However, because he practices physical skills day and night, but makes little progress and makes too much noise, he was driven out of Konoha by the villagers and made to live on the barren mountains outside the village. Ban was stunned. With such terrible chakra, he actually lives such an ordinary life in Konoha? Baizetsu continued, he once challenged Uchihamarai's parents, and later had some contact with Uchihamarai. After that, his life became much better. Among the children who escaped just now, there was his son. Madara put away the astonishment on his face, looked at the man with red terrifying chakra all over his body, and couldn't help but mocking, the people of Konoha are really regressing as they grow older, hat. In the field, the 7 people panicked. Damn, whose monster is this? Mori Jinpachi shouted in panic. When he was emitting green steam just now, he could easily suppress him and beat him. How come he seemed to have changed into a different person in a blink of an eye? How weak he was before, how strong he is now. He is simply countless times stronger than their shadows. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would not have sneaked into the back of Konoha and implemented some encirclement plan. In this way, I would not have encountered those genin, let alone this crazy father. At this moment, the red figure moved. 1 foot. The 7 people didn't react at all, and Muri Shinpeke disappeared. In less than a second, a strong wind immediately rose at Muri Shinpeke's position. It was not until the strong wind stimulated the remaining people that they were horrified to find that Muri Shinpeke had been kicked to pieces. They immediately fled in fear. Retreat, this man is a monster. Kurishai Kushimaru, wearing a mist ninja mask, screamed in great fear. It was completely different from the coldness he showed. The others also woke up from their dreams and ran around desperately. However, 3 people ran in the wrong direction. The direction they ran was exactly the direction of Konoha, which was the direction where the children ran. Seeing this scene, Might Dai directly gave up Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, Biwajozo, and Kuroki Rega. As soon as he moved his feet, he disappeared, and only a huge deep pit was left in the original place. The shock made Kuroko Rega and his men fall down, but they quickly got up and fled forward regardless of their embarrassing posture. 2-legged. Another punch, a man holding a sledgehammer and a knife was beaten into a pulp. 3-legged. 4-legged. As he shouted 4, the 3 people who fled to Konoha were all killed by him. He turned his head and looked at the 3 people who had already escaped without a trace. A trace of loss flashed in his eyes. Ahem. What a pity. He wanted to get rid of all 3 people, but his body didn't allow it. The next second, his whole body was burnt red, and began to turn into flying ash, disappearing with the wind. Life, so far burned out. In the underground cave, Madara looked at the 3 ninja swordsmen who were running desperately, and then looked at the red figure that had disappeared. He couldn't help but stand in awe. Burning himself to save his family, this man called Might Dai is a man worthy of respect. White Zetsu was a little puzzled. He has worked hard to practice physical skills for a lifetime, just to bloom for these few seconds, is it worth it? Banara said nothing more. No matter how much he said to this group of non-humans, it would be useless. And he no longer trusted them. A terrible thing happened in the ninja world. Konoha seemed to be stimulated by something, and the 4 major countries on the battlefield were hit horribly in an instant. Let's talk about the Cloud Ninja first. A huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 200 meters fell directly from the sky, smashing the 6,000 Cloud Ninjas to less than 1,000 people. The Raikage and his men were so scared that they ran back to the hidden cloud village with the remaining people. They immediately announced their surrender. On the Rock Ninja side, about 10,000 people were bombarded by countless tailed beast balls. At the end of the fight, only less than 3,000 people were left and fled back to the village in a panic. The Hidden Sand village also announced its surrender. Because they only had 500 to 600 people left alive. If it weren't for Rope Tree stopping her, fearing that her eyes would be scrapped and her heart would be blinded by hatred, Uchiha Hong might not even let go of the last person. Finally, it was the battlefield on the seashore in the east of Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Ninja were directly beaten by Konoha's genin, and only 3 of them fled back to the village in a panic, and they dared not attack Konoha again. 2 of them even announced their defection directly. Because they felt that staying in the Mist Ninja was too dangerous. And their 4th generation Mizukage Yagura was killed by Orochimaru, who pulled out the tailed beast. Because in that battle, a total of 3 huge half-armored giants appeared in the field. The 3 tails directly became Konoha's trophy. It was at this moment that the ninja world once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the Shura of the ninja world. And this was not just one terrorist incident, but countless. For a time, countless people were panicked. Especially the Cloud Ninja. When the Raikage returned to the village, he directly ordered people to secretly study the cannon. It must be able to destroy the meteorite with one blow, so as not to be killed by a meteorite next time. Some people worry, and some people worry more. The death of Mirai in battle made the third generation's face change again and again, and he didn't eat well for several days in a row. Even Danzo often had a sad face. How could a person with such strong strength die in battle? Sarutobi, be prepared, the Uchiha will definitely make trouble. He looked at the third generation, and a rare melancholy flashed across his face. He didn't think so before, but now, he suddenly realized that it really couldn't be done without Uchiha Mirai. Because in the past, even if Uchiha Mirai did nothing, as long as he was still alive, there was a buffer zone between Uchiha and Konoha. Both sides would not make it too ugly. But now Mirai suddenly died in battle, and Uchiha also burst out 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. They didn't know that the other Susanoo was Orochimaru's. Because at that time, Orochimaru had torn off his face and turned into a young man who was 50% similar to Mirai. The person whom he and others had high hopes for died in the battle, and 4 great gods appeared in the clan. The Uchiha clan was shocked, and their ambitions would definitely expand. So he was a little restless. The third generation stood in front of the bed, smoking silently. I know, let me think about it again. Okay. Danzo glanced at the third generation and turned away. This matter must be cautious, so he understood the third generation's melancholy and indecision. After that, he walked away with a cane. But before opening the door, he glanced at the third generation. I will arrange my people to secretly monitor the Uchiha. After all, we are responsible for Konoha. As he said that, he had already had an idea in his mind without hearing the third generation's answer. This is tacit consent. So he opened the door and left. The 4 major ninja villages were driven away on the same day. 2 days passed. All of Orochimaru and his friends returned to Konoha village. And they returned to the village secretly, so no one welcomed them. At Minato's house. After everyone arrived, Minato walked directly to Rika. He stared at her intently. Rika, how did Mirai die? Everyone looked at Rika together, including Dazwang's parents, Orochimaru, and others. Even Hong Hong stepped forward, took Rika's hand, and looked at her pleadingly. Rika knew their emotions, so she immediately replied, I don't know either. He said in the morning that he was going to look for grayer ore, but something happened that afternoon. Hearing this, everyone present looked depressed. Rope Tree looked directly at the 2 people, one was Shisui and the other was Obito. In the past 2 days, they all knew something more or less. So he asked, Obito, he took you out the day before yesterday, what happened? Hearing this, everyone looked at the child in unison. Everyone knew something about the 2 of them. Because Mirai had boasted to him a lot, these 2 were the future of Uchiha. Everyone's gaze doubled Obito's pressure. But he was not timid. He spoke quickly and told everything. Chapter 692. When everyone heard about Madara-sama, those who didn't know got the answer from those who knew. Orochimaru didn't expect that the man who targeted Mirai would be that man. What about the infinite moon reading plan? Jiraiya's heart moved, and he wondered if the person who planned for him and Nagato to meet was also him. So that's it. It seems that he saw the potential of Mirai and wanted to win over Mirai, but they didn't reach an agreement, and they ended up fighting each other. He died in the end. But it's also true that in this ninja world, I'm afraid he is the only one who has the ability to kill Mirai. I want revenge. Dezhuang said with a cold expression. Although he is his own ancestor, he can't let go of the enemy who killed his son. Even if Mirai said that he would be resurrected one day, it doesn't matter whether he dies or not. And told him not to take revenge. I'll go with you. Miyako also said with red eyes. They have obtained the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. If it doesn't work, then they will merge into the Eternal Eye. They will definitely take revenge. Even if it costs her life, she would not hesitate. Tsunade and Jiraiya on the side looked at each other, then turned to look at Dazwang and his wife, wanting to say something, but in the end, they could not say anything. After all, the other person's son was dead, how could they persuade him? And me? Uchiha Hongyi stared at a pair of kaleidoscopes and said with gritted teeth. She had worked hard to raise her dear brother for 17 or 18 years, but he was killed by Uchiha Madara. How could she not be angry and hate? And me? Me? For a moment, everyone present responded. At this time, Uchiha Obito said weakly, well, I saw my master holding Uchiha Madara and crashing into a different space. The man called Uchiha Madara is probably dead. As soon as these words came out, the scene became quiet in an instant. Dead? Ling Hua narrowed her eyes and walked straight to Obito. Don't resist, I'm just looking. As she spoke, her eyes glowed with azure light, and her hands turned emerald green in an instant. Then she reached into Obito's mind without any hindrance. Very magical. Obito didn't even feel any pain, but he could clearly feel that someone was touching his brain. He even felt that his cerebellum was poked, which made him numb and felt that his cerebellum was atrophied. As Ling Hua's eyes glowed, she projected a picture on the wall. This was a picture of a person running, but it looked very strange. Because he ran with his head sideways, not looking forward at all. The perspective was always fixed on the back. A familiar voice kept calling for the future to release the illusion control. There were two people fighting there. First, the space was cut open, and countless hurricanes blew up, as if to suck the blue giant into it. Then the huge flames collided and burned each other. On one side, the special effects were full, with wind, thunder and fire, and on the other side, it was just pure flames. Soon, they saw a person lying on the sea. Later, the man suddenly got up and hugged another white-haired man, trying to knock him into the different space. Finally, he used the pitch-black Susanoo. Then the different space was closed. From then on, there was no trace of the two. The scene ended with Obito's heartbreaking shout. Everyone was silent when they saw this. They were no longer interested in Ling Hua's methods, and they all recalled the battle in the picture just now with heartbreak. Seeing this battle scene again, Obito felt even worse. At that time, the master cast an illusion on me, so that I couldn't stop, and asked me to run back to sister Ling Hua, so that you wouldn't avenge him. Ling Hua withdrew her hand, she dispersed the chakra in her hand, and remained silent. It was just her hand, gently resting on Obito's head. All those who wanted revenge never expected that Mirai would actually die with that person, which made it impossible for them to take revenge. After a long time, Orochimaru said dully, "So that's it, I was wondering why I couldn't summon his soul. It turned out that he fell into another world." At this time, Minato looked at Obito and asked, "Little Obito, are your eyes okay?" Hearing this, Obito subconsciously touched his right eye. This eye had been stuffed with a ball by the master, which was pitch black with starlight. It was very similar to the other world that the master split open with a knife. Everyone looked at him. Because from the memory picture just now, they all saw the future what he said to Obito. There are treasures he left for Obito and the others. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and finally there was some light. "Minato, do you mean that the sword of the future might be in there?" Everyone was stunned, and their originally dead hearts began to come alive at this moment. For example, Hong Hong, for example, Daz Wang. The latter's huge body couldn't help but tremble. "You mean, you can use that sword to split the door to the other world, and then go in and find the future?" Just now they all saw that the future used that sword to split the door to the other world. Hearing Daz Wang's words, Mieko, Noeki, Ichiraku and others all looked at Orochimaru and the others with great surprise. Minato nodded heavily and said, "Yes, as long as we find his body, we will have a way to revive him." He continued, "Do you remember that the Kyuzagakuer village has a special blood limit, which can revive the dead by transplanting its own vitality?" Jiraiya asked in confusion, "Didn't that clan be wiped out a few years ago? Could it be that they still have people?" He was in charge of the allocation of supplies for the battlefields of Thunder and Rock, so he naturally knew this. After all, this is the blood family, and it is also a famous family in the Kyuzagakuer village, but it was tragically wiped out by an unknown person. It was a big deal at the time, so he had a deep impression. Kushina held Minato's hand and laughed excitedly. "Yes, we secretly saved one back then." Hearing this, hope surged in everyone's hearts again. Most people thought that he was comforting himself when Mirai said he could be resurrected. After all, how can a dead person revive himself? But it will be different if he and others revive him, there is hope. Facing the expectant eyes of the crowd, Obito couldn't help but smile bitterly. He slowly opened his eyes, and there were two Megatama. "My eyes, I have opened them, but I can't sense the thing that master told me." After witnessing his master being swallowed by the other space, probably dead, he was so excited that he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were two Megatama. After all, the future is really good to him, both a master and a father. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. If it were in the past, they would be shocked by Obito's talent, and he would have 2 Megatama as soon as he opened his eyes, but now, they are more concerned about another thing. Obito actually said that he opened his eyes, but he couldn't sense where that thing was. This. In an instant, everyone was anxious. Miyako hurriedly ran to Obito and squatted down, staring at Obito's right eye with a kaleidoscope in her eyes. How could this happen? Because through the power of the Manjiki, she could not see any abnormality. How is this possible? Linghua also stared at Obito with a pair of azure eyes. The latter did not cover up, but looked at them with a wry smile. His eyes were still wide open. I think, Master said that I need to wait until I open the Manjiki to see what he left for us. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Because what Obito said made sense. After all, they all saw from the memory screen just now that the future stuffed something into Obito's eyes. This is impossible to fake. Since it is not the first stage of opening the eyes, it may be the second stage. That is, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Linghua put away the reincarnation eye, took a deep breath, and said, there is indeed something in his eyes, but it is perfectly integrated with his eyes. The subtext is that it cannot be taken out by force. Even if it is taken out, it will not only destroy Obito's eyes, but also affect Obito. We can only wait for Obito to open his eyes, because there is a unique restriction inside. If Obito himself does not open his eyes, this thing cannot be taken out at all. Everyone felt a little better when they heard this. At least there is hope. Minato looked at Obito, thought for a while, and said, how about this, Obito, Nohara-rin, you and Kakashi form a class, I will lead you. He wanted to teach Obito personally, so that he could activate the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible and get the knife. Hearing this, Obito hesitated. He didn't have a problem with Minato, but he had a problem with that person named Kakashi, who was too arrogant. It was because he went to Minato that he brought Nohara-rin to the future. But he wanted to open the Mangekyo as soon as possible. A life and death crisis was essential. He had heard of Minato's mission maniac. So in Shen, after thinking for 2 seconds, he nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to you, Minato-sensei. Chapter 693. The next day, Linghua left the village alone and flew towards the sea. She looked at the sea that was still in the doomsday blizzard, and her expression was extremely complicated. In her mind, she could vaguely see the figure of that person. And the inexplicable hug in the northern fortress. Future. She stood on the sea, letting the turbulent sea roll, her voice was extremely sad. At this moment, a green figure came heavily from the distant sky. As soon as she came up, she shouted angrily, Hinata! Linghua! As she said, a seeking the way jade hit Linghua directly. The latter's expression changed, and she immediately summoned the seeking the way jade to block the opponent's attack. It's you. Why are you here? Linghua never expected that she would see Hinata ran here. The latter was already holding the ball and bumped in front of her. Her eyes were full of anger and hatred. I ask you, why did Mirai die? Don't you have the reincarnation eye? How could he die? Hearing this, Linghua's body shook violently, and the resistance in her hands could not help but reduce a lot. Her heart was indescribably painful. She looked at the person in front of her. Her face was very delicate, with a round face, big eyes, and fair skin. A standard sweet girl with a small round face. She also knew that this person had different feelings for Uchiha Mirai. She just felt funny before, but now, coupled with the other party's questioning, she was a little afraid to face her. Seeing her like this, Hyagolan became even more angry. She waved her hand vigorously and directly knocked her out, and then she caught up with her. At the same time, a green light burst out from her body in an instant. You are so awesome, why weren't you by Mirai's side when he died? Speak. She asked while bombarding Linghua. Her tears flowed down. Linghua looked at her state, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out. She was immediately covered with emerald green. She raised her hand and grasped the steel rod transformed by seeking the way jade, and started to fight with Hyagaran. How do I know that he will meet that person? I don't want him to die. He said he would be back soon, what a liar. I want him to live too. Hearing this, Hyagaran seemed to know something. Was Mirai dead because they were not together? She turned her ball into a steel rod. She blocked Hyagalinghua's counterattack. Looking at the other person's face that was more beautiful than hers, Haigaran was more angry than ever before. But in the end she still restrained her strength. The emerald green mode on her body was also removed by her. She fell back to the sea, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and looked at Hinata Rika coldly. You don't deserve his love at all. After saying that, she turned around and left. I will revive him in my own way. This battle came inexplicably and ended extremely quickly. Rika did not pursue. She looked up. From Obito's memory, this should be the place where the future disappeared. So she maintained the reincarnation I chakra mode and used the maximum power to blast the void. But even if it was broken, the space was not the one she saw, and she couldn't find the future at all. Then she changed to another space, the third, the fourth, the countless. For a long time, until her chakra was exhausted. She gave up, just stayed quietly on the sea, silently watching her leaving back. The whole person was like a salted fish that had lost its energy and spirit, and fell directly on the sea. She let the violent sea water roll her up and down. Soon, tears flowed down. Future. As the tears flowed, she could no longer hold back her tears and began to cry heartbreakingly. Underground of the rain country. When Haigaran came back, she had regained her expressionless look. An old, but still domineering voice sounded, "You are here." Haigaran did not answer. Although she didn't know how the future died, her woman's intuition told her that it must be related to the man in front of her. But she was under surveillance, so she didn't ask Haigarika before. "I want to revive Uchiha Mirai, what are your conditions?" Hearing this, the aging Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that this hermaphrodite actually fell in love with Uchiha Mirai. No, but looking at her appearance at the moment, she looks more like a woman than a woman. And after not seeing her for more than a year, her originally barren breasts have grown to 360, which is outrageous. Especially the long legs, not only straight, but also very stylish. Since you want to resurrect people, you can just use this point. So he smiled lightly. This world is incomplete, and everyone living in this world will suffer painful torture. Speaking to the point. Haigaran interrupted coldly. Madara didn't care about her attitude, then create a world with him, which is much better than those so-called resurrection techniques. As long as the world is changed, the tragedy will not happen again. As he said, he looked at Haigaran in an extremely weird way. Do you think it is better to simply resurrect a person and let him live in this world full of hatred, and then he will be killed by the world? Or is it better to create a new world without hatred and then resurrect him? As soon as these words came out, Haigaran's face moved slightly. Create a world without hatred, and he won't be killed. This sounds quite reasonable. Madara continued, and don't you think he doesn't like you, but only likes Haigarika? As long as you change the world and create a world where only you and him exist, do you think he will accept you, like you, and fall in love with you? Hinata heard the last sentence, and there was a clear flash of interest on her face. Madara saw this scene and thought that this person had taken the bait. So he waved to the white Zetsu beside him. The latter was stunned, not knowing what Madara wanted to do, but still obeyed and walked forward to Madara's side. The latter just put his hand on his shoulder, and the next moment, white Zetsu felt a little uncomfortable. Is this trying to use yin-yang escape to create regeneration? Not only did he discover Madara's thoughts, but even Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, also discovered this. He was delighted, and without saying anything, he directly entered the body of White Zetsu through the solace of White Zetsu's feet silently, and then used the method of spiritual symbiosis to directly occupy the magpie's nest, following Madara's technique and injecting his will. In the end, he occupied half of White Zetsu's body, making him look like a hermaphrodite. Madara took a look at the extremely black and strange thing, and was a little puzzled. Is this his will body? Why is it so black? But he didn't care too much, because he could clearly sense that he could control the actions of the will body 100%. Then he said to Haigaran, "This is my will body, let it assist you in executing the Moon Eye plan." As he said, he broke the nutrition tube behind his head and walked towards Haigaran step by step. Until he stood in front of her. "I want world peace, you want to create a world with Uchiha in the future, we are a win-win situation, from now on, my resources are at your disposal, the golems are yours, and White Zetsu and the others will obey you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Hinata glanced at him, then held his hand. This move meant that she agreed to join Madara's plan. The next moment, she was pulled into the illusion space by Uchiha Madara. He began to tell her about the origin of the ninja world and the technique of infinite moon reading. I still think that Hinata-ran is not the most suitable candidate, how about I look for another one? White Zetsu's body was expressionless, but he sent a message to Black Zetsu in his heart. The latter glanced at the two of them, their eyes were dull at the moment, and it was obvious that they were still in the illusion well. Hyuga-ran is a man with big breasts and no brains. Although the power of love can make people burst out with unparalleled potential, but... As he spoke, he hesitated slightly. Forget it, let's wait and see how this person performs in the future. What if she suddenly gets the hang of it? After all, there is an old saying that blackening is 3 times stronger. Okay. But it's better to be prepared for everything. Black Zetsu said again, so, you go find someone from Uchiha. I feel like Madara seems to be wary of you and me. White Zetsu secretly rolled his eyes and nodded speechlessly. Uzumaki White Zetsu has told Black Zetsu and him what happened to them in the alien space. This made them all clear about one thing. Uchiha Mirai knows something. And it also affected Uchiha Madara's attitude towards them. Okay. Black Zetsu said again, well, focus on observing Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui. The former has 2 Megatama when he opens his eyes, and his talent is very strong, not much weaker than Uchiha Mirai, and the latter is a famous genius. Okay, after Madara dies I'll just go to Konoha. After saying that, the two stopped talking. Because Madara and the others had come back to their senses. Madara staggered back a few steps and sat back on the stone chair. Only when the world changes, there will be no hatred and no pain. The person you like, Uchiha Mirai, will not die like he does now. You can even become a real woman, give birth to children for him, raise children for him, and grow old together. Hearing this, Hinata-lan looked at him, picked a mask from the wall, put it on, and left without looking back. Although she didn't speak, Madara was sure that she was convinced by herself. A smile gradually appeared on her face. Hashi hot mom, peace, is coming soon. Ha 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 ha. Laughing and laughing, there was no trace of him in the room. Uchiha Madara. Die of old age. In the end, Black Zetsu dealt with his body. Chapter 694. In the Uchiha clan. The clan leader who had not appeared for a long time, and 3 elders, were all in the secret meeting room, discussing the way out for the Uchiha clan. In the room, in addition to the 4 of them, there was also a young man with a mature face. It was the Uchiha Fugaku who had made a great reputation as the evil eye of Konoha. Uchiha Future died inexplicably, and the way out for our clan was completely cut off. The elder sighed. For this young man, he had watched him grow up. Moreover, this child was talented and kind-hearted, especially the elders in the clan, all of whom praised him highly. For example, his wife, every time she went out, as long as she met this kid, she would be helped across the road by the other party. Let's not talk about these, his talent is far beyond the past, and at a young age, he can lead a region alone. He even sat in a border defense fortress to protect the important land behind him. His future is limitless. Alas! The 2nd and 3rd elders could not help but sigh. The latter said bitterly, in the past, with the future as a middleman, we could ease the relationship between us and the Konoha high-level officials, and even our clan has been peaceful for almost 10 years. But not long after he died, I suddenly found that there were several more pairs of eyes around our clan. They all knew without guessing that they were people from the root. So it seems that the high-level officials have never given up suppressing them. It's just that they were blocked by the existence of the future. The 2nd elder sighed, it's really unpredictable. The clan leader looked at the man on the side. Fugaku, you let Mikoto get acquainted with Minato and others, and we can only use him to test the high-level officials' thoughts on my Uchiha. Orochimaru is the most favorable candidate for the Hokage competition, so through Minato and others, we can better obtain the opinions and ideas of the high-level officials. Yes. Fugaku responded with a hesitant look. Finally asked. Do we Uchiha really have to have a Hokage? Hearing this, the 4 of them all looked at him, and the clan leader narrowed his eyes. He said firmly, we must have a Hokage to change the system left by the 2nd generation. You can see that it's just that the future has been gone for a few days, and the top leaders immediately distrust us. We can only change this prejudice by becoming Hokage. As he said, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku earnestly and said again, son, you are the last hope of our Uchiha, so you must get the position of Hokage. This. Fugaku couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't want to be a person in power, it was too much of a headache. He didn't have a good brain, otherwise he wouldn't have become this mature young man. Don't worry, in this war, 4 Manjiki appeared in our Uchiha clan. With the military exploits in the Wind Country and the Water Country battlefield, our clan will easily get the position of Hokage. Hearing this, the first, second, and third elders couldn't help but smile. That's true. Clan leader, you can take some gifts to visit Dezhuang and the others later. They have 3 Manjikais and are the strongest supporters. As long as we convince them and help Fugaku become Hokage, our Uchiha clan will be much better off. The 3 of us will go to the clan to find out where the holder of the 4th Manjiki is. Okay. Fugaku nodded. So the meeting ended. With the death of Mirai, the ninja world soon returned to its original peaceful appearance. But no one dared to underestimate Konoha anymore. The power of Konoha's explosion was so terrifying that it was enough to destroy the world. Under the leadership of the 3rd generation and Danzo, Konoha collected war compensation one by one. In an instant, it made up for the loss of Konoha during the 3rd war. And Orochimaru has not been in the village for a long time. Since Mirai's death, he was hit too hard. Even the 3rd generation was a little worried that Orochimaru would be hit too hard and would turn into a snake again. For this reason, he deliberately gave him a lively and active little girl. The latter did not refuse, but he threw her to Nawaki and asked him to take care of her. In a ruin, Orochimaru took a flashlight and looked at it carefully. This is a record of the history of the ninja clan. It seems that the 6-path sage came to this place and worked together with the local people to build a bridge. It seems not here. Orochimaru was a little disappointed. He originally thought that there would be records about resurrection techniques here. Although Minato said that they found a blood ninja who could resurrect others, Orochimaru felt that he would use his own life to exchange for the lives of strangers. As long as it is, no one would be happy. So he often went out and wandered around the entire ninja world, with the purpose of looking for ancient ruins to see if there was anything he wanted. Even if there was no resurrection technique, it would be good to have a technique that could tear space. Time, as he searched for the ruins, slowly passed a year. On this day, Orochimaru, who had found nothing, walked into the office with a cold and indifferent look. When he saw the yellow-haired man in the office, the indifference in his eyes finally had a glimmer. Minato. He curled his lips and greeted Minato. The latter looked at Orochimaru with surprise and said in surprise, "Teacher, you are back." Yet. As he said that, he glanced at the 3 disciples behind him. Now little Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara-rin have all grown a lot taller. Especially Obito, although he still wears goggles, he is much less childish, but instead has a hint of murderous intent. Apparently, he didn't have many good days this year. "Hello, Lord Orochimaru." The 3 little ones immediately saluted. This is their teacher's teacher, their master's master. "Well, long time no see." As he said this, he looked into Obito's eyes, with a surprised look. Although he didn't open his eyes, with his control of the Sharingan, he immediately sensed the hidden fluctuations in Obito's pupil power. He praised him, "Not bad, you actually opened the 3 Megatama." Hearing this, Obito scratched his head with a silly smile, "Hee, just luck." As he spoke, his face became slightly disappointed. "In fact, it was opened half a year ago, but I wanted to open my eyes again, but I couldn't see any hope." Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but reach out and touch his head, comforting him. "The Manjiki is an important dividing line for your Uchiha clan. Even your master didn't open it until he was 16 or 17 years old. You are only 11 years old, don't worry." Obito didn't say anything else. How could he not be anxious? Only if he opened the Manjiki could he get the knife, open the different space, bring out the master's body, and resurrect him. And he knew that everyone was waiting for him. So in the past year or so, he was the most diligent person in the team. But the progress was not very big. The 3rd generation put away the A-level task receipt and smiled as he watched the conversation between his disciples and grandchildren in front of him. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat depressing, he said with a smile, "Minato, take a few days off. You have completed 57 A-level missions and 11 S-level missions in a row. And you are also the first person to be promoted to a Jonin. If you work so hard, your body will not be able to bear it." Hearing this, Minato showed a sunny smile and said, "Well, I plan to take a few days off and give them a holiday." As he said this, he naturally realized that the teacher probably wanted to say something to the third generation, so he saluted to the third generation and said, "Then, third generation, we will go down first." "Okay." Minato said, and looked at Orochimaru again, smiling and inviting, "Teacher, come to my house for dinner tonight, my master and his wife are just back." "Okay." Orochimaru also smiled and responded. "Then we'll go first." "Goodbye, Lord Orochimaru." "Goodbye, Lord Sandame." After Minato and the others left, the smile on Orochimaru's face slowly disappeared, and a cold aura emanated from his body again. The Sandame, noticing this, couldn't help but sigh. "How was it? Did you gain anything from this outing?" Hearing this, Orochimaru remained silent. Seeing this, the Sandame also understood. "Is that so?" As he said for more novels, 58846, join, https://discord.gg/xxgastch, he took a puff of cigarette, and then said, "This time when you come back, you will inherit my position. With the help of the power of the Hokage, you can do more things." Hearing this, Orochimaru looked up at the Sandame, frowned slightly, "You want to abdicate?" "Yet." The Sandame nodded, he stood up, came to the window, and looked at the prosperous Konoha. After all, it has been delayed for a year, and some Uchiha are restless. Although Dezhuang and his wife have tried their best to dissuade them, more Uchiha are looking forward to Uchiha Fugaku becoming Hokage. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. "Teacher, when the situation was so good at the beginning, why did you let Danzo interfere? Now there are such bad consequences, isn't it you who created it?" Hearing this, the third generation pursed his lips, not wanting to say more on this topic, so he continued with what he had just said, "When will you take the position?" After Orochimaru was silent for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Teacher, please pass the position of Hokage to Minato, I don't want to be Hokage anymore." "Sandai. Degree. What the hell?" He turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, with a look of disbelief. His expression was as shocked as if he had seen Tsunade embroidering, Jiraiya wearing women's clothes, and Orochimaru giving birth to 2 children. Chapter 695. The Sanda's face became quite ugly. He looked at Orochimaru and asked with a sullen face, "Give me an explanation." Hearing this, Orochimaru looked out the window. He spoke out his thoughts in a faint tone. "Teacher, don't you notice that Konoha has changed? It's already a little rotten." He was most touched after not being in the village for a year. Hearing this, the Sanda couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. What does Orochimaru mean by this? Is he saying that the village he led is on the decline? We are all people of the old era. Konoha now urgently needs young and energetic people to lead it and make it rejuvenated. Orochimaru ignored the teacher's anger and continued to speak. "And because of your stupid decision, the Uchiha once again had the idea of a coup. If I become Hokage, they will agree, but with the relationship between me and the future master and apprentice, there is no way they can completely let go of their prejudices." As he said this, he looked at the third generation, with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Such a good opportunity was beaten to pieces by the third generation. Let the root monitor the Uchiha. The Uchiha, who had finally calmed down, was stimulated by them and became like before again. In order to protect themselves, they began to oppose the village. That's why he said Konoha was rotten. Hearing this, the third generation's face froze. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it in his heart. At the beginning, he was also frightened by the 4 Uchiha who opened the Mangeki. In fact, think about these 4 Mangekyo Sharingan owners, 3 of them are close to Konoha. Moreover, their son, brother Uchiha Mirai, is his disciple, and there is a master-disciple relationship between them. Even if Uchiha really wants to rebel, they still have Minato, Noeki, Ichiraku, and Kushina. He doesn't need to say anything, as long as Uchiha rebels, they will stand up to stop it. But in the end, he didn't see this simple truth at the time, but acquiesced to Danzo's actions, which led to the current situation. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't regret it. Alas! He couldn't help but sigh, and his anger disappeared a lot unconsciously. Through the window, he looked at Konoha. Today's Konoha is thriving and thriving. But is Konoha really rotten? He couldn't help asking in his heart. Orochimaru glanced at him and then said, "Minato is different. His talent is not inferior to mine, and his relationship with Uchiha is much better than mine. In the eyes of outsiders, and even in the eyes of Uchiha, Minato is half Uchiha. And Minato has an extremely good relationship with Mirai. If he becomes Hokage, Uchiha will be more accepting. It can effectively prevent Uchiha from falling out with the village. After saying that, he glanced outside the door and finished the last sentence. This is also the best candidate to clean up the mess you left behind. With that, he turned and left the Hokage's office. This made the third generation speechless for a long time. It must be said that what Orochimaru said makes sense, and he is also the best candidate to break the deadlock at present. If Namikaze Minato becomes Hokage, he will be the person with the highest acceptance among other people in Konoha village and Uchiha. And they had already decided that the fifth generation would be Minato. Now it's just that he has become the fourth generation ahead of time. Alas, teacher, am I getting old? Just as he was muttering to himself, a person walked in through the door. Third generation, I found that the Uchiha had a secret meeting. They must be discussing how to deal with our top leaders. When he saw Shimura Danzo walking in excitedly, a trace of anger immediately emerged in the heart of the third generation. He couldn't help but curse. Get out of here! Danzo, _. Family members, who knows, I was scolded by the third generation as soon as I entered the door. This guy ate the detonating talisman, and he was still greasy. Why did he become so furious? Is it the uncle who came? Looking at Danzo who was standing there stupidly, the anger on the third generation's face increased a little more. What do you mean, as a Hokage, I can't even order you? Hearing this, Danzo changed his face immediately. Even a clay man still has some temper. He had never been scolded like this by the third generation, and he immediately felt wronged and anxious. Without saying a word, he slammed the door and left. I kindly reported the recent situation of the Uchiha to him, but he gave me a cold face. Fuck. You will regret it, Hiruzen. Third generation. Orochimaru went to Jiraiya and Tsunade to learn about the situation in the village, and then followed them to Minato's house. Ichiraku has withdrawn from the ninja system, and now he is concentrating on studying food in Konoha. Not to mention, he has become the boss of Konoha's catering industry, and many chefs and bosses of restaurants want to learn from him. Ichiraku didn't mind, and was very happy to teach his experience and recipes. He was not afraid of the recipe being leaked at all, because even if they knew the recipe and the heat, the food they made was far less delicious than his own. After learning that Lord Orochimaru had returned, he specially handed the store over to 2 apprentices to take care of it. He happily carried the ingredients and walked to Minato's house. Without Ichiraku, the 8th team was short of 1 person, so Honghong was added. As for her original team, it had been disbanded. Leza has his own family, and the other one also chooses to quit the fighting life of ninjas and concentrate on being a full-time wife. Minato became the team leader, taking Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara Rin to do missions. Kushina stayed in the village to improve and develop various sealing techniques. And took time to study new drugs with the teacher. As for Rika, she ran around the world. She wanted to find a way to open the different space. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. A year has passed, and Rika looks more mature, more beautiful, and taller than before. She is also more aloof. She is like an iceberg that cannot be melted. Her whole body reveals a coldness that keeps people away. Kushina felt a little distressed when she saw the little sisters like this. How long have I not seen her smile? In her heart, Kushina couldn't help but think of this. Future's death was a huge blow to the 7 of them. Especially Linghua, the little sister loves him so much. Even before the Third World War, she once whispered to herself that she wanted to marry Mirai after the war was over. But a pleasant smile appeared on her face, and she reached out to hold Linghua. Hua, you're back too. Seeing her best friend, the indifference on Linghua's face dissipated a lot. She twitched her lips and squeezed out a smile. Kushina, how are you lately? She hadn't smiled for a long time, and her smile was a little unnatural. It's okay, it's just that I'm too bored alone. Minato takes Obito and the others to do missions every day, and I stay in the village alone. There are not many people to talk to. As she said that, she took Linghua's arm affectionately and took her into Minato's house. Minato also looked at Linghua with a surprised look on his face. Linghua, you're back. Minato greeted in surprise. If you calculate the time carefully, they haven't seen each other for a year. Rika nodded, and she looked around, but she didn't see the person she wanted to see, so she couldn't help asking. "Where's Obito? Isn't he at your house?" In the room, there were only Minato, Ichiraku, and Kushina. Kushina knew why Rika asked this, and she said, "Obito is now a 3 Magatama." Hearing this, Rika understood, meaning that Obito hasn't opened his eyes yet. She couldn't help but look a little disappointed. "Is that so?" But she forced herself to be energetic and squeezed out a smile to everyone. She began to tell Kushina about her experiences in the ninja world. "Another place. It's bare here. There are strange rock cliffs everywhere. This environment doesn't seem to be naturally produced at all, but man-made. The core area. There is a huge stone gate. Behind the gate is a huge sharp mountain towering into the clouds. There is a staircase with thousands of steps, which is the only way to go up the mountain. On the top of the mountain is a palace. Inside the palace, there are 5 crosses. On each cross, there is a half-dead person tied. Looking closely, you can find that these are all well-known people in the ninja world. With the right time, the Golden Sun Ring Eclipse, the right place, Mount Sumi, and the right people, the 4 Blood Limit Ninjas, my technique will be completed in 7 days." Ha 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 ha. In the palace on the top of the mountain, there was a crazy laugh from Bai Luhu. Chapter 696. Well, I originally thought that the dead would not have thoughts. Perhaps, but they are mostly confused. But he did not expect that he still had consciousness after his death, and his soul had been wandering in the underworld of Tessaigan. This place is really too big. After more than a year of wandering, he did not even see a ghost. Later he realized that when he stripped the blood drink, he also accidentally stripped the connection to the local underworld. In other words, what Tessaigan cut out was not the local underworld, but the underworld of other worlds. If you want to exile the enemy to the local underworld, you need to return the blood drink to Tessaigan. The problem is that he has placed both knives and 2 eyeballs in the different space of Tessaigan. In desperation, he can only try to increase the unsealing progress to 100% through meditation. In fact, Wallai has a question. He can already display all the forms of Tessaigan, but why is there still 5% that has not been unsealed? I didn't have time to explore it before, but now that I'm dead, I might as well practice it. Unfortunately, his body is gone, and he has placed both the crazy blade and the blood drink in Obito's eyes. The progress is quite slow. In fact, he really doesn't want Obito to use his sword. Because that would prove that Obito has opened the Manjiki, and he must have suffered extreme pain that is heart-wrenching. So in this hatred, he opened the cursed Manjiki. After all, not everyone is like me. Just look at someone and your eyes will open up. Obito, who was being talked about by him. He is now training crazily in the grove. This makes Kakashi, who saw this scene from afar, feel very uncomfortable. To be honest, he feels that he is very strong and will be promoted to a Jonin soon, but these are all earned with his sweat. But now, he finds that he is not as hard-working as the 2. One is Kai. The other is Obito. They were both obviously the last in the class, but now, he suddenly realized that if he didn't work harder, he would be surpassed by them. So, he turned and walked away. Starting tomorrow, practice more. As for today, the teacher's master came back, and they all wanted to have a dinner party, so he didn't want to be too tired. Just when Obito was practicing alone, a man came outside the grove. "You are really practicing here?" The man had a pair of big eyes, which looked bright and energetic. "Shisui, you are here." Obito didn't put down the exercise in his hand, but greeted him. The latter saw him and walked slowly towards Obito. "You still can't open your eyes?" Hearing this, Obito frowned slightly. "Are you still thinking about the master's knife?" In the past year, he left Shisui and teamed up with Kakashi to become the new Team 7. But he still had much more contact with Shisui. Because this guy came to see him every now and then, and the first thing he said when they met was to ask about his eyes. At first, he didn't care, thinking that Shisui wanted to rescue his teacher as soon as possible. But as time went by, and he had more contact with Shisui, he suddenly realized that things were not what he thought. I don't know if this guy was brainwashed by Danzo, or if his brain was screwed. He actually wanted to give his master's sword to Danzo. Shisui patiently explained, "Master's sword is not something you and I can covet. The Konoha high-level officials have always been wary of this sword. You have also seen that the high-level officials do not trust us Uchiha. Master is the bridge between Uchiha and Konoha high-level officials. He just passed away, and the high-level officials are wary of our Uchiha Susanoo. We just need to rescue Master's body and then present the sword to Konoha high-level officials. After the Hokage and others have this sword, they will be less wary and defensive against us. Only then can we Uchiha continue to live under the big tree of Konoha village. Hearing this, Obito put down the wooden sword in his hand. He frowned and stared at Shisui. What kind of weird train of thought is this? Do you think that if you give the sword to the Konoha high-level officials, we Uchiha can rest assured? I tell you, you are dreaming. Obito said angrily, Konoha will always be wary of us Uchiha, not the sword. Besides, that is the Master's sword, not yours or mine. After rescuing the Master's body, Lord Orochimaru will definitely find a way to revive the Master. Then the situation of us Uchiha will become the same as before. Shisui stepped forward and came to Obito, opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and stared at him closely. But can you be sure that the Master can really be found and resurrected? That is a different space. Besides, it is uncertain whether the Master's body is still there. Hearing this, Obito could not help but grit his teeth. He immediately gave him a slap. But the latter easily raised his hand to block it. Shisui, I used to think you were just arrogant, but now I realize that you are a piece of shit. As one of the 2 great clans that founded the village, we Uchiha will be feared and guarded by the Konoha high-level officials. This is understandable. But why do you always want to please the high-level officials and lower my Uchiha's posture? Do you really think that as long as we Uchiha behave like a well-behaved little lamb, the Konoha high-level officials will let us Uchiha go? You are dreaming. Also, you are no longer worthy of the surname Uchiha. He put down his fist and turned away. Really, he was almost angry to death. Laying down the weapons and making compromises is the most brainless decision. How come such a weirdo appeared in their Uchiha? Looking at Obito's back, Shisui remained silent. When he could no longer see the other party's trace, he smiled bitterly. But the Uchiha is too strong now, and it has threatened the village. If the Uchiha people were allowed to control the Master's sword again, it would definitely bring disaster. That's why he wanted to give the sword to Konoha, strengthen Konoha's strength, and reduce the threat of Uchiha. In this way, both sides can coexist. But such a simple truth, why can't Obito and others understand it? And it's been a year, no matter how powerful the body is, it will definitely decay at this moment. How to revive it? So he no longer has any hope that the Master can come back to life. Even with the blood limit of the hidden grass village, how can a person with only a skeleton left be resurrected as a living person? What's more, the Master also pressed Uchiha Madara into the different space. At this moment, the other party has not come out. It seems that he absolutely hates the Master. Maybe he has already cut the Master into pieces in the different space. Rope Tree and 6 people, plus the 3 ninjas and Kakashi and the other 3, gathered at Minato's house. Obito did not tell the matter of Shisui. He heard that Orochimaru was going out, and his heart moved. He couldn't help but think about it, and asked, Lord Orochimaru, is it dangerous? Orochimaru was about to speak when he heard Obito's voice. After thinking about it, he said, it should be dangerous. After all, Obito's demon bud RA technique is too terrible, and it can take away other people's blood limit for his own use. As long as it is a person, he will be afraid. So he didn't know what would happen when he went there this time. But Obito would definitely want to kill him. Because he knew that he had also secretly learned his demon bud RA technique. So it is dangerous. Hearing this, Obito's eyes lit up, Master, please take me with you. After these words came out, the room was silent for a few seconds. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Soon they knew why Obito said that. Hong Hong, who was standing by, couldn't help but said, Obito, you. Obito smiled at everyone, don't look down on me because I'm young. I'm a genius and the Master's apprentice. Nohara-rin beside him was anxious. She hurriedly pulled Obito and asked anxiously, are you crazy? Orochimaru said it's dangerous, so it's not a place you can go. If you go there, you will only hinder Orochimaru. Hearing this, Obito was slightly stunned. Help! Yes, why didn't I think of this? However, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, well, you can go with me, but you must bring the 5 types of Hiragobian instant retreat technique developed by Minato. As he spoke, Orochimaru couldn't help but complain about the name of this move. What a good technique, why is it given such a weird name? If Mirai was here, maybe he would give it a good name that Minato would accept. This is a space teleportation technique, and the carrier is Minato's precious trident kunao. When the holder is in danger, he can inject chakra to activate the technique kunao placed on the body, thereby realizing the technique of instant transfer. It was a new move that Minato spent nearly 3 months to develop when Mirai died in battle. It's a pity that the cost is too high, and the kunao required is a special type of kunao. After all, it needs to be able to conduct chakra, and it also requires extremely skilled craftsmen. When forging, even the spell, mithril, chakra-conducting metal, etc., are engraved in the core of the kunao. In the past year, Minato has only made 3, that's all. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Minato thought about it and handed his sword to Obito. Teacher, I know what you think and I don't want to dissuade you. All I can do is support you and protect you. To be honest, he was thinking about the future. Obito's eyes were red instantly. He sniffed and said slowly, Teacher, thank you. Chapter 697. The next day. At dawn in the morning, Orochimaru was waiting for Obito at the gate. The latter ran to the village entrance panting, looking at Orochimaru a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir, I was blocked by a cat on the way here. If an ordinary person heard Obito's words, he would probably think it was just an excuse. But Orochimaru was different. He raised his eyebrows and laughed a little. You were so active in looking for cats at the beginning, these cats are very vengeful. His smile eased a lot. He didn't look so cold anymore. Hearing this, Obito scratched his head and smiled bitterly, who said it wasn't, alas. He regretted it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have listened to my master's words, saying that looking for cats is the most profitable. In the end, the money was easy to make, but the cats hated him. When you come back, go find the cat lady who provides blades for your clan. I heard from Mirai that she has a very good relationship with cats, and maybe she can speak for you. Hearing this, Obito's eyes lit up. That's great. As they spoke, the two had already left the gate of Konoha. By the way, sir, where are we going this time? Obito realized at this moment that he didn't even know where his destination was. Orochimaru looked in one direction with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Sumuru Mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, the Golden Sun eclipse will occur in 6 days. In addition to the recent disappearance of the blood limit ninjas in various villages, he can infer that the right time, right place, and right people have been gathered by Beirahu. After they set off, Linghua in Konoha village was also ready to go. Kushina looked at her and said with some distress, You just came back, why are you leaving again? At this time, Linghua had just come out of Uchiha. She didn't go home last night, but stayed with Honghong for 1 night. Dazwang and his wife felt guilty and touched about this future daughter-in-law. Last night, they talked to her a lot, most of which were interesting things in the future childhood. For example, he wet the bed, he peed in his mouth, and he peed 3 feet high. Linghua smiled gently at the little sister and said, I want to go to the rain country this time. Rain country? Kushina was stunned, and then she quickly reacted. Are you going to find Nagato? Rika nodded, yes, he is the owner of the Rinnegan, I want to see his eyes, can I revive the future? Hearing this, Kushina stopped talking, she shook Rika's hand, smiled bitterly and said, then be careful on the road. Okay. Rika thought about it, and walked out of the Konoha gate. Soon left here. Kushina, who had been watching her leave, couldn't help but sigh. Alas, everyone has changed. Rika has become less fond of smiling, although Obito's face is full of smiles, but everyone can see the fatigue in his eyes. Minato can dream about the future every night, talking in his sleep, and mentions the future at least 5 times a day. And Rope Tree. Although they used to fight every 3 or 5 times, among the 7 of them, only Minato can compare with him in terms of his good relationship with the future. And Sister Honghong, her chakra is colder than before, no longer as gentle as before. And Lord Orochimaru, uncle and aunt. Even Uchiha in the village. Changed. Everything has changed. After she sighed, she wanted to go home. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a little boy, carrying a knife, walking out of Konoha. Is that Shisui? Why is he leaving the village? Is there a mission? But he had already walked away, so she didn't ask anything. Instead, he went home to find Minato. Underground of the Land of Rain. A girl in white with a tiger mask sat on the stone chair where Madara used to be, quietly watching the picture projected by the white Zetsu body. It showed a conversation between the two organizations. The eyes of the tiger mask were staring straight at a red-haired man in the picture. He was not very conspicuous in the crowd, and his hair covered one eye, so the remaining eye looked a little weird. Because it was a purple circle eye. The most conspicuous person was the orange-haired man in front of him, who was talking about something with a high-spirited look on his face. The general meaning was to negotiate peacefully and resolve disputes. There was a hermaphrodite standing next to her. One was black and the other was white, which looked very weird. Is this the reincarnation eye? She narrowed her eyes slightly. The dark half-body said, that's right. After hearing the answer, the tiger-skinned man girl narrowed her eyes slightly. After thinking for a while, she stood up and walked out. Lord Ran, where are you going? Black Zetsu asked. I want to see if the Rinnegan really has the ability to revive the dead. Hearing this, Black Zetsu became anxious. The person he wanted to revive was Madara, not Uchiha. Lord Ran, I advise you to think twice. Hearing the threatening words from Black Zetsu, Hyagaran's face couldn't help but turn cold. She tilted her head slightly and looked behind her. Why, do you want to teach me how to do things? Black Zetsu said coldly, these eyes can only be used once per person. It is one of the plans left by Madara to revive himself. If you waste this opportunity on others. Hearing this, Hyagaran narrowed her eyes slightly. She suddenly asked a question. Have we seen it somewhere? Hearing this, Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment, and then his heart skipped a beat. She recognized me. But that's not right, I should have erased her memory of me, she wouldn't have recognized me. However, since Black Zetsu's face was black, Hyagaran couldn't see any emotional changes. After staring at him for a few times, the latter stopped talking and turned around and walked out of the underground cave. I must have seen this black thing somewhere, but why can't I remember it? What she said just now was her means of changing the subject, and it was also her words to test Black Zetsu. But in the end, she got nothing. After Hyagaran walked away, Half-White Zetsu frowned and said, this person is not easy to control. Black Zetsu's face turned a little ugly when he heard this. The restriction that Madara left on her was actually broken by her. We have underestimated her all this year. White Zetsu remained silent. He never expected that the reincarnation eye could actually revolt his spores. All the news he received this year was false. Isn't it infuriating? But he still didn't notice anything. It wasn't until the other party came back last night that they realized that the ban had disappeared. The question is how she broke the ban. On the way, Orochimaru deliberately slowed down his speed. He took Obito and stopped along the way. Although Obito was a little stupid, he would always realize something after a long time. He looked at Orochimaru and asked, Lord Orochimaru, what you are going to do is dangerous. Isn't it inappropriate for us to travel so slowly? Hearing Obito's words, Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, the time is 6 days later. We are not in a hurry. Oh. Obito nodded in understanding. Since it is 6 days later, there is indeed plenty of time, because it only takes 4 days to walk from here to Mount Sumi. This is still calculated at their current speed. So he exercised while walking. He held a wooden sword in his hand and waved it while walking. Watching Obito training again, Orochimaru sighed slightly. The reason why he walked so slowly was that he wanted to take the opportunity to let the child have a good rest. After all, they just came back from the mission yesterday. As a result, the child not only did not rest, but instead took the time to practice. Alas! Obito, why don't you take a rest? When your master was your age, he didn't train as hard as you do. But his talent is really strong. Hearing this, Obito smiled at Orochimaru and said, I'm fine, it's not hard. Although no one said it, Obito knew that as he didn't open the Mangeki for a day, everyone would be disappointed for a day. When disappointment accumulates enough, it will turn into despair. Just like Shisui said, a year has passed, and the master still has a physical body, can he be resurrected? But he didn't dare to think deeply. Now he hasn't even taken the first step, and he is considering failure. This is not his character. By the way, sir, can you tell me about my master's childhood? Hearing this, Orochimaru thought about it and simply walked to a stone nearby and sat down. If you want to listen, come and sit down. And you are not allowed to exercise. Obito was startled and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Teacher, I'm sitting anyway, so it's okay to exercise. Orochimaru sighed. You put too much pressure on yourself. If you exercise too much, you might get the blood disease in advance like your master. Ah! Obito was stunned and asked in astonishment. Master, he also had the blood disease. Orochimaru suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, because he remembered what Mirai said when he teased Nawaki. Bring Obito, being alive is the most important thing. You don't want someone to flirt with your sweetheart, marry your sweetheart, and let your sweetheart give birth to, no. 18 big fat boys. Obito was shocked when he heard such horrible words. I definitely don't want it. Obito. Whoever dares to flirt with his Rin, he will kill them. Chapter 698. After the two of them sat for more than 2 hours, Orochimaru finally told them everything about the past and the future. This surprised Obito. Oh my god, my master was not interested in girls at the beginning. I thought he was so handsome and a playboy. As he said this, he couldn't help but think of Kakashi, the big fool. Then how did he catch up with my master's wife? Listening to Obito's questioning, Orochimaru couldn't help but hit him. But the force was very light, they haven't gotten married yet, why are you calling me master's wife? Obito scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and whispered, but my master's wife is happy. Every time he called me master's wife, Linghua master's wife would smile uncontrollably. It can make him feel more relaxed. Orochimaru glanced at the sky. It was still early, so he would rest here today. So he continued, do you believe in lust or love at first sight? Obito thought about it and couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Lin. At that time he nodded without hesitation and said, love at first sight. I believe love at first sight exists. Orochimaru looked at him with some amusement, but your master was lustful. As he said that, he opened his mouth and spit out a stack of photos. There were photos of Fat Ling in the past, and also photos of the 5 of them when they were young in the future. Obito took it and looked at it curiously. There were 4 people on it that he knew, Minato teacher, master, Kushina, and Lord Nawaki. There was just a fat person who looked familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who it was. Lord, she is. Orochimaru chuckled, guess. Looking at the silly look on Obito's face, he couldn't help but want to make fun of him. Obito was stunned and a little confused. Although his IQ is not high, he still has some. Especially when he saw the Hyuga clan emblem on the fat girl in the photo. This made him ask in astonishment, could it be my master's wife? Fuck. He couldn't connect the 2 people at all. Because the person in the photo has the same height and waistline, even if she is lying down, she looks like she is standing. Her face, stomach, and legs are all fat. Just shake it twice, and you can see amazing waves of flesh. It can be said that a person who can shake 3 times with 1 step is much fatter than the people of the Akimichi clan he has seen. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect that your master's taste is so unique. But speaking of it, after Rika lost weight, she really wasn't fat. Nose Tree was stunned. Why did this sound? Yes. It sounds normal, but it feels a little abnormal. Something strange. Okay, let's rest here tonight. Orochimaru continued, if you don't understand anything about training, you can ask me. I have time to answer you. Hearing this, Obito's eyes suddenly lit up. Great. He immediately told him about some things and difficulties about the Sharingan, and asked Orochimaru to give him some advice, and wanted to see what to do. He originally thought that Lord Orochimaru was not a member of the Uchiha, but he had taught his master, so he should be able to solve some of his problems. But he never expected that Master Orochimaru knew too much, and even asked him questions in a way that could be applied to other situations. He listened to it 3 times, and suddenly his mind was opened. All the difficulties in the past disappeared at this moment. The more Obito listened, the more surprised he was, because Lord Orochimaru said it in such detail, as if he had used the Sharingan before, and it was not a short time. It was quite familiar. On the other side, Hinata ran, who originally wanted to find the Akatsuki organization, suddenly stopped and looked at the busted woman in front of her coldly. What are you doing here? Hinata ran hated this fiancé who had snatched her beloved. She used to grit her teeth every time she saw them being so inseparable, full of envy and jealousy. Uchiha Mirai should have been hers, and the position beside him should not have been that of Hyagarika, but herself. I want to ask you, do you have the ability to locate space? Hyagarika looked at her and asked with a frown. Over the years, she has traveled all over the ninja world. She has gained a lot, but she couldn't open the space where Mirai was. Even Minato, who was proficient in flying Thunder God, couldn't open this space. She was desperate for a while. And Obito was stuck at the 3 Magadama stage. For Mangekai Aldhawk, she is not a member of the Uchiha clan. She knows from many aspects how difficult it is for the Uchiha clan to open the Mangeki. This is not much easier than climbing to the sky. So, she finally looked for Hyagaran. She wanted to see if the latter had what she wanted. Location space. What do you want to do? Hyagarika did not hide it and directly told her plan. Mirai and Uchiha Madara died together in the different space. We found many ways and opened many different spaces, but we couldn't find the right space. Hearing this, Hyagaran's heart sank slightly. It was Uchiha Madara who did it. But soon, her breathing stagnated. Because she was found by Uchiha Madara after Mirai died. But what Hyagarika said just now was that Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Madara died together and fell into the different space. So how did Uchiha Madara appear in front of her? Does his appearance mean that he has a way to return to the ninja world? If this is true, then Uchiha Mirai was also brought out by him, but she just doesn't know where he is hidden. The more she thought about it, the higher the possibility was. She turned around and left immediately. I don't know. Looking at the back of Hyagaran leaving, Hyagarika couldn't help but want to stop her, but soon she stopped with a bitter smile. She actually pinned her thoughts on this person. Alas! After a sigh, she raised her head and looked at the gloomy sky. Mirai, when can you come back? I miss you. Oh. Over the years. She even wanted to attack Nohara Rin several times. Of course, she didn't really do it, but let Obito think that Rin was in trouble, or even dead, so as to stimulate him to open the Mangeki. But this matter. It's not easy to say, and Obito is his apprentice, and Rin is his successor. She really can't do it. But as time goes by, she can't suppress this idea. And as she misses the future more and more, this idea becomes stronger and stronger. Hyagaran returned directly from the rain country to the underground base, and saw the yin-yang man, Black and White Zetsu. Why are you back? White Zetsu asked in surprise. Nothing, just a big thing bothers me. As he said, he passed by the 2 Zetsu. He walked towards his room. This kind of thing can only be secretly investigated by himself, because she doesn't trust these 2 people. This made the Black and White Zetsu puzzled. Big thing. What big thing can compare to the position of Uchiha Mirai in her heart? They all know that the purpose of Hyagaran looking for the reincarnation eye is to revive Uchiha Mirai. But she actually gave up. Strange. Does your spawn know who she met? Hearing this, Baizetsu smiled bitterly and replied, No, she can block my spores at any time. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, it's really worthy of being the reincarnation eye, it's really outrageous. Is that so? Heizetsu narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. At Dezhuang's house. Shang Shu sat next to Hong Hong. Dezhuang glared at him, and he was so angry about this person who took away his cabbage and his close-fitting cotton jacket that his nose was crooked. On the contrary, Mieko smiled and asked Shang Shu about his well-being. She herself had no objection to their relationship. And Shang Shu was so stupid, oh no, it was innocent, and her daughter would not suffer if she married him. Shang Shu was no longer surprised by the expression of Dezhuang's uncle. Thinking back to the beginning, the future was even more annoyed than the uncle, but in the end, he acquiesced to his brother-in-law. So time is a scary thing, it will subtly change a person's cognition. And the attitude towards people. Uncle Dezhuang ignored me today, but he will treat me, hehe. I feel a little excited when I think about it. Obito. Looking at the dishes brought by Aunt Mieko, Noways immediately said respectfully, Thank you, Aunt. Why are you being polite? Just treat it as your own home. Okay. Noways said, picked up the tempura and took a big bite. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Delicious. Aunt, your cooking skills have improved a lot compared to last time. Dezhuang, who was originally stuffing his rice with rice, couldn't help but feel proud when he heard someone praising Mieko. He turned up his nose and said happily, Of course. My Mieko's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. This immediately embarrassed Mieko Shai. She said angrily, "Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Shenju is still here." As she said that, she glared at Dazwang. But that look, in Dazwang's eyes, became charming. But after she withdrew her gaze, she couldn't help but look at the altar beside her. There was a black and white photo there. It was a long black straight hair, holding a wooden sword, looking forward with a smile. If he sees this table in the future, his brows will definitely be frowned. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the table was slightly stiff for a moment. Even Chencha's smile disappeared. In the past, I thought my brother-in-law was very arrogant, very noisy, and honestly bullied me. Very hateful. But when he was really gone, he was even more sad. Shang Shu recalled the contents of the letter and said with a firm tone, "Don't worry, Aunt, I will come back in the future." After all, he never lies. Chapter 699. Soon. The day of the Golden Ring solar eclipse is coming soon. At this moment, Obito and Orochimaru are hiding in the shadow of a strange rock. Both of them are professionals, and they can do almost perfect in concealing their breath and hiding their bodies. Soon, the sun in the sky was missing a corner. The earth began to slowly fall into darkness. Orochimaru squinted slightly and whispered softly, "Here it comes." Obito also began to adjust his breathing slightly, and soon he got into the mood. He has done many tasks with Minato, including some S-level tasks. Although Minato teacher is the main force and bears 80% of the pressure, the remaining 20% also makes the three of them feel like dying. If it weren't for Lin's superb medical ninjutsu, they would have died long ago. This is a place that even Orochimaru said is dangerous, and he must be very alert. Because he can't die. He doesn't want to die either, and his master is still waiting for him. Thinking of the future, his hand could not help but cover his right eye. There was something there. Although he could not sense where it was, he saw it sink into his eye with his own eyes. So he had to dance with death and pursue life to prevent himself from dying. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He entered the fighting state with his whole body and mind. Orochimaru was beside him. Seeing Obito like this, he was very relieved. Although this child, like Rope Tree, was a bit stubborn, at least he was willing to learn and could correct his mistakes. With this character, his future achievements would definitely not be low. Of course, he could not compare with the 7 monsters in the future. After all, those few had opportunities and talents far beyond ordinary people. And through the contact in recent days, he found that this child actually had a deep sense of self-blame hidden in his heart over the years. Especially yesterday, he asked a lot about space-based ninjutsu. Since he had eaten more salt than Obito had drunk more water, he soon realized something. Obito was still brooding over what happened back then. He probably thought, if he had space-based ninjutsu back then, it would be great. In that case, he could take Mirai and escape to a safe place in an instant, thus avoiding the death of his master. However, he didn't point this out at all. And he guessed that other people also knew about this, so they never forced Obito. Because they all knew that Obito had tried very hard. Soon, the sun in the sky turned into an annular solar eclipse. The sky and the earth also turned pitch black. As the formation of the palace on the top of the mountain lit up, a golden beam of light began to shine down from the golden annular solar eclipse in the sky. The ceremony has begun. Let's go. Orochimaru said softly, and ran to the top of the mountain with Obito. He also knew the Ki-Yara technique, but he had never used it. Theoretically, this was a technique that could fuse all the blood limits, but Orochimaru thought that this technique might be risky. So he decided to find a test subject. Besides, he wanted to fuse a body with 7 attributes, which was very dangerous. So, Hirako was the best candidate. And when performing this body matching technique, he would be trapped in the formation and become quite fragile. In other words, he became a living target, unable to move. He could only be slaughtered. Without saying a word, Obito opened the Sharingan and followed Orochimaru's pace. Soon they met 3 people on the way up the mountain. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the strength of these 3 people was at the elite Chunin level. And there were still some traces of Ki-Yara on their bodies. Tisk tisk tisk. I didn't expect that Hirako would reveal this technique to you. It seems that you 3 are the ones he trusts more. He could see that the 3 people's ghost buds were not perfect and had great shortcomings. With long-term use, the user will gradually become crazy. It soon became clear that Hirako trusted these three people, but not much. He planned to kill these three people when his magic skills were perfected, to ensure that his own information would not be lost. The three people guarding the first gate were shocked to find that someone had sneaked up the mountain until Orochimaru arrived. The problem was that they didn't even know. The strength of the person coming must be very strong. But so what, they are not ordinary wandering ninjas. Immediately, one person stood up and shouted coldly, "The forbidden area ahead, no trespassing." After he finished speaking, Orochimaru was about to kill them with a shadow snake hand. But at this moment, Obito had already come out. As soon as he opened his mouth, a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters sprayed out. Fire style, great fireball. The three people were forced to change color quickly, and they dodged without saying a word. Although fire style cannot burn people to death, that is because no fool will stand still. The speed of the fireball is very fast. The seal was already formed when Obito was still hiding. This is a trick that Uchiha and many high-level ninjas know. It is to form the seal of the technique in advance and gather the chakra. But do not form the last seal, and maintain the chakra in the body. Once the battle begins, form the last seal and release the ninjutsu. This method can seize the crucial advantage for the ninjutsu user. However, Obito did not chase an attack, he just blocked it. As the three people were forced back by him, he turned around and confidently put the goggles back on his eyes, grinning at Orochimaru. "Sir, you go first, I'll play with them." After hearing this, Orochimaru thought for a while, patted his shoulder and said, "Pay attention, once they use the Gamara technique, their strength should be raised to the level of elite Jonin." Hearing this, Obito's expression froze slightly. Elite Jonin? Oh my god, is it too late to regret now? He just realized that the strength of these three people was a little weaker than his, so he took the initiative to jump out. But who would have thought that they could still cheat? Damn! How can people play this? He panicked and regretted. Teacher. Obito wanted to say something weakly. But Orochimaru had already passed him. And smiled at him. "Come on, I'm rooting for you." Obito. "No, Lord Orochimaru, this is not a question of whether I'm rooting for you or not, but myself." Orochimaru suddenly added another round. "When your master was at your age, he could kill an average Jonin in seconds. I believe you won't let your master down." Obito, degree. Obito was instantly excited when these words came out. He felt a surge of hot blood rushing into his head, making him dizzy and breathing several times faster. A sense of pride inexplicably appeared in his heart. He jumped directly and landed in front of the gate, blocking behind Orochimaru, and shouted excitedly, "Go ahead, Lord, I'm not a vegetarian." Orochimaru smiled slightly and disappeared. This kid is simply a combination of rope tree and future. He was fooled so easily. But he was not worried, because he patted his shoulder, but it was not just a simple pat. He was also worried about Obito. He didn't want Obito to die, because he was his disciple. Although he had not yet obtained the inheritance of the Ryokai cave. Orochimaru jumped up and quickly avoided countless traps, triggering and binding seals. Finally, he punched out and broke the door directly. Then he walked through the dust slowly and walked into the palace. There were strange stones everywhere, emitting green light. There were countless array runes, curse patterns, etc. on the ground. In the core of the palace, 5 people were tied up. One of them was an acquaintance of Orochimaru. Because he wore a Konoha forehead protector and the clothes of the Hyuga clan. But he was unconscious at the moment, and only his chest was slightly rising and falling, proving that he was still alive. Tisk tisk tisk. "Hirahu, you are quite good, you can even capture people from the Hyuga clan. Aren't you afraid that his Bian bloodline will change your chakra attributes and turn it into attributeless chakra?" Among the 5 core members, Hirahu's face was very exciting. He looked at Orochimaru, who broke into the room, and was extremely surprised. "Why are you here? How did you find me?" Before Hirahu could continue to speak, Orochimaru said softly, "The ceremony has already begun, you'd better not care about me." Hearing this, Hirahu's face froze. If he didn't know it at this moment, he would really be a fool. The experimental data at the beginning was definitely left by Orochimaru on purpose. The purpose was to make him a pioneer experimental subject. In other words, Orochimaru had already mastered the Gamara technique. Chapter 700. Bailia, whose face was very ugly. But he had to admit that what Orochimaru said was true. The ceremony had already begun, and it was not something he could stop just by saying so. His face was very dark. Orochimaru, if you want to use me as an experimental subject, then don't stop me. Orochimaru walked directly to the door, smiled and said politely, please start your performance, I won't stop you. Seeing Orochimaru's move, Baileaho breathed a sigh of relief. Since he said so, it proved that he was safe at the moment. At this moment, he heard the battle fluctuations coming from the foot of the mountain. He couldn't help but be more wary of Orochimaru. This man could climb to the top of the mountain in an instant, what a terrible person. But after I devour these 5 bloody ninjas, I will no longer be afraid of anyone. No, the most perfect 5th person in my plan is Uchiha. But the Uchiha had 4 Manjiki, and their protection measures were too strict. After observing for a long time, Beiruo couldn't do anything. And because of the existence of the root people, the Uchiha people were very vigilant. In desperation, he could only settle for the second best and capture a member of the Hyuga clan. And he used a compromise technique to avoid the interference of the Hyuga clan's blood rejection. But now that Orochimaru is here, he dare not continue to try his imperfect experimental method. So the best way at present is to merge 4. Although this can't make the 5 elements in his body produce power and achieve a balance of mutual generation and mutual restraint. But with his current strength, controlling 4 blood limits is still possible. And it is the safest and most secure way. Even if Orochimaru wants to do something to him after the ceremony, he has enough strength to protect himself. Wait. It's not self-protection. It's a counterattack. 4 blood limit, speed release, steel release, storm release, hell release. It will definitely kill Orochimaru. He couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru, who was observing the surroundings, and a rare greed appeared in his eyes. If Orochimaru was absorbed into his body, although he was not a ninja with blood limit, his chakra was very huge. If he absorbed his chakra, he could more easily control the 4 blood limit and exert their perfect strength. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, you came at the right time. It seems that this is an opportunity given to him by God. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru didn't know that he was being targeted. He looked around and was a little surprised. The walls of this palace were all made of a special ore. And it was a familiar one, called Grayer ore. Speaking of which, there is another ninja from the Sand Ninja here. Although he is not very familiar with him, as the owner of the blood limit, he still knows a little about it. This is the swift release ninja of the Sand Ninja. It is said that when the Sand Ninja attacked Konoha with the Cloud Ninja and the Goblin, they got some inspiration, so they planned to go out to sea to find the lost civilization in the legend. That is, the glorious civilization built with Grayer ore. They wanted to attack Konoha together with them. However, due to Mirai's sudden death in the battle, Rope Tree and Red went berserk. They drove the Wooden Man and Susanoo directly. They bombarded the Sand Ninja position. As a result, they suffered heavy losses before the Sand Ninja alliance was found, and the number of ninjas decreased sharply, which was equivalent to a total annihilation. Even if there is one tail, it is useless. Even if Hong Hong controls the thinking of the one tail, Rope Tree directly absorbs the chakra of the one tail, making the range of wood release even more terrifying. The Sand Ninja was so scared that he hurriedly announced his surrender that day, and quickly sent a special envoy to Konoha to explain the matter. He wanted the 3rd generation to quickly recall Rope Tree and others. He was willing to pay tribute, sign a peace treaty, and promise never to offend Konoha village again. It seems that it was this swift release ninja who received the task of finding overseas civilization, and then was beaten by Hiriko. Thinking of this, Orochimaru smiled slightly. It seems that Hiriko and his idea are the same. Through the natural chakra aggregate left in the ninja world, he can have a source of power and integrate blood limit. However, his own is 7 kinds, so the amount of chakra required is terrifyingly huge. At present, he has gathered all the dragon vein chakra, and now he only needs the Grail ore here. However, since some of them were absorbed by Baileau's breathing, the power contained in these ores will be much less. It seems that I still have to find the power that contains the ownerless. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the operation of Baileau. Because the Golden Ring solar eclipse has arrived, Baileau should also start his performance. Thinking of this, Orochimaru looked a little more serious, and his snake pupils began to stare at everything around him, especially Baileau. He waited for so many years just to make Baileau an experimental subject so that he could get the data he wanted from him. Then kill him. Because in this world, one person who can fit in is enough. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy coveted his 2 precious disciples at the beginning. Then he can't be left alone. Future, be patient, I will soon get the legendary reincarnation eye and awaken my 3rd power. At that time, I will definitely be able to bring you back from the different space. When Future told him about the bloodstain net plan in detail, he mentioned that by collecting the bloodstain limit left outside by the 6 path sage, there is also blood. Thus, he could return to his ancestors and become the 2nd 6 path sage. Not only could he gain super strength, but he could also obtain the reincarnation eye of the 3 major pupil techniques. At the beginning, he had asked Mirai about Nagato's reincarnation eye. But at that time, Mirai had some concerns and did not explain it too clearly. He just told himself that the reincarnation eye in Nagato's eyes was transplanted to him by someone else, and the latter did not know, only that the eyes were his own. At that time, he also told himself that once the reincarnation eye was successfully opened, he could obtain 8 kinds of power. In addition to the 3 good paths, heaven, human, and Asura, there are also the 3 evil paths, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell. In addition to the first series of power systems of the conventional 6 paths, there are 2 more powers. One is the 7th power outside the 6 paths. It is called the outer path. This is the ultimate power that truly controls life and death, and can use the life of the practitioner to revive the power of the dead. It is called reincarnation natural art. And it can revive ninjas with corpses within a certain range. The number is unlimited. But the premise is that the body of the deceased is still there and still has residual warmth. Otherwise, the soul released by King Yama cannot return to the body at all. Even if it is forcibly attached to the corpse, the soul will be pulled back to the underworld by the Pure Land because the body has rotted and there is no protection. In addition to the power of the 7 paths, the reincarnation eye also has an 8th power. It is like the 1 or 2 eye techniques that Uchiha will naturally obtain after opening the Mangeki. But unlike the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 8th power obtained by the reincarnation eye is mostly related to a higher level of time and space. The former of these 2 powers can also be exerted by transplanting the reincarnation eye of others. But the latter is different. It can only be used if the person himself has opened the reincarnation eye. If the eyes are transplanted to others, then this power will be blocked. Outsiders cannot perceive or call it. If I have the Rinnegan, I can control the 8th power. Thus I found my future body. This is his last hope after countless attempts and failures over the years. Outside the gate, Obito was dodging all kinds of damage alone. Damn it! Obito hid behind a rock, and a stream of flames continued to spray on the rock. He could clearly sense that the rock was heating up rapidly. Soon he would be grilled on it. And he was the one being grilled, tut tut tut. It was really dangerous. Just when he was having fun in misery, he suddenly noticed that a few feathers landed beside him, and his face changed drastically. The exploding feathers of the summoning bird. He had seen this thing before. One feather was as powerful as a medium-grade detonating talisman. Although the power was not very strong, there were a lot of them. Even a small mountain could be flattened by a wave of feathers. As the feathers glowed with a fiery white light, they also reflected Obito's shocked expression. A voice suddenly came, instant body technique.